A sunny good morning to you, AGE viewing crowd. We're here in California. Myself, Bryce Platts, and Michael Murray, my illustrious co-caster, who has not shared a booth with me in quite some time.
It has been a while.
We're going to change that today, brother, because we are doing AGE New England. That's right. It's the April Open. The folks in London are not having all the fun. Old England can stick a feather in their cap angrily to New England, because we are going to head right on down to the match floor where our first round pairing is already underway, folks. That's right. There is 100% high-octane, flesh and blood action and no waiting. So let's not talk about it, Michael. Let's be about it. Let's get on down to the match floor where it's already underway. On the right side of your screen, we've got Kevin Markham piloting Dorinthea Ironsong, who was the last month's champion. He is reigning, and he is coming in swinging with this Dawnblade with 3 reactions. This match is already underway, folks. I believe we're coming in at turn 2 or... yeah, it's got to be, because Kevin has already taken a massive chunk of life, already down to 33.
We got to reestablish this board state for y'all real quick. So on the equipment side, we're looking at the new equipment headpiece from Hunted. Really, really important here into Enigma. Of course, the headpiece on the side of Enigma, you know it, you love it. The most powerful headpiece in the entire game. Traverse the universe as we come in swinging one more time.
I do know it, Michael, but as a non-MST enjoyer, I don't know if I love it. Restless Coalescence coming in. Looks like it's going to connect directly with Kevin Markham, just sending him down to a very scary deficit, 27 life. The follow-up, of course, is Waxing Spectre. No +1 counter on that, so must have been resolved earlier on in the game without a blue in the pitch. I think Daniel is A-okay with that, because he's got a massive lead, not only on life, but also ward board, and that is really tough for Warriors to punch through.
Absolutely. This is a tough match for Warriors, and as we can see, it's moving quickly here. 27-40 now as we try to catch back up to the action. One cool thing, Guardwell gloves. Haven't seen that on Enigma yet. I've heard of it. Hadn't seen it live until just now.
Yeah, those Blade Beckner gauntlets, not just a draft staple anymore. Daniel Flavin says it is really good in Classic Constructed. Let's see how it plays out. And wow, they are going straight onto the combat chain, blocking 2 on that Dawnblade, because that is, of course, a weapon attack, in addition to a Command and Conquer, which means that it would have been blocked out, but Kevin has the answer. It's Ironsong response. This Dawnblade has go again, thanks to Spoils of War, and looks like Kevin is going to get yet another swing this turn.
Getting a little bit of value out of those Van Braces as well. It looks like pitching or adding 1 extra resource from that floating to get through, but Daniel sitting and tanking maybe has a defense reaction. I feel like we would have seen it committed before this, so we'll see what he's thinking about.
Is he hoping to protect the rest of this ward board? Currently, only 3 damage is leaking through, which means that Restless Coalescence and Waxing Spectre should shore up all of this damage from Kevin, which is just going to reduce the offensive potential of Daniel on his next turn. But maybe wants to protect a little bit more of it. He could also just be tanking on whether or not to pop the +1 counter on that Restless Coalescence and generate a Spectral Shield.
It could be that. It could also be the quick dodge flexors. It really depends on how badly he wants to stop this hit.
Only 1 card left in the hand of Kevin Markham, so you'd have to imagine that Dawnblade is not going to be swinging again. Forget +1 counters on that thing. Kevin is probably not even going to be able to swing it a second time.
Well, right now we've got the +2, the +3, and the base 3, so it's coming in for 8, blocking 5. So, and 1 extra pierce through that ward. So, but it looks like, as you said, all of that damage is stopped, and Daniel gets to keep that Restless Coalescence with a counter on it. So good defense from Daniel, staying at 40, and Kevin now drawing back up at 27.
It's important to mention that Kevin took down last month's event, and this is not your average Dory deck. We've seen it at Calling Sao Paulo. It didn't get a massive amount of representation at Pro Tour London, but this is CYB Dory. It's got kind of a switchblade plan into whether you think the game's going to go super long, whether you think it's going to go short, but by and large, it does the natural Dory things, you know, Dawnblade, Glistening Steel Blades, Steel Blade Supremacies, all that kind of stuff. But Daniel is really making it work for its money, because Restless Coalescence all of a sudden has 3 +1 counters on it yet again, thanks to the fact that he played in Astral Etchings at instant speed with a Spectral Shield on the board.
I've got a quick question for you. I'm not recognizing that full art all the way at the top of the screen. Do you have any idea what that card is?
Well, in this case, it is representing Spectral Shield.
Got
but
it.
It might be a classic Fab player move where we put out a magic card.
Sure. I was like, what is that?
As our
Okay,
token.
thank you for clearing that up for me and the rest of our viewers as
No
we come
worries.
in now with the Phantasmaclasm. Huge 9-power attack followed up by that. After that 5, taking Kevin down. Full blocks this one, but now he's down to 22 life, and he hasn't made a single inch of distance on that health bar of Daniel yet.
So 9 damage still in the combat chain. No popper found in the hand of Kevin Markham for the Phantasmaclasm ability, and I don't believe he drew it up either.
Did I see him block and then take that back and reconsider? Or I saw
No,
a
that
bunch
was
of
just
cards?
the hand reveal for the
of course.
Phantasmaclasm.
Thank you once again. Feel like we're almost caught back up.
We're going to get there. We're going to get there, Michael.
Running through this beginning.
Kevin's still thinking about these blocks. He just doesn't have the easy answer of a popper to this Phantasmaclasm. Of course, having Phantasm as well, which means that if it's blocked by a non-illusionist attack with 6 power or greater, it simply ceases to exist. That is the drawback, of course, of these incredibly overrate illusionist attacks. In this case, though, it's going to go the distance. Kevin descending on down to 13 life. 40 plays 13 in the favor of Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. That is not happy if you are a fan of Dorinthea.
At least he's got the 5-card hand to work with, and without a huge board on Daniel's side, maybe this is the time for Kevin to do some board state development of his own. Getting those counters onto that Dawnblade is crucial in a matchup where you need to have the tempo, and right now Kevin is spending all of his life to try to gain that tempo with that 5-card hand.
And it feels bad, but it is ultimately what you have to do as the Warrior player in this seat. Removing the board of the Enigma player is almost just as important as removing their life points.
Yes, absolutely.
Right now, it's Dawnblade on the combat chain, blue in the pitch, which is a happy thing for Kevin. He's holding on to a glistening steel blade. Or I'm sorry, that's a singing steel blade. There's a lot of steel blades in these cards. I believe also a jagged edge, Michael, which was seen, if I'm not mistaken, by Daniel when he played that Phantasmaclasm. So he's got to know that there could be some unpreventable damage coming on top of this Dawnblade, which is maybe why he's really thinking about these blocks.
That's a really good catch, and I was just thinking, I wonder why he didn't make an extra Spectral Shield out of that counter, and you've answered that question. Would have gone to waste. So Daniel, playing around the cards he sees very intelligently.
Right now, he's got a no block in hand. It's the first manifestation of Mirror Guy that he's seen. Hard to tell at this juncture, but I think the rest of that hand blocks pretty okay. Right now, it's just Ripple Away devoted to the block, which is currently taking all of that damage from Dawnblade. But Kevin is very happy about that because Singing Steelblade comes down and will have its reprise trigger. Chooses Glint the Quicksilver, which is very interesting of a choice here because he will need some of this damage to connect in order to make use of that extra action point. That being said, he will be able to draw another card because, once again, that reprise is still active because Daniel has defended with a card from hand.
He also has that one floating for the Jagged Edge, so I think this is a very efficient turn, getting to go again, piercing through all of that ward, and then for the second attack, basically saying, Daniel, you have to commit cards if you want to prevent this counter.
And there it is, Jagged Edge, a mainstay from the Hunted, one of those pieces that is making the Warrior Illusionist matchup just a little bit closer. It's getting a couple extra points, but Daniel does have an answer here. It is Shelter from the Storm, currently blocking all of this damage out, but Kevin's got an answer in his own right. It's Blade Flurry, which is going to confer +2 to this attack and the next weapon attack this turn. At this point, is Daniel stuffed. Right now, it's going to cut all the way through that ward board and allow Kevin to swing that Dawnblade once again. But in the equipment slot is Quick Dodge Flexors. Daniel still has options here.
Yeah, I was just looking at that Quick Dodge Flexors. Is it time to commit? It would take a full card, but it would pretty much stop the turn. I don't know that you get much of a better use out of this as he reaches over, grabs it, and puts it on the combat chain, saying, I don't want that. And there's another reaction.
And Kevin's got answers for days, ladies and gentlemen. It's
puncture. Going through an extra pierce through the quick dodge.
So instead of conferring +3, it's going to be +4. So Kevin not only has baited out like the perfect blocks from Daniel, he's also gotten that important piece of equipment, quick dodge flexors, and hasn't really paid anything for it. So Dawnblade is going to get to swing once again. Kevin really showing his stripes on this Dorinthea deck in choosing that Glint the Quicksilver. A scared person like myself might have chosen another pump, like an Iron Song Response or something like that, but he knew he was going to slice through that ward board and take the first points of life from his illusionist opponent. Daniel descends on down to 36.
Through all that work, Daniel only taking 4 damage, still able to prevent the counter on that Dawnblade, which is really the thing that Kevin wanted the most out of that. And so we return 4-card hand, but it's not a bad one. I mean, you love to see that draw if you can pull it off.
Yeah, I think by and large, Kevin was really just trying to reset the board of Daniel because now he's got all the tempo in the world and he drew up the perfect card to combo it with. It's Unsheathed plus Steelblade Supremacy. Thanks to the fact that Steelblade Supremacy confers a bit of a buff to that Dawnblade, Unsheathed is also going to give go again. So it's kind of doing heavy double duty here. Right now, Daniel is blocking a big bad 11 on this Dawnblade, and he says, I want nothing to do with that card draw that could be offered by Steelblade Supremacy. Kevin says, all right, I'm buying all those cards, probably maintaining tempo, and going to try to do it again. And of course, Daniel plunks a card into the arsenal, passes right on back. It's back over to Kevin, 13 plays 36.
5-card hand, full tempo. Once again, Kevin has to get a handle on this game if he wants to win it. The really important thing, still no counters on the Dawnblade.
Let's see if he can get his first one. It's Trot Along coming out of the hand. One of those blue block 3s from the Hunted that might be considered draft chaff, but in this case is just as good as a hit and run.
Yeah, very solid card in Dorinthea.
So right now, Dawnblade, 3 go again, but it must connect in order for Kevin to be able to swing with it once again. And Daniel goes straight to the reaction step because he's got another 0 for 4 locked and loaded. He dares Kevin to try to get over this.
Yeah, it is so hard for Dorinthea to get through this many defense reactions, and we'll see what Kevin has on the back end here to answer. It's the Iron Song Response, +3, but another defense reaction. Hey, at least Kevin's getting through these early, but he does only have 13 life to work with. I'm getting really worried about his prospects. If his turn ends here, that's an IP penalty. Daniel gets to start his turn off with 3 cards, but
I think I might spy another Sink Below in Daniel's hand. These defense reactions might be clumping up for him a little bit because you want to be able to block out that Dawnblade, but you also have to offer some pressure in response. Otherwise, you're just allowing Kevin to draw up and do it again. Oh, and it's a rout, which means that defense reaction is going to come back to hand, but he can simply play it once again.
And
rout is best
no more
used.
clunking. He gets to use all 3 of those defense reactions, but I think is that 3 sinks? I haven't kept full track, but I think he's gone through 2 of everything.
He's gone through a lot of defense reactions, and if he is sporting the full suite of 9, 3 sinks, 3 fates, and 3 shelters, then that could be a good thing for Kevin at this juncture.
And the other sort of upside is I don't think we've seen a Transcend yet. Of course, we did miss the first turn of the game, so it's possible it went through without the camera on, but Kevin Snap takes that 3 damage down to 9. Sorry, 4 damage down to 9.
Okay, and it's passing back over to Kevin. He's still got a mountain to climb here, folks. 9 plays 36, and when you're sitting in Dorinthea's seat against an illusionist, that is far from a comfortable position, but he's got a fair bit of tempo. Daniel has bought himself a little bit more of ward board, and I think we're finally without a defense reaction in the hand of Enigma.
What it looks like to me, and Kevin with a 5-card hand really needs to piece together another banger. He had some really good turns, but Daniel just had the answers. So hopefully for Kevin, he can string together another really big turn that Daniel won't be able to block out.
Will he be able to find the jagged edges when they matter the most? I know he is rocking he should be rocking the full playset of them in this Dorinthea deck. I believe he was last month, and you've got to when you are facing down. You know you're going to be facing down Enigma time and time again. Here comes Unsheathed with Dawnblade, and in this case, not conferring go again because the sword attack's power must be greater than double its base power.
That's right, when it attacks as well. So reactions won't get to count towards that condition as the sword has already attacked.
So Kevin is hoping that he found another source of go again in the hand, like a run through or Glint the Quicksilver.
That would be really nice, but there are the boots on the field there to get around the one turn where you sort of miss on that go again. So he's got options. Just want to see if he's going to spend them this turn.
Yeah, it would be quite a poker face moment if he goes for the refraction bolters here, especially because he hasn't gotten his block value on them yet. You would think that he would just huck them in front of the waxing specter during Daniel's last turn if he was planning on using them here. But 3 cards in the hand and 2 in the pitch is a very scary thing when you're staring down a Dawnblade for 6.
Daniel's got a full grip right here to work with, and I believe, is it Ward 3 on the...
Correct.
Yeah, so currently only thinking about 3 damage. 1 card would do if Kevin has no reactions. Unlikely, but possible, as Daniel thinks about what his options are. Really what he'd like to do is stuff this full attack, but without any defense reactions in his hand. He may just think about using some of that 36 life that he's cashed away like a squirrel from the very start of this game, just not letting go of anything that he could help.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder, I think he's thinking, sure, I could be in a position where I let a lot of this damage through, but also, what does my hand do ultimately on my turn? I see 2 levels of enlightenment, but I believe we're starved for a cheat card, so usually that levels of enlightenment is very much dependent on whether or not you can transcend on the turn in order to get 2 modes active rather than 1, because if you're just paying for a 1 for 3 go again, that is less than stellar.
Yeah. And as much as I've only seen Traverse the Universe being used for Miragai, if he has a cheat, it could be an option to reach for it. Doesn't look like that's the play, as Jagged Edge, perfect timing.
Looks like blocks have been passed here, and Kevin's got a little bit of dirty deeds to do here. It's Jagged Edge. Buffing +3 on this Dawnblade and not giving go again still. And I see another Singing Steelblade in the hand of Kevin. I think he was really hoping to get a block out of the hand so that he could reprise out a Glint the Quicksilver and swing this Dawnblade once again. But that being said, as long as the clapback from Daniel is not too devastating, this could still be a win for Kevin.
But there's the refraction bolters cashing in. Sure, he didn't get the block value, but I think it's too important not to IP yourself, especially with 1 resource floating and 2 cards in hand. You can represent a lot of damage and a counter, so I like that play. Daniel now has to think about how he wants to part with these cards, how many he thinks he needs to put to prevent that counter, because it will be so much harder to stop the Dawnblade once it hits that breakpoint of 4.
And Kevin has still got the Singing Steelblade in hand, just daring Daniel to say no blocks. And here we go. Levels of Enlightenment comes down. Reprise is on. Tunic counter confers Singing Steelblade, which means that Kevin is going to be able to tutor for any old reaction that he wants, and it's also going to get +1. In this case, Kevin no longer needs action points, so I would have to imagine that it's just going to be a big old buff. He's got a blue Overpower in hand, which makes me think that he doesn't really want to stick that in the arsenal, so he might find himself a 1 cost with which to use. But let's see what the choice is going to be here.
Yeah, if he hadn't used the route, I would say go for that. Maybe not. It's damage, but it gives that card back, which is pretty good. So instead, it looks like he just goes for the Iron Song response and says, blue Overpower, not the best card in the world, but it does what it does. Saving it.
And like Auroras of today, where you have to be careful of how many Skizzics you have utilized in your deck, you've also got to be careful about how many Iron Song responses are out of the deck for Kevin. Obviously, the life totals are dwindling very quick, so he can't take his foot off the gas. But if he finds himself in a situation where he gets the last Singing Steelblade and there are no Iron Song responses left in the deck, I mean, like, that's the 1-2 punch, right? Because usually damage comes in 3s for Dorinthea. With Singing Steelblade, tutoring out an Iron Song response, that gives you that 4, right? That is the one thing that people usually do not expect from Warriors. It's back over to Daniel, who's got an Enlightened Strike on the combat chain.
Yeah, and this is 7 damage. Normally, you just don't care about the vanilla, but at 9 life, Kevin's got to be thinking about whether or not to block this and how many cards to commit as he reaches for one of his most powerful cards in the form of that
Spoils of War. Which means that he probably has a redundant source of go again in the hand. I think he's going to be A-okay to play out like a hit and run or a Glint the Quicksilver instead. Looks like it is unsheathed, which is fantastic here. That first +1 counter conferred on Dawnblade means that unsheathed automatically gives go again at non-attack action speed. So here we go. Dawnblade coming in for 7 with
I
the
love
first
that number.
+1 counter.
7 is
go
great.
again.
I like 7 a lot more than 6.
Especially after Daniel is so depleted in 0 for 4 defense reactions, and it looks like he takes all of that damage down to 16.
That was quick.
Kevin is climbing that mountain. 5 plays 16 as another Dawnblade comes in for 4 on the next chain link.
Wow. 2 cards in hand. Well, we know the one in the arsenal is... fine. We take it, right?
Yeah, it is what it is. I believe... So this is Nip at the Heels, giving only +1 to that Dawnblade. It's going to get another +1 counter, so Daniel is down to 11. Only 6 life separates these two heroes. I think Kevin was really hoping to get a card from the hand of Daniel so that he could, instead of playing the Nip at the Heels, play the blue overpower that was in the arsenal.
How scared are you with 5 health facing down 5 cards from Daniel?
Terrified.
Yeah.
The one saving grace for Kevin at this point is that he still hasn't, Daniel still hasn't blocked with Traverse, still hasn't transcended. Also, Kevin's got himself a Kabuto of Imperial Authority, which could mean that if Daniel is overcommitting to like ward presence and ward pressure, then Kevin could be in a position where he can stuff that turn.
I think you have to reach for it right now and say, I think you don't have any follow-up attack action cards since you started with this.
The feels bad part about doing that is so many of these Enigma lists are committed to, just high efficiency attacks like Miraging Metamorph, like Phantasmaclasm. So there's a real possibility that if you go for the Kabuto, Daniel will have the punish.
Yeah. I just, you can't really afford to gamble with that right now, because if you don't reach for it and then he goes for another ward attack while you're at 5 life, it's like that was your last chance to cash out. We'll see what he chooses. And, the nice thing here, too, is I believe it's coming in for 4. That's not nice. I was thinking it was a break point of 5. A card in a Kabuto feels good into 5. Into 4, it's a little bit of a waste.
So Kevin staring down not lethal, but the dregs of his life total. And Kabuto of Imperial Authority, along with Fyendel Spring Tuna, go out onto the combat chain, blocking 3 on 4, which means that he's going to descend on down to 4 life. And Daniel is no longer allowed to swing with weapons this turn, and that includes all of the ward auras that he could develop.
Yeah, such a powerful effect. Daniel needs to have some kind of meaningful attack. An Enlightened Strike would be great this turn. Maybe a Command and Conquer. I don't see either of those cards in his hands. So
I feel like it's a Truce in hand, and I can't quite catch the other card.
Sure.
Still no transcending going on. And the fact that he's pausing here might mean that Kevin has done the impossible and stuffed this turn. Daniel might just have not given the regard to the Kabuto that he should have.
He might not have been able to. I mean, he could have blocked more, right? He should have. He should have been thinking about, I can't convert anything more than 1 ward here. But he wanted to end the game so bad. How do you resist 5 life, keeping 5 card hand? Of course you're going to win, right?
And maybe he's going for that papa poker face and telling Kevin, I dare you to block with the Kabuto because I got a Phantasmaclasm locked and loaded.
At this
maybe
point,
a
I
bluff.
think we call that BM, but here it is. He does have the attack action card in the form of Levels of Enlightenment with 2 blues in the pitch, means he gets to choose 2 modes. What will he choose?
It's got to be go again, draw a card.
There it is. 2 cards to work with.
Has he gotten there, though? It's entirely possible that was an Astral Etchings, which would not be a great pickup here. Right now, it's 3 go again. Kevin has a plethora of block 3s in the hand, but Dorinthea is one of those heroes that requires all of the pieces in order to put together a good turn. Kevin is lining up a block. It's a blue overpower from the hand, which implies there is blue redundancy in the hand. Life totals are getting updated here. Oh, looks like
he chose
it might have been
+2.
He might have
go
chosen
again.
+2 draw a card. Interesting.
Hoping for maybe some kind of instant, a cheat card, something that he could establish more of a board, but kind of IPs himself with that decision. But Kevin sitting at 2.
And it was an Astral Etchings that was in the hand. Iron Song Determination coming out of the hand of Kevin Markham. 2 plays 11 here, and this is the way to start it off. It's a Dawnblade for 6 dominating.
That's scary. The ward, thankfully, on the board for Daniel, and if he has a defense reaction in Arsenal, I didn't quite catch what it was, but could just shut the turn down.
The real question is, has Kevin found the last copy of Jagged Edge? with which to slice through that Waxing Spectre. That's really what he wants here, but I think the chances are rather low. He's already seen 2 of them for the game.
Yeah, probably like 1 in 30.
Something like that. Sure. I'll take those. I'll take those odds. Daniel having to think about this block here. Still no transcending done on his side of the board, at least that we've seen on stream. You're right. We got here a little bit late because of some technical issues, which means that, you know, there could be a chi in that deck, but I think the fact that he is not reaching for that traverse or even thinking about it, it seems, is indicative of the fact that there just aren't any chi in that deck.
Yeah. Man, what a comeback so far. Kevin has from 13 to 40, I think.
I have to think that he has played this matchup a few times, and there's a reason that people are bringing this deck to tournaments. If it couldn't stand up to Enigma at all, you would best be leaving it at home.
Absolutely. Yeah. One of the power 3, I would say, in this current meta. Enigma, Aurora, and as we see currently, well, they didn't make it past the quarters, but Prism showing up too.
Yeah.
Call her tier 1.5.
Having a look through the graveyard is Daniel Flavin, which means that he's probably, I believe he's looking for Iron Song responses. I think he's looking for sources of go again, like Glint the Quicksilver.
Maybe counting those jagged edges as well.
Definitely counting the jagged edges. You were right about that. And with
Tense
2 in the
moment.
bin, are you willing to gamble?
Daniel has got to make sure he's accounted for everything before he lays it down. Dorinthea can be such a challenging deck to block out against, especially with 2 floating and 2 cards in hand.
So in this situation, usually you want to go with the multiples of 3 for Dorinthea. You also have to factor in that there is still no go again represented. So you would have to imagine that one of those resources that are in the pitch are going to be devoted to giving this Dawnblade go again because of all the reactions that do it, save for Glint the Quicksilver, do it at a cost of 1. So you might be thinking, I don't want to give a card to this just in case it is Glint the Quicksilver because I don't want to turn on Reprise.
Yeah, the other thinking is I do want to give a card to it because I could die if it's Jagged Edge and another plus 3. So
Dorinthea just doing warrior things, making you think twice.
Yep. You've got to commit something here. Even if it's Glint.
Even if it's just traverse the universe, perhaps. Cashing in 2 block value just to ensure that you can hold on to the rest of your turn. The Van Brace of Determination is still at the ready for Kevin, but using one of those precious 2 resources when Dorinthea is such a resource-hungry deck could be a tall order. And yeah, it's Astral Etchings plus Traverse the Universe plus Fiendel's Spring Tunic. Daniel is giving maximum respect to this Dawnblade right now, stuffing it out entirely. But the answer is in Kevin's hand. It's Glint the Quicksilver. The punish is online here. Reprise is on, so Kevin is going to be able to draw yet another card, and this Dawnblade will get go again. The tricky bit here, though, is that Kevin has to connect before his hero ability will allow him to swing Dawnblade a second time. So not only does he have to get over the hump of the blocks, he's also got to beat the Waxing Spectre that is representing Ward 3.
Yeah, we do know that he has a blue overpower in his arsenal. Is that enough to get over?
Oh my goodness. I'm going to be tested on this one. This is the Dusk Till Dawn reaction.
I think it's just +1.
Chorus of Iron Song right here. Yeah, it's +1.
Damage can't be prevented.
Look at that. Wow, I'm kind of surprised that more Dorinthias aren't running this.
What a top deck.
This is quite a piece of tech from Kevin Markham.
So that's exactly enough. It's +1 to get over all of the block and just wiping out the ward on the board.
Which means that unless there's a defense reaction in the hand, which I do not see.
It's got Dominate. It has to be in the arsenal.
Yeah. Oh, you're right about that. And I don't think it hit last turn.
So Daniel cutting through everything, chipping 1 piece of damage. He'll still have to survive. Daniel still has 3 cards in hand, 1 card in arsenal, and only taking 1. But Kevin preserves the counters on the Dawnblade.
And he's going to be able to swing
next turn. And he can swing again. He has the resource. Okay, he does more than 1 damage.
5 dominate.
And he pulls
1 card out of the hand. 2 is going to get through. Daniel descends on down to 6. And yes, another counter goes on to Dawnblade, which means that Dawnblade at base is going to be swinging 1 resource for 6. And Kevin is a little bit, unfortunately, bricked up with the boys in terms of his arsenal. It's a blue overpower. But that is one of those cards that can end games because it's got that 4 power reprise if reprise is turned on, which is something that is really difficult for people to account for. Right now, it's Enlightened Strike for Daniel. That is the clapback. He's got a card in hand, which makes me think that this Enlightened Strike is buff power.
Yeah, 7 damage. I mean, if it grains that tip the scale could push it to 8, right? Is that the only thing that? So, I mean, it feels really face up. Like it's just, oh, you give 2 cards, right? But maybe there's that consideration. A little bit scary. It could just be the game. Does Kevin need to keep 3 cards to get over? I mean, 3 counters on the Dawnblade. You don't want to give those up either. Tough spot once again.
Very difficult. And one of the things that Dorinthea's love to do in this spot when they've got so many counters on the Dawnblade is just wait for their Tunic counter to come around. But Kevin had to throw it in front of a block, you know? One of the most powerful things Dorinthea can do is not getting another counter on the Dawnblade. It's just swinging for free with it when you've got 3 already and demanding blocks out of your opponent when they just can't afford to give them.
It looks like Kevin just wants to give 2 cards here.
And it looks like it's another Chorus of Iron Song, which also has Unity text on it. That keyword that came out with Dusk Till Dawn. So if it's defending with another card from the hand, it's also going to generate a Courage token. So that
nice.
Dawnblade is not coming in for 6, Michael. It's coming in for a break point of 7. And Grain That Tips the Scale is not the card in Daniel's hand. Whatever it is goes into the arsenal. And Kevin is sitting with 1 life point to spare. 1 play 6 and a Dawnblade that comes in for 6 on its base.
And he's pitching a red to swing. It's a Command and Conquer. I don't know if the last card is blue. If it is, it could mean that Overpower is pretty powerful in the arsenal there. It could also just be a 0-cost reaction, but whatever it is, it matters here.
Right now, it's Dawnblade for 7 and not a single defense reaction in the hand of Daniel Flavin. He does, however, have 2 Restless Coalescences, which he can sit on and deploy if Kevin is actually able to present lethal damage here. It's a scary spot, though.
Absolutely, as we see 2 cards committed. And there it is, the blue pumping. Oh, it was red Overpower.
It was red Overpower? This is absolutely massive. This thing is pumping for 6, folks.
13 damage on the chain, only 6 being committed to the blocks. Of course, we know that he's got additional ward to protect him, so it's not lethal, but he's taking all the cards from Daniel.
That's A-okay, because if your opponent is just throwing down Restless Coalescences to block 2, they're not getting that infinite value that card can represent. Oh my goodness, Kevin could be doing the impossible here. I can't believe it was a red Overpower in the arsenal, Michael.
I love these Toolbox Dorinthea lists. They've got like one of every spicy reaction, and here we see the red Overpower. We didn't even expect it. We thought surely that one's blue.
Kevin says, I can punish you 6 ways on this Sunday here at Arcane Games and Events New England. 2 Restless Coalescences come out of the hand of Daniel, and he descends on down to 3. Kevin is closing this game. He's going to have 4 cards with which to work, and a Dawnblade that comes in for 6.
3 life, 0 cards to work with, just draws back up, passes the turn. Kevin's got 4. Are those D-reacts?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
I thought I saw Shelter. I was like, no, not here, not now.
No, they're A-reacts, but they are in the blue.
Yeah, they're not great A-reacts.
They're not super great. The saving grace here is the fact that Dawnblade is coming in for a whopping 6 on its own. Looks like Hit and Run is going into the pitch and sending Dawnblade, which is curious here. So he must have a source of go again in the hand to give this Dawnblade go again at reaction speed. How terrifying is this, Michael?
Quite. As we see the blue Overpower committed.
Right now he's over by 4. Daniel reacts pretty quickly with a Shelter from the Storm. Dawnblade is currently getting stuffed out perfectly.
You don't want to lose those counters.
It's a nip at the heels to get over by 1. And a manifestation of Miragai coming out of the hand for Daniel.
Van Braces, does that do anything?
Yeah, Van Brace will...
Does it connect? Does he do damage?
I don't think so, actually, because it only takes 1 ward off of the... But that's okay. I mean, you cleared out 2 Miragais for the price of 1 in the pitch and 1 from the arsenal, and you got to draw up another 4-card hand.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about losing all those counters, but Dorinthea is so hard to block.
There are no defense reactions in the hand of Daniel Flavin. Also, I don't believe any instant speed ward generation. Yeah, it's an Enigma. They're all attacks.
This is the turn you want to see Twinning Blade. I don't know if he's got it, but it looks like a Singing Steel Blade. So he could go tutor it?
That is interesting. Yes, there is a Singing Steel Blade in the hand. There was also a Steel Blade Supremacy. So interesting that he chose not to deploy it here. Daniel is doing his first Transcending of the game, Rising Sun, Setting Moon plus Passover, which means that there are there's
only
few
6
blocking cards in this hand.
Uh-oh,
Spaghetti-O is right for our Enigma player. Kevin Markham could be sneaking through on this turn. Right now, it's 6 power on this Dawnblade, threatening Go Again if it is able to connect.
And you know that Singing has to be turned online.
Okay, so the draw from Daniel is yet another cheat card, which is unfortunate here. He was probably trying to find a block on that Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
You got to think.
But in this case, he just finds another non-block. He's going to be forced to put one of those to the bottom of the deck. And I don't know, probably block 9 on this Dawnblade.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. But the Singing, if he has Twinning Blade in this list, which I sure hope he does, that could. Oh no, but he still needs to connect.
He needs to connect in order for it to get go again. So this is exactly what we were talking about. He's going to go Singing Steel Blade. He's going to fire an Iron Song response, which is going to get over exactly by 4. That being said, Daniel only committed
Jagged Edge. That makes a lot of sense.
And the connection here, it's 3. Plenty of power that gets through, and Daniel descends on down to 0 life. Kevin, working with 1 for so long in a massive life deficit, I think almost 30 life at one point, closes this one out.
Yeah, it was a 27 life lead at one point. I cannot believe Kevin took that game.
And here he is, folks. This is your winner, not only of this game, but also the last AGE entirely, piloting this Dorinthea Ironsong deck to absolute perfection. He's sitting on a 75% win rate thanks to his performance last month. That was his first AGE event ever, and he got himself 30 AGE points from that because he was, of course, the winner overall of the event. So now he is establishing himself even further as a mainstay in this leaderboard.
Bryce, what a banger of a way to start this day out.
Are you hyped?
That was so cool. Coming in, just getting pummeled down to 13. We're like, oh man, this is so tough. No, it's not tough. Are you kidding me? I just need the tempo.
Dude, move over.
Holy.
PT London. We've got some banger games out here as well, folks.
Yeah.
Pablo Pintor, you are a fantastic player, but I don't know if you hold a candle to that Kevin Markham versus Enigma Ledger of Ancestry game right there.
Wow.
Yeah, as Michael and I reel at how amazing that game 1 was in New England, we will go to a quick break, and we will be back with round 2 of AGE New England in April after this. Don't go anywhere. There may be an unprecedented snowstorm in the east, but ladies and gentlemen, the action is red hot at AGE New England. Bryce Platt's here with Michael Murray, and we just watched one of the best games of Flesh and Blood I think I've seen go down.
That was so good. That comeback was insane.
Kevin Markham is no stranger to the comeback, and we'll see if he can continue it on throughout the rest of the day here in AGE New England. But we've got some new faces to throw on stream here. It's Julian Helgeson versus Daniel Cole. Julian is going to be piloting Aurora Shooting Star, and Daniel Cole will be the one of two Fang Blades that are in the room today. What do you like here, Michael? What do you know about Julian?
I'm learning about him just now for the first time, but 4 is greater than 3, says the Aurora player. I love that.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. And he is also a big
excuse me, he's the Fang player.
Oh, he's the Fang player. So sorry, folks. Fang versus Aurora. Julian is going to be sporting the Fang. He has not had a whole lot of luck here at AGE New England so far. He has participated in our first 2 inaugural events over there, and he's sitting at 2 AGE participation points. But that being said, this could be his day. Right now, he is sitting at X and O, and the sky is the limit for our player. Now, where are they in the world, Michael? We've talked about New England. Right, you are. But they are sitting in Great Stories, Comics, and Gaming. That was what I was trying to lead you to. But that's okay. We got there eventually. This is the sponsor of the AGE Open Series in New England. They have the owner, Christopher Mills, has been so gracious in receiving us, and all of the ground staff have been nothing but accommodating. So we have all of the thanks in the world to Great Stories, Comics, and Gaming, which is, from what I have heard, an amazing store, not only for this Arcane Games and Events, but also the local scene for trading card games in all respects.
Pick up your singles. They love it when you come. And you can all usually sell as well. It's a great place, trading hub. If you don't want to use the internet, pick it up in person.
We've got players that are just about ready at the match floor. So why don't we teleport ourselves back over to snowy New England, Michael? Here it is. Julian Helgeson versus Daniel Cole. Looks like the stage is set and the players are ready. So we can go ahead and let them know to proceed. Looks like the fist bump has been extended and we're drawn up for the first turn of the game. Let's see who decided to go first here.
Look at that. The Marvel Fang showing its teeth.
Yeah, and Julian is showing a little bit of a setup quirk. He's got both of the blades on the left side of the hero. How do you feel about that, Michael?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm always clunking around with my tokens, my vigor, my fealties, and I gotta weave the daggers in between. So I think it makes a lot of technical sense.
I really like the blades being on either side.
Me too.
Of the hero.
I can't do it like this. Yeah. It just doesn't look right.
The lead off here is a red in the pitch zone, Obsidian Firevein on the combat chain. Blocks are 2 from Daniel Cole, and a Long Whisker Loyalty pumps that dagger on up to 4. And the continuation here Looks like it's just going to be a Vigor token generated from that Grains of Blood spell, pitching, I believe, a Pledge Fealty in order to do that, which is a curious decision here. Pledge Fealty being one of those amazing accelerators for the Fang game plan, especially on turn 1.
Yeah, you got to think he probably has a lot of fealty generation in the hand if that was his decision.
Daniel very happy to be receiving 2 chip points of damage on that turn 1 because the first action here is Scar for a Scar, which is going to get go again thanks to the fact that he is at a 2-life deficit to Julian.
4 is greater than 3, but in this case, Sink Below covers it up beautifully.
Looks like no sink on the side of Julian. He's happy with everything else in the hand there. The follow-up from Daniel isn't Twine Lightning. Will we see a Fuse? Looks like no. I have to think that there is a lightning card in that hand. So a curious choice there. Shelter from the Storm coming over, and a Lightning Press will confer 3 points to Julian's life total. 38 plays 37. Little bit of a slow start for our Aurora player, honestly, but Julian is very happy to see that as a Vigor token pops at the beginning of his turn. He's floating 1 resource with which to work.
Yeah, now we get to see if he has all that fealty generation that we assumed because of the pitch from that first turn, but all we have for now is 1 damage coming through Obsidian Firevein, awaiting the reactions.
So Valiant Dynamo's not committed to the block on Aurora's first turn of the game, which is probably going to bite Julian in the bum, or in the feet, I should say, just a little bit here. It looks like it's a firm loyalty coming out on this first dagger, which is not going to generate a fealty token because this is, of course, the first Draconic Chain Link so far. Blaze Headlong is the follow-up here, so 4 into 4. Julian saying, you're not the only one that can do 4s.
That's right. As blocks considered and withdrawn.
So down to 30 is Daniel Cole. And that's the cleanup for Julian. Unfortunately, still sitting with no fealty generated 2 turns into the game, which is not the best place for Fang when he's facing down the high-octane pressure of Aurora Shooting Star. Yeah. Arc Lightning is the lead-off here. Daniel's going to see if he can punish this slow start from the Fang player. It's Arc Lightning into Skizik, so 1 Arcane Ping, and then 4 go again. It's curious that Julian has brought absolutely no Arcane Barrier into this matchup.
Yeah, Fang doesn't block Arcane very efficiently. Usually the number of blues in this deck is so low that you don't really want to bring it, but it can really cost you, especially when draw is on the table or lethal. As we see the continuation here, another Skizzix.
And that is not... It's not going to be deployed from the hand like the previous Skizik. It's going to be found with a Skyward Serenade, which is exactly what you want to see on an Arc Lightning turn because it basically just generates 1 more arcane damage from an extra source of go again. So getting 2 for the price of 1 with that amazing tutor card that has come out of the Aurora Armory deck. Right now it's 4 physical, and Julian is staring it down. Looks like he has blocked 3, taken 1, and then I would have to assume another 1 off the back of that Arc Lightning.
Yeah, another 2 cards committed. It's going to be hard for 3 cards to convert into any meaningful number of fealty tokens. So Julian just playing it slow, hoping to get that ramp up on the fealties, maybe a little bit slower than you would like, as Daniel comes 1 more 4-power attack, this time in the form of Gone in a Flash.
Right now, it's just 4 physical, no go again. There's 1 card left in Daniel's hand, but I kind of think it's destined for the arsenal. Yes, indeed. Not committing the Snapdragon Scalers there for a little bit of an extra arcane push. Julian just takes that 4 and descends down to 28. Let's see if he has found a better resource card than a red. No, it's March of Loyalty being committed to swing this Obsidian Firevein for 1. What is left in the hand here? Julian's got to make something happen. It's Scar Tissue, which is exactly the thing you need right now. It's going to confer a mark on Daniel Cole if he doesn't have the defense reaction, but
Ouch.
Sink Below is in the hand to cover that all up, and Julian still just absolutely getting stopped in his tracks trying to get his loyalty to his Emperor online.
The most disloyal Fang player I've ever seen.
And disloyalty is not rewarded quite the same as loyalty when you're talking about the Emperor from Volcor. He may be dead, but he is still vengeful, Michael.
That's right, as 4 comes in this time in the form of Ravenous Rabble, showing, I believe it was the Lightning Surge off the top.
Julian takes it right on the chin, down to 24. I'm sorry, excuse me, down to 20.
Hey, we got another
totals
peak.
Weren't quite updated yet. And yeah,
Lightning
Daniel
Surge
is
once again.
A-OK to reveal that Lightning Surge over and over again, saying 4-4-4. It's 2 Ravenous Rabbles plus a second strike. Finally, the first block from Valiant Dynamos is found for Julian Helgeson. with a blue no less. So he is running them. He just hasn't been able to find them.
And we see the first reach for the equipment here. You got to cover up that snatch. Do not want to let Daniel draw a card here as he cleans it up. Another just really efficient turn. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Julian's got to do something.
And usually one of the scariest things that an Aurora can say at the end of that chain of 4, 4, 4, 4 is snatch. But the nice thing about the equipment suite from Fang is that you can kind of just wait and bide your time and throw Grains of the Bloodspill and Braveforge Bracers into that first snatch that you see.
Julian finally showing a blue where he can swing both daggers for the price of one card pitched.
Tooth of the Dragon gives that Obsidian Firevein go again and +1. Looks like he is triggering Grains of Bloodspill here, going to generate a Vigor token for next turn, which is an equipment I absolutely love in Fang. The follow-up is Obsidian Firevein yet again, this one for 4, thanks to the back-end buff from Tooth of the Dragon. He's got a card in hand and a card in arsenal. Is he finally going to be able to get a fealty token on this board?
For his sake, I sure hope so. Daniel tanking a little bit on blocks, not something Auroras do very often.
Oh my goodness, and it's just another activation of Grains of Bloodspill. So 2 Vigor tokens for next turn for Julian. Unfortunately, not able to deploy that Blade Flurry on offense. Instead, it simply goes to the pitch zone. 20 plays 24 in the favor of Daniel on Aurora, and he's lining up an attack.
Yeah, I mean, 2 Vigors is kind of like being online for a turn, but it looks like he may not get there this game.
And here's the potential punish shown on the top of the deck for Daniel Cole, of course, in reference to the no AB suite for Julian Helgeson. It's 4 go again from the Ravenous Rabble, showing a Sigil of Suffering on top of the deck. Will he be able to find the Channel Lightning Valley, the first that he would have seen in this game during the next turn when Julian is swinging?
Yeah, that's such a good pairing with that defense reaction, the ability to block 4 and draw a card. Ugh.
Julian says no blocks here, descends on down to 16, and Twine Lightning is the follow-up, this time fused with the Lightning Surge that we saw on top of the deck last turn. 4 go again, once again. Julian says, no blocks, good man. Descend on down to 12, and Lightning Surge finishes it up. Makes you wonder what he's going to be pocketing for next turn.
Yeah, Julian thinking he's got a pretty solid game plan of 5 cards, so decides to block with none of them, just committing the Valiant Dynamos, going down to 9.
Okay, and because Valiant Dynamos has been blocked with, you'd better believe that we're going to see 2 dagger swings on this turn. 2 Vigor tokens pop for Julian. He's got a massive life deficit to overcome. 9 plays 24 in the favor of our Aurora player. It's Savor Bloodshed out of Julian's hand. He's going to have to find a way to mark his opponent, though, in order to get the full value of this card.
Yeah. Got to think that's what his whole game plan is here. Just do some... that's really nice. Being able to play the red out Blaze Headlong will make it so that at least his first dagger attack is his second Draconic Link this turn, which is very meaningful in Fang as it turns on all of those important reactions.
The 4 damage from the Blaze Headlong connects with Daniel Cole, and then this Obsidian Firevein is following up for 5. So that maybe makes me think that there's a Searing Gaze in the hand, and he's going to be able to threaten the draw on Savor Bloodshed on the next chain link. But this arsenal has just been rotting for Julian Helgeson. I wonder what it is.
Yeah, I can't say, as we see now the...
Fire and Brimstone, baby. This turn is going to go wide, Michael.
Yeah, but does he have the resources? Like, he's not online. This card just loses so much of its value if you can't swing those daggers for free. So... see what comes up next, but right now it's just another dagger for 2 with 2 cards left in hand.
That does mean, however, that if he's able to mark Daniel, then he's going to be able to make use of whatever card he draws off of Savor Bloodshed. So this turn could get out of control. Daniel pushes the Dyadic Carapace in front, and Julian has the punish. It's Searing Gaze, which means that this dagger is now 5 and going to confer a mark on hit. Daniel seems to have found the defense reaction, which Julian should have known about from the reveal of Ravenous Rabble. Unfortunately, it's Sigil of Suffering, going to confer 1 arcane damage and no mark.
Yeah, and no resources left to swing any more daggers.
Obsidian Firevein swings for 2, and it's covered up by a grasp of the Archnne. Julian is still sitting there with that arsenal. Just, I wonder what it is. I wonder what it could possibly be.
Yeah. Daniel with 4 cards to work with this turn, looking down the barrel. Julian, 8 life left.
These players are going at absolute Mach speed here. Only not even 10 minutes, 15 minutes into the round, and we're already below 10 life here. It's burn up shock for Daniel Cole, which is exactly what he wants to see here. Is probably going to force a lot of blocks out of Julian here. The good thing for Julian is that he doesn't have any fealty to protect, so he could just give all of this everything in the hand.
Yeah, and I see a lightning press, I think, in Daniel's hand. So Julian's got to see this coming, or he will take another 4 unpreventable in the form of Arcane, thanks to his lack of Arcane Barrier.
4 right now, no go again because this was played from the hand. The Snapdragon Scalers are at the ready, though, and Julian is only blocking 5. He is sinking a card from Crown of Providence. Doesn't look like he found the defense reaction here, which means that Daniel is just going to go ahead and push it on down the line. Snatch is the next attack here after getting his action point back from that lightning surge. 4 is on the combat chain.
And I like this, saving the reaction for the Snatch as he thinks he can push it over. And
lightning surge.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a that all you got. That is at the ready to stuff the lightning press, which is amazing for Julian because he really, really needed to block that lightning press just to stay alive.
Right you are, is now Julian sitting with 1 card in arsenal, 1 card in hand. Can he do anything meaningful with it? Just pitch and swing.
Yeah, Obsidian Firevein for 1 is just not a very threatening thing against an Aurora. So taking 1 is Daniel Cole, and we're passing back over to Aurora, who has got 4 cards and something to say about it. 12 plays 7 here in round 2 of the AGE New England April Open. Flittering Charge is the first attack.
And no counter on the boots means if Julian wants to commit the full 4 on this, he'll have to use one of his other pieces of equipment. The thing I'm most afraid of here, Channel Lightning Valley.
Could get out of hand very quickly. Julian having a think here. There are some 3 blocks in the hand. I think it's the first Oath of Loyalty that we've seen. Yeah, Oath of Loyalty comes down onto the combat chain, blocking 3 on 4. Does Daniel have anything to say about it? It's Channel Lightning Valley, the card foreboded by my co-caster, which means that this Flittering Charge is going to get go again because Channel Lightning Valley is, of course, an instant. But Julian has an answer. It was that all you got that has been sitting in that arsenal for a very long time, which is normally a very astute choice against Aurora Shooting Star. But Daniel just simply has not swung a single Starfall all game.
And sending 4 without go again here, Snapdragon's already off the battlefield. You got to think he's kind of showing maybe a reaction in hand as Julian respects it, giving 2 cards.
Curious. Oh, and it is Channel Lightning Valley that goes to the pitch just to keep the original Channel Lightning Valley, the one resolved, on the board. 1 flow counter conferred there as Daniel puts a lightning card on the bottom of his deck, creates an embodiment of lightning token, and Julian, for all of that, just has 4 to say in response.
4 go again. No cards in hand, so this will be it. But yeah, still no fealties. Looks like Fang is just not going to get that part of his game plan online this game.
And you can still kind of play the value game from this position, but it is much less enticing of a value proposition, of course, especially when Aurora is just so good at presenting split damage, and you've brought no AB to basically brought a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah, no, this feels like if Daniel wanted to just slow things down and start making rune chants, that would be one way. Maybe get a little more life out first, but yeah, looking rough for the side of Julian, looking pretty great for the side of Daniel.
Embodiment of Lightning, possibly going to get eaten up.
Oh, and an Arc Lightning means just... Oh, and a double Arc Lightning means he's going to be drawing here as Julian goes down to... what? Oh.
This is going to be curtains for
That's
Julian,
a lot of Arcane.
because there's a lot of Arcane. If there's one more source of go again, which we know he has, thanks to Arc Lightning.
Look at that.
It's going to be over. Electromagnetic Somersault is going to bounce that Snatch back into the hand. A Sink Blow blocks up the physical damage. Snatch comes in again, thanks to the go again conferred by Arc Lightning and that Embodiment of Lightning token. Right now, it doesn't have go again. Can Julian stuff this and survive at 1?
Okay, that's got to be it.
Yeah, Daniel is rethinking this because he can instead just pitch
there it is.
the red card to swing Starfall, get go again, send more unpreventable arcane damage. Julian extends the fist bump, and that is going to be that, folks. If there's one thing you should learn from this, it's that maybe Arcane Barrier is a good choice into Aurora.
Yeah, that happened really quick. So there was one Arcane from the first, 2 Arcane from the second because they paired together, then another Arcane ping plus a go again. So that's 3 Arcane from the Burn Up Shock. Then we had 1 Arcane from the Snatch, and all of that took him from 7 down to 1, and then there was the Shelter. It looked like he was going to stay alive, and then the final go again in the form of that Starfall. 3 more Arcane. Nothing you can do about that. Game over. Wow.
And that is curtains for our Drakai of Blades. Michael, I don't remember seeing a Fang game in Classic Constructed in my tenure where not a single fealty token was generated.
Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, I was thinking, I don't know about pitching that pledge fealty, but at the end of the day, if that was his only source of fealty anyway, I don't know how much it would have helped him. So maybe it was good that he pitched it. I will say, though, there was one turn where he could have used that as the red card to then blaze headlong to then get his second fealty. So he could have had 2. I don't know that I saw the third.
Yeah. It is a tough thing when the cards don't align for you as the Drakai of Blades, as our Royal Warrior, especially when you are facing down just relentless pressure from Aurora Shooting Star. And that is a deck that you have got to have a game plan into if you are going to bring it to any tournament whatsoever.
Yeah, personally, I always bring Arcane Barrier into it. I don't know that it's correct, but I just don't feel comfortable without the agency. I need to feel like at least I can survive if they happen to do the Arcane thing when I'm at low life. I can't.
Well, it's a small sample size, but if you're going to use this game as any indication, I think that might be the right choice.
Yeah, could be.
Okay, folks, what is on the line for all of these players today? This is the prizing breakdown for every single one of the AGE Opens that we put on all year long, both in Los Angeles and New England. The winner will take home $400. Second place, $200, third through fourth, $100, and fifth through eighth, $50. So the cash only goes to the top 8 cut, and that all adds up to $1,000 USD for every single one of these opens that we put on month by month. Now, that doesn't mean it's the only thing on offer. AGE Open points are also there for the taking, and that goes to anybody that shows up in the room. Participation will be 1 point, and then it'll go all the way up the chain to the top 8. You definitely want to be in those top 8 seats if you want to be qualifying for this, the AGE Open Series New England Players Championship. And these are the players that are at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. 1st through 16 are all going to qualify for an invite-only tournament at the end of the 8 Opens throughout the year. So if your name is on this list after we complete our season, you get an invite to the Players Championship and you get to compete for bragging rights and also a double of the prize pool. $2,000 USD are on the line there. Also a gold cold foil and a PTI courtesy of our friends at Legend Story Studios. How about them apples, Michael?
That's great. Love it. Compete, get what you want, win it all.
One more thanks to our sponsor at Great Stories Comics and Gaming, where all of our players that you see on screen are participating at this very moment. They're in Massachusetts, a beautiful city, snowy, and gorgeous nonetheless. Okay, folks, we've got another event lined up for you. If you like what you're seeing here, if you've played with us before, go ahead and join us on May 25th. If you haven't played with us before, we'd also love to see you. And it's important to mention that we've got new players coming out of the woodwork every single month. Kevin Markham, in his own right, the powerful Dorinthea player that you saw in round 1, was a first-timer just last month, and he took the whole dang thing down. So get on out to Great Stories Comics and Gaming on May 25th and try your hand at the top spot at AGE.
Yeah. One thing I like to point out to people is you only need a couple wins to secure the Players' Championship, and you don't need to gun for the Players' Championship either. It is so fun to just show up and play a nice competitive flesh and blood environment with a little bit of stakes, a little bit of prizing, and man, if you can clinch that top 8, it feels so good.
There's one thing I always say is the value proposition of AGE. It's that if you want to get good and you want to get good fast in your region, AGE is the way to do it. I mean, Case in point, Colin the Boy Wonder Erickson on Kasai of the Golden Sand, a hero that he won't put down even if we pry it from his cold, dead fingers, is an amazing player in his own right because he was sitting across from Charles Dunn, Chris Aioli, month after month. And if you want to up your game in the game of Flesh and Blood, this is the place to do it.
Yeah, getting in those reps against some of the greatest, and it's all local. It's great.
Folks, we've got yet another round of Flesh and Blood action coming up in a bit of a longer break because, as you saw on your very screen, that match went faster than the speed of smell, at the very least. Faster than the speed of light was what I was reaching for. So it'll be a bit of a longer break as we reset things and choose a feature match for you, and then we'll be back with more AGE New England, more Michael Murray, and more Flesh and Blood after this. Aurora goes lightning fast, not only in damage, but also in match time. We saw that last match finish in record time, I would say.
It's like 15 minutes.
I think even before the 15-minute buzzer.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for our Fang Drakai of Blades lovers, myself and my co-caster included. We're both Fang enjoyers. I'm unfortunately not able to take down the top meta contender in Aurora Shooting Star. In this case, for our next match, we've got something very different planned for you. But before we go over that, let's talk about what we've got coming up in the future, Michael. Arcane Games and Events does not just support the East Coast, which is a weird sentence to say, because we started in the West Coast, and we are physically sitting in the West Coast in sunny Los Angeles at the moment, which means that we have got more AGE Opens coming up next month, May 24th at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California, a store that has been absolutely amazing to us.
Oh, yeah.
A point of contact there and an excellent player in his own right, Tyler Horspool, has made AGE happen this year, so we're very thankful to them. And we're so excited to be back. That one will be streamed. And that's not all, folks. Arcane Games and Events will stay in New England next month. The very next day after the AGE LA Open in May will be AGE NE in May. 25th of May, Sunday, right where the players are sitting at Great Stories Comics and Gaming in Whitensville, Massachusetts. We'll be back. We will not be streaming this event because we won't be able to ship these cameras out in one day flat. So it'll just be the players in the store competing for cash and glory. But nonetheless, the action will be high octane and very awesome.
That's right. And pick up your tickets too at www.age.events for both of those if you're on the East Coast or the West Coast. Don't miss out.
The W's are spilling out of my co-caster's mouth. And the tale of the next match will be no different. It'll be kind of a mid-range battle between Arachnne Slip Through the Cracks and Casai of the Golden Sands. One of our two players has submitted a player profile for us. That's Qing Wong Q from the Wolfpack in New England, a team that continues to trudge along despite the fact that they've lost a few of their mainstay members. I know Michael Hamilton has converted over to the Value Vampires, along with Brody Spurlock and a couple others. But Quinn is here. He's got a 63% win rate here at AGE. He's secured one top 8, and he's sitting at 20 AGE points. Last month was his first ever AGE event, and he's doing A-okay, Michael.
Oh, yeah, 63%. That's a great number. And 20 points to sit on as you're coming here in 2-0, coming into round 3. Looking good for Qing Wong Q.
I absolutely love the quote he put here. It is possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That is not a weakness. That is life.
That's
great.
That
is, of course, from Picard. I think that is very pointedly a good way to live in TCGs and in life in general. So a little bit of wisdom coming out of Quinn. Let's see if he's going to be able to put the hurt on his opponent, though. Shall we descend on down to the match floor, Michael?
Let's do it.
Hit the button, Justin. Let's get on down there. It's Kachchan on Arachnne Slip Through the Cracks versus Qing Wong Q on Casai of the Golden Sand. This is a matchup that not many people, I would think, have seen because Casai has not really had a day in the sun since the advent of the Hunted. Who do you give the edge to here, Michael?
You know, I have to give it to Qing Wong Q. I think the defense reactions that Warriors present can be quite the hill to climb for Assassins. That being said, I think Arachnne Slip Through the Cracks is one of the more aggressive assassins, almost modeling this kind of Dorinthea style, like every attack could be some kind of twinning blade thing. You never know where to commit. So if you don't have the reactions on that turn, the defense reactions, that is, sometimes you can just get slammed with something that you don't have a lot of agency against.
Qing Wong Q starting off with a yellow Outland Skirmish, which is very interesting here. I know Colin over at the AGE Pro team is even starting to cut some of the reds out of his list. So it's curious that Quinn is deploying a yellow here. This, however, is going to get +2 to that first Centauri Saber and confer a gold token if it is able to hit. An attack is blocked with here, which means that Centauri Saber gets that buff power by 1. It's 2 Glint the Quicksilvers out of Qing Wong Q, so he's going to draw 2 cards. Going to try to find some way to get some extra damage here on this turn. Also, a run-through, which means 3 sources of Go Again committed to 1 Saber here, and then this Centauri Saber is going to follow up for 4. Trying to get a little bit of copper generation early on in this game. So far, Kachchan, throws 2 cards in front of each of these sabers, and Quinn is not going to be able to get over the top. So it's just Arsenal pass over to Kachchan for his first turn of the game.
One nice thing, though, about that yellow is that there are now 2 sitting in the graveyard of Quinn Wong-Q, which means that Kasai of the Golden Sands hero ability is halfway to being online. Now he just needs to put some reds in there. So that's the nice thing about the yellows in this deck. Despite being 1 less power, they do have that other value in the form of the hero ability.
A lot of commitment there on turn 1 from Quinn, trying to establish his first penny with which to use his most powerful card in the deck, Blood on Her Hands. Ka is coming back swinging with a Hunter's Clave of his own. It's daggers versus swords here, Michael, and Ka has some interesting bit of tech in his head slot and also his footstops slot. Snapdragon Scalers and Mask of Perdition. The value proposition of these 2 reaction equipment pieces are, of course, turning on Bonds of Agony when you most need to.
As we see Infect coming down, just a simple 3 block in front of that. Let's see if Ka has a reaction.
Looks like it's just another Hunter's Clave coming through. Quinn is already marked, so I would have to imagine that he's going to be happy to receive this 1 damage here. Curious, a Orbweaver Spinneret is going into the pitch zone for Ka. Makes me wonder what that last card in hand is. Could it be yet another Trixie marked enabled attack, or is it destined for the Arsenal?
Yeah, it looks like Ka just really trying to clear up that dagger slot for the Orbweaver Spinneret for next turn.
Okay, yeah. Arsenaling and passing is Kachchan. Quinn Wong-Q is marked, but he's got a lot of cards and a lot to say. It's 38 plays 38 when, of course, Arachnne slipped through the cracks, is starting at a 2-life deficit just because it's written on his hero power. A yellow goes into the pitch for Quinn. Centauri Saber out onto the combat chain. 2 at the moment, no go again. A curious choice from Quinn. He is not sporting a hot streak, which is normally what we see in the second saber slot. In this case, he says, I don't need to cheat out any sources of go again by you blocking with an attack action card. Instead, I'm just going to go for those extra buffs whenever I can get them.
While Quinn's in the tank, I just want to question the board state. Didn't Ka flick his dagger?
He did not flick his dagger.
Okay.
He pitched an Orbweaver Spinneret in order to send the second dagger.
Got it. Thank you for
4
clearing
total
that up.
were in the pitch. In this case, a That All You Got developed into the arsenal by Kachchan on the last turn comes out to play, but Quinn has the answer in Blade Flurry, going to push that Centauri Saber up a little bit too high for Ka to get that draw clause on the That All You Got. But Ka, I think, is pretty happy to see that when Blade Flurry is used without go again, so not max value generated by that card, and Ka has a good response here. It is Mark of the Black Widow in the blue, coming in for 1 go again, threatening Quinn, threatening the hand of Quinn, and tempting him to throw those Valiant Dynamos out in front of it, but you have to imagine that there's something else in the hand.
Yeah, those blue 1-power attacks, they look so innocent until the fabled reaction comes in. We'll see if Kachchan is sitting on it just a nick.
It's in our card reader, but is it in the hand of Kachchan? This is the power of Slippy, though. You can feint this way and that and leave your opponent guessing as to what is coming their way.
Quinn hedging that he doesn't have it. At least he would need 2 defense reactions to fully cover it up, and it's just a Razor's Edge.
Not a nick, a Razor's Edge instead, which means this Mark of the Black Widow is up to 4. And usually, Kasai's are able to hold back defense reactions for cases just like this. But in this case, Quinn descends on down to 35, is going to be forced to lose one of those precious cards in hand. That being said, he is no longer marked, so maybe he's a little bit less afraid of what's to come. It's a red slice and dice that goes into the banish to pay for the on-hit of Mark of the Black Widow, which Ka has got to be happy to see. Slice and dice, one of those massive value generators for Kasai the Golden Sand. The follow-up is another really good card, Art of Desire Body, threatening a banish off the top of the deck, and if it's red, life gain for Slippy, which it is indeed red, life gain and a card drawn for Slippy. In this case, ending with 2 cards in hand, though, so a bit of an IP penalty.
Yeah, no go again on that last attack means, just as you said, Ka has to, at least he gets the choice in Arsenal.
So the Mask of Perdition choice is also incredibly good in any matchups where you are working with Art of Desire Body, because if you can get an extra, if Art of Desire Body has Go Again and you're able to get an extra hit on it off the top of the deck, then you are just card rich, my friend, and you can go this way and that with the rest of your turn. It's a draw swords out of the hand of Qin Wang Q, which is interesting. It's kind of been considered draft chaff from heavy hitters. In this case, Quinn says it is good enough to run here. He's also pitching a blue snag, which could have been deployed on the last turn to cover up all the damage on that Mark of the Black Widow.
Yeah, that's an interesting read there. I wonder, he must have just valued keeping the blue, making sure he had the resources for the turn. Giving up your 1 blue to stop 3 damage is maybe not what he wants to be doing.
So a card drawn from Draw Swords, and also a Kasai activation here. So that Draw Swords goes immediately to the Banish Zone along with another red and 2 yellows, which means that this Centauri Saber is coming in for a big bad 8 Go Again thanks to Unsheathed. And we see 4 block coming out of the hand of Kachchan. Let's see if he has the reaction to shore up a little bit more. No, indeed. So that means 5 is going to get through because one of those cards blocked was, of course, an attack action card.
And there it is, the gold created thanks to that hero ability. Really scary when Kasai gets a lot of gold on the board, not only because it can reduce the cost of those Centauri Sabers to 0 when a card is drawn, but it also has the added benefit of creating a bunch of soldiers at the end of the game once you've got that gold to pay for them. So you got to be careful with letting those through, as Kachchan can't let Kasai get too much gold.
That is definitely the long game power card for Kasai of the Golden Sand. The short game power card we already alluded to, of course, was Blood on Our Hands. That one requires pennies in the form of copper. The Raisin Army requires big dollar bills in the form of gold tokens. In this case, heading out of the gate with some pain is Kachchan. Kiss of Death connects with Qin Wang Q, descends him down to 28. The follow-up is Leave No Witnesses, not only threatening banishing of the arsenal, but also the Flick Knives trigger on that Kiss of Death, which you better believe is going to be coming Quinn's way and dealing 2 more damage.
Yeah, and man, these players are just exchanging blows. I expected a lot more defense out of the Kasai player. It could be that they're not drawing their defense reactions. It could be that they didn't bring them into this matchup. So we'll have to wait until later in the game to kind of see how this deck draws out. But currently, Quinn seems to be happy to just take a ton of damage, now using his Crown of Providence to sidestep the on-hit ability of that Leave No Witness, taking 1.
And taking a little bit more in terms of deck damage could be Qin Wang Q. Yeah, Ka throws out the Mask of Perdition and the Snapdragon Scalers onto this combat chain, not saving it for a Bonds of Agony, instead saying, I want to go wide on this turn right here, right now. The added benefit, of course, of that Mask of Perdition could be that if those 2 cards off the top banished are red, then he's going to be able to buy back that mask on the next turn. But no, it's only 1 red off the top.
But we do see the Shelter from the Storm getting ripped and banished. That's a big hit for Ka. He does not want to see defense reactions in the hand of Quinn, so getting that is very powerful.
He is still contracted to banish red cards from his opponent as well. So depending on what is left in the arsenal after this Hunter's Clave, he could still get more silver on this turn.
Yeah, and the lack of contract cards in this list, I don't know the list, but I do know that he's leaning into the Mark version of Slippy. So it could be hard for him to generate that second silver if he doesn't do a banish. And here's why he did that. Codex of Frailty coming out, and you know he's going to go and grab that Leave No Witnesses and say, oh, that was cute. You sidestepped the first one. Well, let's do it again.
Here comes Leave No Witnesses again. No longer threatening an arsenal because Crown of Providence was blocked with by Quinn earlier on this turn. In this case, however, it is going to banish yet another card off the top. Quinn throws 1 Blade Runner in front of it. It is not red, however, so that Mask of Perdition is not going to be coming back anytime soon.
Bit of a miss there for Ka, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's a curious choice, especially when you know that Kasai, just because of her hero ability and the way it works, has to run a lot of yellows and blues in order to be able to swing those sabers and also to be able to activate Kasai of the Golden Sand, generating gold tokens. You have to imagine that if the value proposition of that entire turn, the way it was sequenced, was just to get silver, to get Mask of Perdition back, it might bite Ka in the bum a little bit later down the line.
It could, but here we see Quinn starting the turn out, popping a gold, so kind of removing some of that possible win condition in the form of soldiers to give his swords free attack. And we see now that he's playing the Blade Runner on top of this, as it gets blocked out completely by a shred. So coming in now with the second Centauri Saber for 3. 2 cards in hand, and we did see a defense reaction pulled, so that this won't be a lot of damage on the front end, but Quinn will finally have one of those defense reactions to play around some of the offensive power.
In the swing is Quinn Wong Q. This Centauri Saber is up to a big bad 7, being only blocked by 3. So a copper token, or no copper token generated, because Outland Skirmish only gives it to the attack that is buffed by Outland Skirmish. So still penniless is Quinn Wong Q. And he's also popped his gold token, so no coins whatsoever proceeding on into the rest of this game. 23 plays 27 as the pass back happens over to our assassin player.
And this is the moment Quinn has to stuff the turn efficiently with that Shelter in the Storm sitting cleanly in the arsenal. Kachchan, only 3 cards to work with, 1 in arsenal, 2 in hand. See how he starts things out. Mark being cleared up as well.
It's a Bonds of Agony, and this is the case where unless Ka has found himself enough attack reactions in the hand, he might be kicking himself for using that Mask of Perdition and the Snapdragon Scalers so early. In this case, Quinn is throwing immediately the Valiant Dynamos onto the combat chain and probably tanking about some extra blocks.
Yeah.
But no, it's
just a simple Hunter's Clay follow-up.
Ka follows up. He says Valiant Dynamos are A-OK. Quinn has the perfect answer to that Hunter's Clave. It's that all you got, which means that this dagger, unless Ka is able to pump it up, Quinn is going to have another card with which to work next
And that
turn.
was a big fat stuff. Quinn essentially committing 0 cards to defense and taking no damage. Now he has 5 cards to work with on the backswing.
He does find a Command and Conquer, which is an A-OK follow-up here. Even though he has given Quinn an extra card with which to work, this is still demanding 2 cards out of the hand if Quinn really needs that arsenal.
That is exactly what you want to see when they are sitting on a defense reaction in arsenal. So now it says to Quinn, you need to commit 2 of your offensive cards. And since we know it's a defense reaction, it takes it from a 4-card hand down to a 2-card hand. So really nice for Ka to have that Codex of Frailty to turn that around for a turn that looked really, really soft.
Yeah, Shelter from the Storm is sitting rotting, if you will, in the arsenal of Quinn Wong Q. And I believe there's also another Shelter in the hand, if I saw correctly, Michael. It could be really devastating for our Casai player right now. Might have to take their foot off the gas for a moment.
Yeah, that was a huge turn to get that Codex.
Braveforge Bracers is flirting with this block. Back to the equipment zone, though. Quinn has got a difficult decision to make here.
You know, Ka's got to be feeling good about the way Quinn is tanking on this block. You just love sniping a hand filled with defense reactions with that Command and Conquer. There it is. Quinn committing 6. Cleaning it up. Now let's see what he has to work with. He should only have 1 card, really, to play.
He's thumbing that Centauri Saber, though, exactly what Kasai wants to do, but these frailty tokens have really been rough. It's an Eye of Ophidia, which is proxied here, going into the pitch zone. An interesting inclusion for Kasai. I think it might be kind of heads up, though, because Kasai does do a lot of card drawing in her own right. There's often times where a gold token pop is like what you're hedging the entirety of your turn on. And if you can pitch an Eye of Ophidia when you do exactly that, it can really turn the tide.
Yeah, and 1 damage and a Vigor off of 3 cards. Really slow turn for Quinn. Ka now has 5 cards to work with. And it starts things off with a Savor Bloodshed. Terrifying card if they're marked. But of course, Ka can mark in the reaction step in the form of that Flick Knife. So this is really, really scary for Quinn. And he needs to make sure to block this correctly if he wants to prevent that draw.
There are plenty of warriors that like this card. Really only one. It's really just Fang that likes Savor Bloodshed. But Slippy kind of just does it better, ultimately. I think the cost for assassins is that they usually have to pitch into these daggers in order to swing them at all. Committing an entire card for 1 damage is less than stellar, but the benefit you get from your equipment suite is the fact that you can simply just huck one of those daggers in the reaction step and force the defense reaction out of your opponent. But Quinn really heads up for blocking out that Command and Conquer, because Shelter from the Storm is going to prevent the card draw on this Savor Bloodshed.
Yeah, really, despite that brick, he's got a brick wall now in the form of this Shelter from the Storm, so it's going to be hard for Ka to connect despite having so much breathing room.
Now, this Art of Desire body has got Go Again, another instance in which a Mask of Perdition might be super helpful here, but it's not going to be able to be deployed because there are plenty of silver at the ready. Right now, it's Razor's Edge pumping it up to 6. Quinn only seems to have a Shelter from the Storm, so 2 damage. Descending on down to 20 is Casai, and not drawing a car is Kachchan.
Quinn just dodging all of these banishes.
Lucky for him there, because Ka might have been able to make use of that card because he did have Go Again on that Art of Desire body. I think that is a telltale sign for Quinn about what may be in the arsenal, potentially another reaction, or maybe another stealth card that he simply didn't want to play out there, maybe because Quinn deployed a defense reaction from arsenal. Maybe it's another Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, as Quinn starts to turn off activating that hero ability, trying to get some more gold to work with, and using the Vigor token to swing the Centauri Saber. So 2 damage coming through, I believe 3 cards in hand. Ka now being asked the question, how would you like to defend? The answer is I don't, and he takes 2 with the Blade Runner on the combat chain, pumping the next Centauri Saber up by 2. See if Ka has any reactions. And the perfect 1. That all you got. No card committed officially on this block as he prevents all of the damage.
And no other reactions for Quinn Wong Q. And he also has to close the combat chain here in order to play out his hand. Outland Skirmish will allow Ka to draw a card off of that all you got. So Quinn very punished here with the same exact card that he was able to do a little hurt on Ka the last turn.
And while there's a break point here, 7 damage, it's completely heads up. So Ka now has to make a decision. Do you want to allow the gold and the copper to come through? Or is it better for you to keep your cards and have some tempo?
Quinn has not seen his best copper generating card all game thus far in Spoils of War. The reason that one is amazing in Casai is because it reads any weapon that connects for this turn will generate 2 copper. In this case, he's just been able to throw an Outland Skirmish here, an Outland Skirmish there, most of which have been stuffed by Ka on the blocks with timely reactions and heads up equipment. In this case, Quinn is trying to get his first penny with which to fuel a Blood on her hands. Looks like he's going to get it too, Michael. 7 damage comes across. Ka descends on down to 19, and Quinn will also get a Vigor token for his troubles.
Yeah, not only does he get a couple pennies and other tokens, but he gets the first life lead of the game now, 19 on 20, as Ka keeps his entire hand saying, I think I can swing back something that's even more valuable.
And speaking of value, Art of Desire Body, the last one in Ka's deck, comes down as the first attack on this combat chain. 3 Go Again, threatening a banish off the top. And if it's red, card drawn and life gained for Ka.
You know it's got to hit one of these days.
It's got to hit. But only if Quinn allows it. And if there's one thing that Warriors can do well, it's defend.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he drew any defense reactions this turn, so any defending he's doing, it needs to be face up. So he'll have to predict any kind of reactions, and sometimes when you're in that seat, you decide it's just not worth trying to overblock.
The options are somewhat limited for Ka because he doesn't have that Fiendel Spring Tunic online. And yes, he would have loved to deploy that spike with Blood Rot with the Tunic counter, but instead he's got to pitch another one in order to get it over the top. Quinn's staring at a hand of no D-reacts. He's probably going to just have to accept it. Oh, it's a snag out of the hand. He's got the exact answer when he needs it. So forget about 0 for 3 defense reactions. He's got a 0 for 3 instant defense reaction. Oh, but the answer from Ka, it's Tarantula Toxin, which he says, I don't need to buff power anymore, Michael. I just need to reduce defense. So that Outland Skirmish that is on the combat chain is not going to block at all. And a Blood Rot and also an on-hit from the Art of Desire Body is going to go through.
Another yellow.
Seduce Secrets, mind you.
Wow.
Coming off the top of the deck for Quinn Wong Q, unfortunately not giving a card draw or a life gain to Ka. So after all of that crazy back and forth reaction speed, flesh and blood we saw, only 2 damage gets through to the face of Quinn.
Yeah, 3 total actually because of the base power of 3, but 17 now to 19, and a 3-card hand that Quinn is working with means we've got this really mid-range game going on as each player is defending their life total with what they can.
A Bloodrot Pox token has been conferred on the side of Quinn 1Q. He is diseased at this point, but he's activating Casai of the Golden Sands, seeing if he can generate yet another gold token this turn.
And it looks like he popped one. I'm not seeing it on the board.
No, he did pop it, so the Centauri Saber is free. And hit and run, showing its stripes just as a go against source. Ideally, in a best case scenario, you're playing this card after you've already swung with a weapon, because then you get both paragraphs of text. In this case, it's just going to give go again to the Centauri Saber. Looks like 2 damage comes across to Ka. Life totals are at parity here. 17 plays 17 as Quinn establishes yet another Vigor token and a gold token for his trouble. And he's swinging a Centauri Saber yet again.
And Ka just demonstrating he doesn't really care that much about the gold, not too afraid of it. And Quinn showing that he's willing to pop the gold pretty much immediately, so the Raise an Army doesn't appear to be the game plan here.
Life totals disrupted and then reaching parity once again as Quinn takes 2 damage from that Bloodrot Pox token. 15 plays 15, and it's back over to Slippy, who has got a fully online Fiendel Spring Tunic. Let's see if he found that last copy of Spike with Bloodrot to really punish his opponent.
Yeah, 15, like you said.
One of the interesting things I want to mention here, Michael, is that normally, one of the greatest things about Warrior is those boots, Valiant Dynamo. Anytime you can dual wield and be swinging time and time again, you just get so much value off of being able to block 1 for free every single turn. In this case, because Slippy doesn't really come in at awkward breakpoints, it's all in the reaction step, Quinn has not blocked with these Valiant Dynamos for the last 2-3 turns, despite the fact that he could be resetting them.
Yeah, and here we see that all you got, the super efficient block into the dagger with the follow-up of Double Trouble Blue, which looks, once again, very innocuous. But if Ka has that just a nick and another reaction, this could be for a powerful 8 damage just off of those 2 cards, and whatever the second reaction confers. Could be the Flick Knives, it could be another reaction in hand, because there are 3 cards sitting there on the side of Kachchan.
Double Trouble, another one of those really cool blue attack reactions at Slippy's disposal, because it can potentially force an overcommitment from your opponent. In this case, it's kind of an undercommitment from Quinn 1Q, because yes, it is another Spike with Bloodrot that comes out of the arsenal onto Quinn. So, and looks like also a Flick Knives, if I'm not mistaken, which is why he would be marked. I'm curious why he chose to flick there.
It's the second reaction.
Oh,
so
of course.
It's giving +2 to the Double Trouble. You need 2 for Double Trouble.
Yeah. I almost wonder if going knifeless here is a winning strategy, though, especially because now you won't be able to turn on your more powerful mark effects like Mark of the Black Widow in the future.
Yeah. And it looks like Ka is just swinging for the fences with the Infect here, followed up with a Tarantula Toxin. Ouch.
Quinn is getting punished right and left, folks. This 3 damage from the Infect is going to connect, which means that there are 2 Bloodrot Pox tokens on the side of Quinn 1Q and only currently 6 life points to spare. That is hefty right there. He's going to be able to draw a card off of that all you got, though, and see if he can put something together on his next turn. I almost wonder if he needs to pitch into one of these Bloodrot Pox tokens. Otherwise, he's just getting in the danger zone.
Yeah, absolutely. But as Ka just had 5 cards to work with, Quinn has 4. So Ka will need to likely defend a little bit as we see the tempo swing back and forth. What a close game we have on our hands.
Looks like we might have a judge call here, folks, perhaps in relation to the that all you got. I'm not sure what else could need clarification.
I think
here.
what they're talking about is the Flick Knives. So if the dagger is off the chain, does that all you got still get to resolve the ability?
Interesting.
And I don't know the answer to that question. So we will wait for the judge to resolve this. And if we see Quinn draw the card, we will know the answer. Or if we don't.
I'm going to hedge bets on that all you got still drawing a card, because I think there it is still defending an attack.
Right.
So
it's something about last known information, but it's no longer on the... It's a good question. And here we see the judge making some gestures.
We're sorting it out here, folks. We'll go ahead and give them some time, and we'll come back to us, our ugly mugs in the booth, as we discuss how
actually
exactly
we did
that
just
played
see
out.
the card drawn right as we switched over, so it looks like the action is continuing, and the answer is that you do get to draw the card, at least in this case, off of that all you got.
Cool. I got lucky there. Back over to Quinn, who's got 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. 6 plays 15, but Quinn is not going to be at 6 for long because he's got 2 disease-ridden tokens in his arena. 2 Bloodrot Pox are going to confer 4 damage unless he's able to pitch a blue or 2 at the end of this turn. Right now, he's got 1 floating thanks to that Vigor token.
And a gold and a copper. Not a ton of gold, or I guess money to work with, I should have said. So we'll see how he decides to spend his resources this turn, what kinds of powerful attacks he can send towards Ka. He really, really needs to dent that health as much as possible while still keeping his as high as possible. It's a tough spot to be in. It was 15-15 at the start of Ka's turn, and now it's 6-15. I don't know if Kasai can clap back that hard. One
of the weaknesses of Assassin usually is that their damage output is not that crazy. The advantage of Slippy, however, and I think the reason that he has a lower starting life total than the majority of the heroes in this game, is just the fact that he can dish out damage, unlike any other assassin, not only because he's generating action points, but also because the advantage of Bloodrot cannot be overstated in terms of closing games.
The on-hits are brutal. And now we see Quinn popping that gold after playing a draw sword. So this isn't for the free swords. They were already free, but instead just looking for a better hand. He wants to do something meaningful with what he's got. As we see him activating that Kasai hero power once again, creating that gold if the sword connects. And now we see some copper on the back end too. Bryce was just talking about it. This one's better than Outland Skirmish. Spoils of War can threaten up to 4 copper if both of these swords connect, and we're seeing that breakpoint of 7. This is a good turn. Quinn is really putting a lot of pressure here.
But will it be enough? Because he's going to be at the dregs of his life total. I wonder what color that hit and run is in the hand, because it is a very redundant source of go again. If it is blue, then I would have to imagine Quinn is going to be tempted to pitch to one of those Bloodrot Pox tokens at the end of the turn. If it's red, however, we might see him activate it after this first swing of Centauri Saber. Right now, it's 7 go again on the combat chain. And this is one of the, like every class kind of can fall victim to Runeblade-esque type hands when you have too much of one thing and not enough of the other. In this case, Quinn, we've seen time and time again, Quinn is kind of overdrawing on his action point generation, his go again for these Centauri Sabers early on in this game. It's been a little bit clunked up. Right now, Ka says, I am not afraid. I'm going to come back with a full grip and threaten everything that you've got left in this game. He takes 7 on down to 8 and generating 2 copper tokens is Quinn Wong-Q. He's up to 3.
Yeah, and if Quinn gets another connection here, the scariest thing for Ka would be the drawing of that blood on her hands and the ability to block with 4 cards and send back 12. So we'll see if that is what happens as he now comes in for 5 with that last Centauri Saber, potentially putting Ka down. And there it is. Snap, no blocks. Down to 3. Quinn down to 2 thanks to the Blood Rots. What a game.
I can't overstate how risky that was from Ka unless he has a defense reaction in hand. I mean, Quinn has demonstrated that he's running in the swings. He had a card left in hand there, and there are a couple things that Kasai can have to push up an extra 3 points of value in the reaction step. Ka's showing absolute bravery and saying no blocks there.
I think I see blood on her hands.
Blood on her hands could be the ticket here. The disadvantage for Quinn at this point is that he is not running the Courage of Bladehold, which is usually your way of kind of saying I can always have a 1-card retort in Blood on Her Hands. In this case, Ka is coming out with 3 cards in hand and a Bonds of Agony with Go Again.
Yeah, this is scary for Quinn. Like you said, I don't know if we got the defense reaction in Arsenal, but if we didn't, you got to think long and hard about this one. You cannot let this card connect.
And honestly, I think the risk at this point is less so the text on Bonds of Agony and more so just you dying.
Yep.
Right? And Ka could be threatening this as a sidestep, but if he has 2 attack reaction cards in hand, then he has no daggers.
Needs 3.
All 3 of those cards need to be attack reactions.
And they need to cost 0 with the exception of the tunic counter. So he is allowed 1 resource, but he needs 3 reactions.
If I'm sitting in Quinn's seat, I'm really tempted to call this bluff because Ka has seen so many attack reactions early on in this game. I mean, there just have been tons. Tarantula Toxins here, Spike with Blood Rots there. We've seen all 3 of those, a Razor's Edge or 2.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of thinking like, there's not that many attack reactions left in the Slippy deck. So what Quinn really hopes for here is he's just sitting on 1 defense reaction, and he can use his equipment to his advantage to hedge his bets against these sidesteps and force Ka to deploy one of these attack reactions when he can cover it up.
I mean, I think if you're Quinn, you need to keep enough cards to send that Blood on her hands, but calling a bluff in this spot where the game is on the line is a really risky play, and I think Quinn needs to really think long and hard about what the possible reactions could be on the side of Ka. Of course, the worst case scenario would be double just a nick into something like a Razor's Edge or a Blood Rot Pox reaction. And I don't even know if Quinn laid the whole hand down if that would be enough to survive. So you can't play around everything, and Quinn's going to have to decide what he can afford to play around in order to survive this.
But the advantage of Slippy in this case is that this attack has go again. So you can do the warrior thing where you say, oh, sure, I'll lay down the whole hand and cover up whatever attack reactions come. And then Ka says, oh, I've got another attack, and you are literally just dead.
It's a really good point, Bryce.
At a certain point, you have got to put your money where your mouth is and play to win, not just play not to lose.
And we see Quinn reaching just for a single card and a piece of equipment. 2 pieces of equipment.
I see you, Justin, on the card reader. That card is nowhere near this arena. Get out of here. Okay, looks like it's going to be 2 pieces of equipment and a card, Blade Runner plus Grains of Blood Spill plus Valiant Dynamos means that we are blocking for 7 here.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Like I said, we are blocking for 6.
6 is a good number if all you think it is a single just a nick. But the tank is tanking still as Quinn is just not wanting to let go. Now he is not safe against a Just a Nick. If he pulls that back, he will die if there's a single copy of Just a Nick in Ka's hand.
Unless, of course, Quinn is holding on to that defense reaction. Looks like 4 is the block. 1 card plus Valiant Dynamo. Does Ka have the punish?
Ka's not snap playing it.
Nope, it's just a follow-up with Persuasive Prognosis, which is amazing here because if he is holding on to Just a Nick, he can once again threaten it against Quinn Wong Q. I do think that he would have deployed it on that Bonds of Agony if he could have.
There's the shred.
Looks like it's a shred on Grains of Blood Spill.
It.
Yeah.
Quinn makes it through, importantly, with 2 cards in hand.
One of them is Blood on her hands, Michael. Wow, that was a big bluff from Ka. He could have devoted so many of those cards to the defense on the last turn and prevented Copper Generation from Quinn. In this case, he's going to get the biggest punish of his life. Popping a gold token is Quinn Wong Q, and he's got a Blood in her hands locked and loaded and unsheathed in hand, folks. There is go again to be had here. There are copper tokens to burn and a lot of damage to do. It's unsheathed coming down from Quinn.
This is scary.
Interesting. He throws unsheathed without playing Blood on her hands.
Huh.
We didn't misread that card, did we, Michael?
I must have. I could have sworn that's what I saw, but it was just the corner. Maybe I misread it.
Okay. If there is no Blood on her hands in the hand of Quinn, this could be a little bit different of a turn than we thought. It seemed like it might have been the death knell, but if we miss that card, then maybe that won't be the case. Right now, however, it is 5 go again from Unsheathed, which is still very scary. Ka does have a defense reaction to work with. I see a sink below in the left side of that hand.
Could it be that Quinn is holding it back? Because you can still give both swords attack twice, so he doesn't need to play it this turn if his plan is to give +1 twice to the other saber.
That is curious. It could be a very interesting play of poker face. We'll have to see how big of a fan of Lady Gaga Quinn is after this Centauri Saber resolves. Right now, Quinn is taking a look at all of the reactions that are available to Quinn at this point. Very few Blade Flurries have been played. Several have been blocked with. But action points is not what Quinn needs right now. He needs more damage.
And Quinn, if he has that blood on her hands, is just playing so measured right here, giving as little information as possible. And Ka might be feeling a little bit more comfortable than he should if that is, in fact, the card that Quinn is sitting on.
I believe Ka is still in the tank about whether or not to sink below one of these cards in hand. Probably thinking about exactly what attack reactions could be coming his way. I think the rub for him must be, do I need to dig for more defense reactions?
Yeah. It's a tough choice because while the defense reactions are important to stay alive, the attacks are important to finish the game. And if Ka doesn't think Quinn has much after this,
there it is. Wow, he is a poker face lover. It's blood on her hands resolved after one of those Centauri Sabers have already swung. Looks like +1 twice is going to be conferred to the right Centauri Saber. Probably go again on that one and swing twice for both.
Wow.
So here we go. Swords are free because Quinn did draw a card at the start of this turn by popping a gold token. Centauri Saber comes in for 4. It's another defense reaction out of the hand of Kachchan. There are no more possibility. Oh, no. There's a card in Arsenal. There's a possibility of attack reactions yet.
Doesn't look like one is coming through as the second sword is now being swung for. So there's only one more sword follow-up after this one as Ka decides it's time. Nope. Puts the counter back on the tunic.
He's confirming power here. One of the things that is going really well for Ka in this instance is that he has not been forced to block with an attack yet, because those Centauri Sabers will maintain the +1 buff that they get from being blocked by an attack action card all the way throughout the turn.
And it is a defense reaction in the arsenal of Kachchan, covering up the second 4-power Centauri Saber. Now 2 coming through, and it looks like the life totals are a little bit faster than the board state as Ka says no blocks. I think you would have used the reaction if you had it on the previous swing. I'll go to 1 and keep 2 cards in hand.
Quinn does not have the answer here to close out the game, which means that Ka has got 2 cards. Quinn is going to have to throw 2 of whatever he draws, I'm sure, out onto the combat chain to shore it up. Does Ka have the punish is the real question here. Pain in the backside is the first attack here. 3 go again. I think Quinn is safe to just throw 1 card in front of it. And it's a Codex of Frailty to follow up. Quinn is insulated from that because he's sitting on a card in Arsenal. Very lucky a little bit that he wasn't forced to deploy it on the last chain. Yeah. But in this case, Ka is probably just going to find himself a Leave No Witnesses. It's going to be covered up by a card and Valiant Dynamos very easily from Casai.
And all of a sudden, this Casai is sitting here feeling pretty comfortable. 1 life is so scary for Ka to be working with against a warrior that has so many reactions in their deck.
Draw Swords is the first action, the last one in the deck. +3 to the next warrior attack this turn and draw a card, which means that those Sabers are now free. Frailty token on the side of Quinn Wong Q thanks to the Codex of Frailty on Ka's turn, which means that the Centauri Saber is only coming in for 4 when it swings rather than 5.
Yeah, that actually turns off. Oh, sorry, this is Draw Swords, not the Go Again one. So he's looking for Go Again.
Looking for Go Again, but pitch and Go Again as well.
Oh,
Unsheathed, true. The second source, the second copy found this game. So this Centauri Saber, Michael, is coming in for 7. Go again.
Those breakpoints. Does Ka have the 4-block defense reaction again to answer this?
He's going to need it because otherwise he's going to have to block this very inefficiently. That Frailty token putting in work, though, because this should be coming in for 8 by all intents and purposes, which would mean that a card plus a defense reaction wouldn't get the job done. But I don't know. Ka deployed 2 Sink Belows last turn. It's going to be hard for him to find that last one.
Yeah. And Ka checking the banish, checking the graveyard, making sure he knows exactly what Quinn could be working with as that last card in hand. Does not want to fall to a stray attack reaction that he didn't think about or consider.
He's thinking about Blade Flurries. He's thinking about in the swings. probably thinking about overpowers. Why not? There's so little you can play around at one life in this situation. I tend to think that Ka kind of has to take the cleanest block he can on this 7 and hope that it's just an action speed Kasai turn.
Yeah, he may just be forced to give 9 block here, which is nice. It saves you from the in the swing, but it doesn't save you from the follow-up attack.
Looks like take up the mantle plus a sink below. A perfect block here. Ka had the last sink below in hand. Is he going to sink, though? What he must have been thinking about was like, can I afford to just throw 6 block in front of this and try to force the attack reaction? But at that point, Quinn could just say, okay, I pass priority and let 1 damage go through and you die.
Yeah.
You've got to go for the efficient block here. And I like it, but it's a blade flurry out of the arsenal, which means that he didn't deploy it last turn on Blood on Her Hands, which is very curious. But whatever. Quinn Wong Q ascends to 3-0 here at AGE New England. Oh boy, Quinn. What a performance on Casai of the Golden Sand, my friend.
That was really back and forth. It looked like Arachnne had that game in the bag, but Quinn just coming through with that perfectly timed Blood on Her Hands. Really good play from both players.
You cannot understate the hype of Quinn Wong Q, but he does say you can overhype condiments, which I think is a pretty hot take on food.
Yeah.
I sometimes like condiments more than the food itself.
That's also hot take.
Where do you stand on condiments?
I don't eat ketchup raw. I usually put it on things. I can't speak for you.
What are we doing? We're talking about condiments here, folks, when there's so much good flesh and blood going on right before our eyes.
Great game. That was shocking. That back and forth at the end there, I was on the edge of my seat. That
Honestly,
was amazing.
at the top of the game, I definitely would have given the bigger edge to Kasai. I think warriors have a really good position against assassins by and large because they just are able to run a ton of defense reactions. They have a fridge that does serious work, especially in the form of Valiant Dynamos that is resetting every single turn. But in this case, Ka showing that he can contend with the warrior princess herself. Is she a princess? Probably not.
I don't know, actually.
I know her dad got killed, and that's why she's in the pits.
Okay.
Trying to raise an army.
I'm sure he called her a princess.
Oh, that's fair. So she is a princess in her dead father's eyes, perhaps not in lineage. But nevertheless, Quinn is devoted to her more than the Fang player we saw earlier is devoted to his emperor, and that's true. Something. We're going to take a quick little break here. We do have a metagame breakdown. Let's go ahead and take a look at that before we leave you. It's 21 players here at the AGE April Open in New England. No surprises based on the top represented deck. It's Aurora. A little bit surprising that Florian is outpacing Enigma in this field, though, especially when we saw Enigma represented so highly at the Pro Tour and performing so well, mind you.
I have seen a lot of Florian and more of the local metas, the smaller events. My armory sees a lot of Florian. I guess it's your armory as well. But yeah, I've seen whispers of this hero coming in, especially as some of these more powerful heroes start to hit that living legend. It looks like Florian really is a contender for 3rd or 4th best deck in the format as he slowly creeps his way. And we can see that here with 4 being represented, 2nd most brought deck here today.
And it's the 2nd most brought deck, but the warrior class seems very strong in the hearts of New Englanders. We've got 4 total represented here, even though they're divided amongst a couple different heroes, Draconic and Sandy in their own right. There are 4 warriors in the room. The one class that is kind of drooping in terms of representation here is Guardian. Where do you think Victor sits in this meta?
I wish I had a good answer for you. I think Victor has just been held down by Enigma for so long that it's very hard to justify bringing it into what could just be a stomp matchup. That being said, he has a lot of really, really good matchups into some of these more aggressive decks. I'm looking at things like Slippy, things like Aurora, things like Mario and Fang and Azuri. Those are all pretty good matchups for Victor. So sniping those is, I think, a really good way to play.
It's all about answering the big boogeyman in the format. It's Aurora, Shooting Star. You got to be able to answer her if you're going to be able to get through this. And if Victor has a good answer, then he could get there. The Victor, by the way, is piloted by Timothy Grant, who placed in the top 8 at his first ever AGE Open last month.
Wow.
Congratulations to Timothy, and I believe his run is still going strong. He was at least X and O when we moved into this round, but we'll have to see if he fell.
Do we know if he was playing Victor last time?
He was.
Cool.
His speaking of which, Michael, I'm so glad you mentioned it. All of the top 8 deck lists are available on our website every single month at whether you are in AGE LA or AGE New England. So if you wanted to go ahead and take a look at Timothy Grant's top 8 Victor list, you can go ahead and join our Discord, discord.age.events, and you can go to our website, www.age.events. All of the deck lists are there, and we also post the deck lists on Blue Sky and our Discord each and every month. So get on over there and ingratiate yourself with that content in those beautiful ladies.
And I'll admit, I actually use that resource all the time. When I see a hero that I love playing making top 8, and I know I can just go on down to that website, check out a deck list, make a couple modifications, and bring it over to my armory where I can go 0-3 with it. It's really tempting to just go and...
Maybe it's those modifications you're making, my friend.
Yeah, maybe I should stop doing that.
Maybe a little bit too much naked ketchup on the deck list. Maybe you should incorporate more of the full body deck list.
You got to bring the fries if you're going to bring the ketchup.
I have no idea what we're talking about anymore, which means that it's time for a break and a bit of refreshment for my co-caster and I. We will be back with more New England and more Flesh and Blood after this. Howdy, folks. We are back at Arcane Games and Events, New England. We just saw Slippy in the hands of Kachchan fall, just barely succumb to the golden sands that is Casai in the hands of Quinn Wong Q. That was a very close match indeed, Michael, and it did finally kind of grind into a mid-rangey situation, which is what we expected early on, but based on the way that Ka was swinging this way and that with diseases and disruption, I didn't think we would get there. I thought that game would be over a little bit sooner than we thought.
And I was a little bit surprised on the other side of that, seeing how aggressively slanted the Kasai player was. If you don't draw your defense reactions, you can't really effectively defend. But what we saw was just hands of 4 to 5 cards being exchanged blow to blow until it finally slowed down into that grind and grind it out. They did, because that blood on our hands didn't even close the game out.
It was very, very close, and it was, without a doubt, the linchpin in what allowed Quinn to crawl back into that game and eventually present lethal damage. But yeah, what a barn burner, man. And we're going to keep trucking along. We're waiting for our players to be called over to the feature match table. That being said, we should probably talk about the fact that a Pro Tour is going on, Michael.
Yeah. For the few of you that are joining us at the moment, thank you. But there is a really cool event happening as we speak, Pro Tour London, and I believe we're on to our finals at the moment.
We are. So don't go anywhere, because
stay here. This is better.
Stay with us, because we'll give you the skinny on what's going on over there. It is Pablo Pintor in the finals against another Enigma. So it is a foregone conclusion that Enigma will be gaining 100 Living Legend points, and also 50 because she took down the Calling at World Tour London as well, which means that this ProQuest season, I think we can expect the Ledger of Ancestry to ascend.
Could it be that Enigma beats Zen across the finish line?
That is not a storyline we ever could have predicted until, of course, the fabled banning of the books and bonds of ancestry.
I mean, he's sitting at 991, and now Enigma, I haven't done the math yet, but in the mid-900s.
He also wasn't even represented that well at World Tour London, so I think people are kind of just putting him down in general. It'll probably take a Charles Dunn fatigue list in order to push him over the finish line once again.
Yeah.
Shout out to Charles Dunn, fan of the show, who did incredibly well at World Tour London. Started day one with an undefeated record. Unfortunately, did not clinch that top 8, but still performed admirably.
Yeah, really well played by him. I think I caught the draft game, him against our local Alex Vore. Great game.
Yeah, he also beat up on my friend. I wasn't going to mention that, so we'll kind of glaze over that.
Hey, man, he's a tough guy to beat in the game of Flesh and Blood.
Without a doubt. Let's take a quick glance at our metagame once again before we proceed on down to the feature match area. In case you missed our previous segment, it's 5 Aurora, 4 Florian, and 3 Enigma that are reaching the top spot in representation here at Arcane Games and Events in New England. 21 total players, and a lot of lone players in certain classes here. There's only 1 Wizard, 1 Guardian, and Warrior is very well represented despite the fact that they are splintered across several heroes. Same goes with Assassin. Two copies in the room, one of which is doing incredibly well. Can't count them out.
Yeah. Slip through the cracks is trying to slip through the cracks, as I believe with this loss that we just witnessed, they're a losing out, winning in situation potentially for the top 8. So it'll be an interesting match to follow.
We're just about ready in the feature match area, but we do want to give one more shout out to Great Stories Comics and Gaming, who have graciously agreed to host us in the East Coast. We are so thankful to them for providing amazing facilities and also a great place to enjoy great games. Because, Michael, playing the game and seeing the world is an excellent maxim, but we at Arcane Games and Events like to offer something to the average player, playing the game and feeling at home. And why don't we continue that amazing tradition and head on down to the feature match area? It's Kachchan, who you just saw on stream, versus Ricardo Rua from the Banana Testers, as is emblazoned on his sleeves.
And both of these players 2-1. This is a crucial game for making top 8.
First up for Ricardo is activating Grasp of the Archnne, generating 1 Runechant token for now, but if he's able to reach 8 Earth cards in the banished zone, he'll be generating always however many Runechants plus 1.
Yeah, really powerful effect on the side of Florian, which means I believe this game will likely be defensive on the side of the Florian as he tries to get his way to that higher value end state.
And Ricardo has plenty of defensive pieces in order to do that. Lots of Rootbound Carapace. He's going to be happy to be doing his decompose work on the defense. Right now, he did resolve an Arcane Seed's life, but was not able to gain 1 life because he is, of course, sporting a Reaping Blade, which is the most efficient sword you can possibly be using as a Rune Blade as of now. So it's just a Reaping Blade with 3 Runechants that are going to get covered up very nicely by Kachchan as Ricardo passes on back over.
Really curious to see Ricardo decide to send that Reaping Blade instead of just passing with the 3 Runechants on the board, but maybe he has something different to set up than I can see from what is shown, as we see now Kachchan sending in Bonds of Agony, really terrifying attack if he can get 3 reactions on the chain.
And this time he has 2 reactions on offer in his equipment suite. Both the Mask of Perdition and Flick Knives, unlike the last game against Casai, are online with this incredibly powerful effect on the combat chain.
Ricardo looks like he's reaching for a lot of cards to block here.
There are ones in his hand that he really doesn't want to be banished from his deck. That being said, you can kind of do something silly with Florian where, like, for instance, if you really think that Bonds of Agony is going to get over, you could leave yourself some Earth cards in the hand and then force Ka to choose one of those and get your decomposing online faster than otherwise. Faster than otherwise.
Yeah. No, that is one way to play it, as Ka shows us that it was a bluff and he didn't have the reactions to support, and instead is coming through with his second attack, Infiltrate.
Which is maybe not as threatening as it normally would be in, say, like Aurora decks or other aggro decks that want to play on a similar plane as Slippy. In this case, I have to think that the majority of the cards that could get banished to Infiltrate are not ones that Slippy can really make use of.
As Ricardo now committing the Rootbound Carapace to the reaction. However, it does not appear that he has the Earth cards in the graveyard to support that decompose, which you really, really, really want to do with these reactions. That is how you get online. So using that now, at least it puts an Earth card in the in the graveyard, but 1 turn down-ish on the decompose.
The banish off of Infiltrate was just a truce, which is obviously not something that Slippy usually wants to be utilizing. Honestly, Florian doesn't really care about it a whole lot unless it's turn 1 of the game. In this case, it's kind of a wash for both players because Ricardo, as long as Ka is not banishing something like a CNC, something scary like that, then Ricardo would really like him to hit an Earth card off of that banish just to help him accelerate Decompose. In this case, Ricardo is just going to respond with a Command and Conquer, and Ka is in the tank about whether or not to take it. As I say that, he descends on down to 32, and this arsenal is not long for this world. It's a Orb Weaver Spinneret, and because he doesn't have any knives flicked as of yet, he's probably happy to just take all that damage and present what he can with this 4-card hand.
Yeah. That being said, getting a card off Command and Conquer is very high value, as we see the Kiss of Death now coming through. One of the power cards of Arachnne slip through the cracks. This card, especially if you can add some on-hits to it, once you attack with it and connect, you can flick it because it says dagger down there at the bottom. So really powerful with those Flick Knives equipment.
Best case scenario for this Kiss of Death is to get a Blood Rot on hit and then confer it once again on the flick. In this case, Ricardo has got to decide what he wants to do about it. Kiss of Death, 3 go again, threatening 1 life lost on hit. It's a Haunting Rendition devoted to the block, which means 4 blocks 3. How is Ka going to respond?
Pitching a blue, and there it is.
Spike with Blood Rot, currently getting over that Haunting Rendition by 2. Does Ricardo have the follow-up defense reaction here? If he's found himself another Rootbound Carapace, he's going to be able to shore this up. It is, and it is a red Rootbound Carapace, so losing a little bit of block value here, but when you factor in that Blood Rot Pox damage, he is A-okay to throw a defense reaction in front of this, and also get his first Decompose online.
One important thing to note, though, is that the first blocking card has text. Oh, before I talk about that, we've got a Razor's Edge, so maybe it does get over after all.
So it's 9 blocked on 8 right now. 1 damage is threatening to get through, and Ricardo takes it down to 34. The first Bloodrot Pox token conferred this turn, but I think there's another one coming, Michael.
Yeah, and importantly here, we've got 2 resources floating on the side of Kachchan, which allows him to swing that dagger, and when there's a dagger, there's a possible flick knives, and there it is. A lot of damage being represented here. 1 from the on-hit of Kiss of Death, 2 from the Bloodrot Pox that will be pushed over the top here, unless, of course, Ricardo has the ability to prevent damage.
One thing to mention here is that if Infiltrate on the previous turn had banished an Earth card, Ricardo would have had the opportunity to decompose 3 Earth cards from his graveyard and turn on his Well-Grounded, which not only would have stuffed the 1 damage coming over the top with that Kiss of Death, it also would have shored up the Flick Knives from Kiss of Death. So the fact that Ka did not hit an Earth card there is absolutely huge. Infiltrate could have done more damage to him than it did to Ricardo.
Yeah, instead the outcome is Ricardo ends the turn marked with 2 Bloodrot Pox tokens
and 31 life.
Yeah.
So all things coming up Ka for the time being. Right now it is a Bramble Spark fused with a Fruits of the Forest, and then Fruits of the Forest is going to come in thanks to the blue in the pitch zone for Ricardo. So 1 arcane damage and 8 physical is the retort.
Not a bad follow-up.
But Ricardo is about to take 4 damage from that Blood Rot.
I was going to say it's just vanilla damage, so Ka might just be happy to keep the tempo here, take a little bit of damage, and swing back with all 4 cards in his hand.
I would have to imagine that Ka is trying to accelerate this game as fast as possible, because if Ricardo is able to come online, the value train is really on the side of Florian Rotwood Harbinger. All he has to do is keep 1 card blue for the rest of the game, and he can simply activate Grasp of the Arknight, create 2 Rune Chants, and send the Reaping Blade for a 1-card 5.
Yeah, and despite all the effort Ka has put into getting over the top and getting those important on-hits to connect, the life total is still even before the blocks are declared, so Ka is very likely going to go down quite a bit here, and Ricardo is still sitting on an entire suite of equipment, a massive fridge that Ka still has to work through if he wants to end this game with Ricardo at 0. So currently, Ricardo's sitting in a pretty comfortable position as he takes 4 damage and goes to 27.
He is now Earth card rich in the graveyard once again, so if he's able to locate yet another Rootbound Carapace on the draw up, he's going to be able to use it to full effect here. Right now, it's back over to Ka. 24 plays 27, a 3-life deficit for our Assassin player, but he's got 4 cards. Let's see what he can do with it. It's Persuasive Prognosis as the first attack here.
You know he wants to pair that with a Justinek.
I might have seen another Spike with Bloodrot in the hand, which is the perfect time for this because Tunic is online.
The other nice thing about this is this card has Go Again thanks to the Slip Through the Cracks hero ability, so Ricardo needs to be careful about overcommitting. As scary as it is to have a card banished from hand, you also can't afford to overblock and risk just another attack coming through with all of the attack reactions going onto that card instead.
Looks like it's a 3-block for Ricardo Rua. What does Ka have in response? Taking a look through the graveyard, probably checking for Rootbound Carapace.
Yeah, he knows I think 3 have been played so far. So there's another 3 possibly. Ooh.
Take up the mantle, and that is also very timely because Ricardo is marked. He reaches for the Bonds of Agony, a Shred, and also that Mask of Perdition, blocking with it absolutely masterfully on the last turn, which means that not only is Ricardo blocking for 0, all modes are active for Bonds of Agony. 3 reactions have been played at this point, so it's 3 plus 4, 7.
Yeah.
On 0.
So Ricardo would need 2 reactions here to stop this. He's got 1.
That's 1. Is there another one in the hand, Ricardo? No. He takes 3 damage after blocking with that Shelter from the Storm. Looks like Ricardo is going to have to reveal the hand here, and Ka will have his pick of the litter for cards to banish, not only from the hand, but also from the deck. And they're good ones too, Michael. Command and Conquer and Swarming Gloomveil. Ka doesn't have to think about possibly accelerating Ricardo's game plan because neither of these are Earth cards.
And he goes for the Swarming Gloomveil, the turn extender, the one way that Ricardo has to push a ton of damage if he gets to keep 5 cards, saying, I'm not really afraid of that Command and Conquer. Vanilla 6. if you just put 2 cards in front of it, is not a very high value proposition. So I do really like this choice, clearing out that potential huge go again turn extender from Florian.
So Ka is able to kind of thin out the offensive potential of the Florian deck in general. He also is not accelerating the decompose plan. He also, Michael, still has an action point with which to work. So there could be more pain coming.
I think if you said you saw a blood rot or a spike with blood rot, that this likely signals the end of the turn, but we will see if that is in fact what the last card is.
Based on the fact that Ka didn't deploy it here, it makes me think I missaw that card.
Okay.
Otherwise, I kind of would have thought that he would have sent it.
Possible.
There's another banish off the top, and it is an Earth card. So now Ricardo's sitting at 3 Earth cards in the bin. He only needs 2 decomposes to get online here if he is able to decompose 3 Earth cards at a time.
And
and it's a Codex of Frailty as the follow-up here. Ricardo's going to have to discard the last card in hand, which is a Command and Conquer. And if Ka has been able to block with or play a Leave No Witnesses this turn, which I'm not sure if I've seen, he's going to be able to clear that arsenal right away. But no, it's just a Kiss of Death as the choice.
I kind of like that because if he banishes that card, it puts Ricardo to 4 in the banish zone. So choosing Kiss of Death, it's the same amount of damage, but doesn't help Ricardo in his game plan.
And also really bricks up Ricardo's arsenal. That's probably why Ka was looking through the graveyard so much earlier on. He wanted to make sure that whatever he gave Ricardo off of that Codex of Frailty couldn't bite him later in this game. And I think that was just an amazing play there.
It's really interesting because I think Ricardo had a Command and Conquer, so he could have gone and grabbed that.
I think he might have decomposed it. He decomposed it at a point, and he only had an Arcane Seed's life left in his graveyard. So really punished for that decision early on. We are seeing a lot of really minute interactions in the way that these cards, which we seem to know so well, kind of play intricately with each of these matchups.
And this is what Assassin is all about. Just picking your window, picking apart your opponent, just finding every little minute piece of value that you can. So well played from Kachchan. It is a pleasure to watch this man pilot Arachnne slip through the cracks.
Hunter's Clave connects with Ricardo Rua. He is marked once again and down to 19 life. 24 plays 19 as an Infiltrate follows up. This one's got go again, and it could accelerate Ricardo's game plan, but it also could give Ka some extra gas with which to finish out this turn. He's got 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal.
He also has that Tunic counter, which means that the effect with Blood Rot is an option if it's in the hand. Tunic counter so valuable when you're running those 1-cost cards.
Plow Under devoted to the block of this Infiltrate. Ka says that is A-okay. Never mind. It's another Take Up the Mantle. Choice here is Kiss of Death, which you've got to like. So this Kiss of Death is not only getting over the Plow Under, it is threatening a flick on the next chain link.
And it looks like Ricardo is just taking it. I was expecting a follow-up reaction from Ka, but does not appear to be the case. Maybe Ka holding back a little bit to see if Ricardo would commit a defense reaction and happy with the connection if he did not.
Ka demonstrated his prowess as a mid-range player during the last game against Casai. He is now showcasing that the Slippy deck can go very fast. Put your foot firmly on the gas and send nasty attacks after nasty attacks. It's Leave No Witnesses, threatening that arsenal of Ricardo Rua, which honestly, based on the fact that it's a blue Fruits of the Forest, he might want to let it go.
Yeah, and it looks like he's doing just that. Just putting 3 in front of it, saying, yeah, I'll exchange 1 life point to get this garbage out of here.
And also Ka is flicking that Kiss of Death, which means that 2 more points of damage are coming down on Ricardo's face. And Ka is now sitting at double his opponent's life total. 24 plays 12 as he plunks a card in the arsenal and passes it on back over to Florian.
But now Ricardo has 5 Earth cards in the banish zone. It's not the coveted 8 to get the double rune chance, but 4 is the number. It's the halfway point, and that's what turns on your Plow Unders and your, what's the other one?
Plow Under, Felling of the Crown.
Felling of the Crown, thank you. And those are 2 powerhouse cards for Florian. So he really is probably happy to finally have those cards in the banish, get to that 4 break point so that he can start pushing a little bit more pressure towards Kachchan in the form of disruption and lots of power.
And even though Ricardo's life total is becoming ever more deficient, he does now have access to the powerful defensive capabilities of 2 of his equipment. He's got Barkskin of the Millennium Tree and Well-Grounded at the ready to cover up some serious damage. He also has not blocked with Grasp of the Archnine. He also has not blocked with Face Purgatory. So even though it's really looking like this game is going in the favor of Kachchan, there's so much like extra life we need to pad Ricardo Rua's 12 with.
That's a really good point. That 4 number is not only relevant to those cards I mentioned, Plow Under and Felling of the Crown, but also the equipment.
Plow Under goes to the pitch zone to pay for a Command and Conquer for Ricardo Rua. Seems to be saying, I don't need to constantly be decomposing if you're just constantly going to be banishing my Earth cards. Maybe I'll just let you bring me online, if you will.
True, and also he didn't have the resources to play the Plow Under. Just going ahead and committing
he did
2
block
cards.
with 2 previously.
Oh, true. Good point. He chose that line.
Mm-hmm. In this case, Command and Conquer is covered up by 2 cards, Tarantula Toxin, and it couldn't make out the other one from Kachchan, so he's got 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal with which to work. He's looking at the graveyard of Ricardo once again, maybe considering yet another Codex play here. It's pain in the backside as the start here, though. 3 go again and threatening a free flick of a dagger on hit.
And now is when I start to wonder about the commitment of that Face Purgatory. Is it here? Do we keep holding it? I mean, the idea is you want to try to catch Ka with just 1 card in hand if possible. Maybe without an arsenal too, could get a little bit more value. But that is going to be a key card to watch out for, as instead we see Ricardo reaching for that chess piece, getting the Embodiment of Earth token and saying, I don't think you're going to do any damage to me this turn, as he puts up that first wall.
Pain in the backside into, I'm seeing double, Michael, pain in the backside once again. So 3 into 3, maybe punishing this first block of the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, because the whole value proposition of having one of those Embodiment of Earths is making a non-attack action card in your hand block for 4 rather than 3. In this case, if Ka just keeps sending head jab after head jab, Ricardo is not going to get any extra value off of devoting that chess piece to the block.
And the thing that makes Assassin so powerful is the number of branching possibilities. It's not really in the numbers printed on the cards, but you can see right here that he's gaining way more than 6 value from 2 cards that say 3 at the bottom, because he's getting that chess piece and kind of baiting Ricardo into using his defensive pieces in a way that won't gain him the value that they say on them.
Flick Knives is devoted here. Going to throw one of those Hunter Claves and mark Ricardo. The mark will be consumed by Pain in the Backside, but also reconferred after Pain in the Backside's on hit goes through, and he's able to just push a little bit more points into Ricardo's chest. That other Hunter's Clave that remains in his equipment suite is going to do a little stabby and remark Ricardo. Down to 7 is our Earth Rune Blade with plenty of equipment, but also the door kind of closing on him as this game moves on.
And it looks like is he tanking on a defense react, or did this damage already go through?
I believe this damage has already gone through. I think it's Ka who has the priority window at this point. I think he's, based on the way he was looking at that graveyard, I kind of wonder if he's deciding whether or not to play a Codex with Ricardo's arsenal wide open, because Ricardo has 3 cards in hand. At that point, he could have just chosen CNC and sent CNC at Ka on the follow-up turn. And because Ka didn't really have any arsenal... Oh, no, he goes for it. Yes, It was a Codex in the arsenal, and he decides to deploy it here after a lot of deliberation, probably for the points I was outlining before.
Yeah, and I do like the play. I mean, it's just kind of value. You get the ponder, you get to send a breakpoint. It's still annoying. And sure, Ricardo is going to get a CNC, but Ka just demonstrated that he can give 2 cards and have a really nice attack back. So leave no witness coming through.
With that Embodiment of Earth token, this Bramble Spark is going to cover it up completely, though. Ricardo... Oh, wait. Bramble Spark only blocks for 2.
Yep, so it was 3 plus the 2. So again, losing a little bit of value on the equipment blocks there. Ricardo committing a ton and still taking a ton of damage. So for his sake, I hope he has a big follow-up, but it's just the CNC for 5. And I wonder if we see Ka committing... Oh, is there no frailty? Oh, it has.
There is a frailty, but there's also a might token from the Canopy Shelter. So Ricardo resetting that CNC.
Well, that frailty is really getting a lot of value here. Then keeping that from being a breakpoint, as Ka just takes it.
He takes it down to 18. That Ponder token draw was Bonds of Agony, and apparently Ka can't make much use of it. It just becomes so much harder once that Mask of Perdition is gone, once you can depend on at least one of the attack reactions coming from your equipment suite. Ka, that makes me think that Ka has plenty of gas in the hand and doesn't need that arsenal.
Yeah, you know he is sprinting for that finish line, Ricardo, now at 7 life, and finally some counters on that equipment means that Ka smells blood in the water as he sends that pain in the backside with 3 cards in hand to follow it up.
It's the final pain in the backside for Ricardo Rura, but perhaps not the final pain in general, because this turn is just getting started. Pain in the backside gets covered up by an Oath of the Arc-Knight. No on-hit conferred there. Chain is being closed by Ka for a Codex of Bloodrot. This is a card that is really, really doing well in Slippy. It's kind of had its day in the sun, not only with this deck, Arachnne slipped through the cracks, but also with Azalea, Ace in the Hole, also with Lexi Livewire. There were plenty of use cases of this card, and oftentimes it gets slept in the meta early on whenever a new format drops. In this case, it's finally made its way into this Assassin deck.
Yeah, and I wonder if that last card in Ka's hand is an attack reaction. That would really help him utilize this extra Ponder token and force Ricardo to maybe overblock, but instead, it's another Codex of Frailty.
The third Codex of Frailty is getting played here for Ka, and after he forced a card into Ricardo Rua's arsenal, a curious sequence there. Oh no, you're forced into doing it that way because otherwise you would discard the Codex of Bloodrot. In this case, Ka is able to find that Leave No Witnesses, which I believe has been resolved 3 times this game, once from the hand and twice from the graveyard, thanks to Codex of Frailty. And now with Ricardo only 1 card in hand and the card forced into the arsenal, might have to devote some more equipment here.
Yeah, I think you have to. And then you just pass and you still take the 2 from the Bloodrot. That Codex of Bloodrot just showing how powerful it is. This sort of pseudo unblockable 2 damage. Of course, you can pitch to it, but not if you don't have a hand.
The punish here, of course, is if Ricardo was sitting on another defense reaction. That Codex of Bloodrot is much less interesting when it just forces a card that is playable on this turn into your opponent's arsenal. Based on the way that Ricardo is posturing, though, I don't think he was able to find it.
Yeah, that card is so interesting, that Codex, the Bloodrot.
And, you know, even though this isn't going to be like a damage haymaker for Ka on this turn, any way you slice it, he still is just ripping cards out of Ricardo's hand and forcing the tempo back onto his side of the board.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he keeps that tempo, so there's always the risk of a brick, especially when you're not able to arsenal a card at the end of your turn. And it looks like Ricardo might... using the boots.
So well-grounded plus Summer's Fall, 2+2 equals a blocked out Leave No Witnesses, which means that Ricardo was able to save the card that he put into that arsenal. Based on the fact that he kept a blue, I kind of wonder if it was the first potential felling of the crown that he could have resolved this game. We've seen one go into the graveyard to pay for the cost of a Codex of Frailty, but he hasn't found another one since. He's definitely due for one.
Yeah, no, he needs something powerful like that in order to start to tear the tempo back a little bit in his favor, but it's sitting at 5 life now. It's getting a little bit scary. Luckily for him, he still has access to that Face Purgatory. This is one of the best cards that Runeblade has when it comes to switching the tempo back in their favor.
What a start for Kachchan. It's 2 Saver Bloodsheds, Michael. Oh my goodness, and he's swinging this Hunter's Clave, already threatening 9 damage on a dagger, 2 cards drawn on hit.
How many Tarantula Toxins have we seen so far?
We have seen 0. No, 1. He blocked with 1.
Our producer's saying 2. He's been paying more attention than either of us. So one of those could be an absolutely crucial card in this moment. But already we are seeing 4 + 4 + 1 is 9 damage coming through with the mark on Ricardo. He needs to think long and hard about these blocks.
And because the well-grounded is now gone, even if Ricardo stuffs this dagger attack, Ka will be able to flick it on the next turn, because if no damage goes through, Ricardo will remain marked, and then the flick knives will still get the value off of Saver Bloodshed. And here comes the Face Purgatory block. It's 3 cards plus Face Purgatory, which means that Ka has got to lose one of these cards in the hand, but can he follow up with anything in order to get value? It's Art of Desire Body that goes into the graveyard for Kachchan. Drawing a card is Ricardo Rua. What will the follow-up be here? No damage conferred.
Currently, Ricardo's sitting on 1 card left in hand. 2 cards, excuse me. He drew that card.
It's a leave no witnesses, threatening that arsenal once again, which means no go again on this attack because it doesn't have stealth, but Ka will be able to draw more cards, and because he is able to flick in the reaction step, if he finds an attack reaction, he's going to be able to play it on this leave no witnesses.
That's true. He gets to draw 2 cards off of that flick. Ugh.
It's pretty scary, isn't it?
Yeah.
So even though Slippies aren't doing that back-breaking toxicity flick combo with Kiss of Death, they are still able to do some really nasty things. And here we go. Flicking.
There was no flick.
There was no flick.
Instead, choosing to take the arsenal as Ricardo didn't commit the equipment block to that. That isn't
interesting. I can't imagine that you wouldn't want to draw 2 cards there, especially because you could at least just reset the arsenal. Maybe Ka is
he didn't have go again.
No, totally. But you could still, in reaction step, dig for 2 reactions, send something over the top, and then reset your arsenal.
Okay, yeah.
Even if you don't find the
possible.
reaction.
But we see Ricardo instead just passing back over, losing the arsenal. He's at 5 life still. Did he take damage there?
He must have if he banished the arsenal.
Okay,
Players
maybe.
might just not be updating our life total tracker on the ground there.
And there it is, 4 to 18.
The value proposition there for Ka was probably just, I don't want to go down to 0 daggers.
Yeah.
That's a scary place to be. That being said, I think Arachne's almost by and large in the Slippy deck are running 2 copies of Orbweaver Spinneret.
We did see him pitch one early.
Yeah, we did see that. In this case, the retort from Ricardo is just a measly Reaping Blade pitching a red. Ka has got to be happy seeing that when he's got a 4-card hand and an opponent at sub 5 life.
Now he's gotten through the fridge. Ricardo really needs to see defense reactions, and I believe there is a Rootbound Carapace in his hand as Ka now swings with that dagger.
This might be exactly why Ka made the value call of not flicking the Hunter's Clave on the last turn, because he knows that these assassin hands can get pretty bricked up, and your daggers are the one way that you can kind of use a resource sink to get all of the value on your turn.
Yeah, the lower life your opponent is, the more 1 damage matters, and Ricardo is at that game state where he's probably thinking about, do I have to commit a card to blocks here? And of course, there's still the scary part of if you do that, and then there's a Tarantula Toxin, that's lethal. So Ricardo needs to be really, really thoughtful about all the tricks and traps that Arachne slipped through the cracks can lay as he navigates this end game state at only 4 life.
Florian is usually such a good answer to assassins. I mean, like Marionette, new even, I would probably give the edge to Florian in general, unless the new player is able to like establish a massive blue combo. But in this case, Ka showcasing that he just does not care about the defensive capability and value engine that can get turned online for Florian Rotwood Harbinger. He's still, even though he's been sitting at 6 Earth cards in the Banish Zone, probably for like 2-3 turns, he's still come no closer to becoming online.
And Ricardo taking that 1 damage from the dagger, so just showing how useful that is. That's a quarter of his life. That dagger just did 25% of Ricardo's life total as he now reaches for 2 cards and the chess piece. Really afraid of Ka's potential to turn on this Bonds of Agony, but we also know that it has go again. These are very often quote-unquote bluffs.
Exactly. And the bluff is paying dividends here. Art of Desire Body is the follow-up after Ricardo committed so many defensive resources to the Bonds of Agony. And the follow-up is Spike with Blood Rot after Ricardo says no blocks. So he's got a Rootbound Carapace to shore up 4 of it. But that means 2 is going to get through and a Blood Rot Pox token to boot. Ricardo is in the danger zone here.
And now that dagger is looking at lethal.
A flick happens here, which means that, yeah,
that's it.
1 damage comes through, and the Blood Rot Pox token is going to shore up the rest of it. Boy, howdy, Michael. We saw Ka masterfully dismantle that Earth Runeblade this game.
Well, I just figured out why he didn't flick that dagger on the previous turn.
I guess to go for the flick kill.
Yeah. Ka showing us how to play assassin. Wow, you never... I mean, masterfully not overcommitted. It's really, really cool to see how these players take different lines than the ones that we see and why they do it, because that was his win condition and he used it perfectly.
He wanted to go incredibly fast, but also he went very patiently. Ka showcasing that you can not only be an aggro deck in the matchup, but also you can do it with painstaking purpose.
Yeah, and seeing an assassin take down such a defensive house like Florian with the fridge, with all of those defense reactions to work with, and just weaving and dodging between all of the defensive tools and just stripping them of their value. I mean, the amount of times that Florian put down like 8-9 block, and then the Arachnne was like, thank you. That means my 3 power was actually a 9 power. Here's another attack. Wow.
Really, really excellent stuff there from Kachchan. I'm really glad that we got him back on feature match so he could do a little bit of a redemption arc there, which all but means, I believe, that Ka is going to be locked for our top 8. And we get ever closer to discovering who is going to be making the top cut in New England this month at the April AGE Open. Oh boy, Michael, we're going to have to take a quick break, and then we're going to be back with more flesh and blood, more close to top 8 cuts after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have crowned the next Flesh and Blood Pro Tour champion. It's somebody who's won it before too, Michael. The first ever 2-time Flesh and Blood Pro Tour champion. It's Pablo Pintor from Spain. Congratulations to Pablo, and very, very well done. What an insane tournament run. We saw him lose on stream. We saw him win on stream. And also, he's sailing off Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. Not to living legend status quite yet, but after winning the Calling and also the Pro Tour, she only needs 11 more points, folks.
989.
989, which means that we're probably going to be saying goodbye and set sail to the Ledger of Ancestry during the next ProQuest season, which is coming up at the end of this month. I know somebody in this next match who is probably very excited to take her for one last ride and also to have the opportunity to do it here at AGE New England. We've got Tyler Goodridge on Enigma Ledger of Ancestry versus the second, Aurora Shooting Star. Just kidding. Maybe he wants to play Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. In this case, he's playing a different blue paletted hero, one that's a little bit more lightning-y. Aurora Shooting Star versus the second Fang Jerkai of Blades in the room.
It actually is Enigma.
What are you guys doing tonight? It's a little late for April Fools, isn't it?
We're halfway through the month, so we've got Enigma
There's no watch
versus
there.
Fang.
What is going on in this room? Okay, everybody in this room is trying to bamboozle me, but bamboozle me not. We've got Fang Jerkai of Blades versus Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. Now, we saw Julian Helgeson get pretty stomped early on Fang. Do you think that there's any better chance for this hero into Enigma?
I think it really depends on how those cards line up. He needs to get online really quickly, and he needs to see the jagged edges when those Miragais come out. It's very crucial for Fang to have the tempo and keep his foot on the gas. So this will be a hard match, but certainly not an unwinnable one, as Fang is one of the most aggressively slanted warriors in this meta.
The question of the day is, can our Fang pilot, Jesse Bowman, become a jagged edgelord? Let's go ahead and move on down to the match area and find out. Players are shuffling up. Jesse probably trying to put every single one of those jagged edges into the exact spot with a blue if he can.
Yeah, really, really important for the deck to line up as the players roll for first or second. Looks like Tyler wins the roll. See if he wants to go first.
Now, take a look at the records here, folks. We've got 3-1 plays 2-2. So it's entirely possible that Jesse Bowman is locked. It's a fairly small field here, only 21 players in the room. So X and 2 is usually going to do it as long as you take your losses in the right spot. However, 2-3 is not going to get there, and Tyler Goodridge is fighting for his AGE New England top 8 experience right here, right now for all to see. On stream for you.
Yeah, really exciting for him. Really exciting for Jesse as well, wanting to keep those Enigmas out of the top 8. I'm sure he wouldn't want to face one, especially if one's taking him down right here.
Well, what Jesse is not facing is Purgatory here because he's going up against an Illusionist player. And in the head slot, he's got a Kabuto of Imperial Authority, which can be a real asset in this game against Enigma because, as we discussed during our previous Fang game, once you block with it, no more weapons can be swung this turn, and all of those ward auras that come in, including Manifestation of Miragai, count as weapons.
Oath of Loyalty coming in for power, really good on turn 0 to get a little bit of chip, and not only that, but this is the first Draconic action, Chain Link rather, so the next dagger could confer some form of fealty generation. Really, really strong start so far from Jesse Bowman.
Pitching a blue here is Jesse Bowman, a color of card that Julian Helgeson was not able to find during our previous Fang feature match. Let's see if he's got the follow-up. It's a Searing Gaze. Up to 4 is this Obsidian Fire Vein, currently getting in by 1 and marking his opponent, which is exactly what you want to be doing on turn 1 of the game if you're going first.
Wow. Really great to get that mark off as Jesse has another resource and ability to swing that last dagger. Is he going to get a fealty out of this turn?
Does he have the Affirm Loyalty? That's the question. No. The last card goes into the arsenal, buys another powerful attack out of the hand of Tyler Goodridge for a little bit of extra benefit. Passing back over to Tyler, who has taken 2 points to his life, total 38, plays 40 in the Fang of our Royal Draconic hero.
But 2 damage and a mark is exactly how you want to start the game out as Fang. So things looking good so far at the beginning of this game as Tyler has 4 cards to work with to swing back.
And it's important to note, folks, in general, you would love to be leaving your opponent marked as they pass back to you. Now, there are other value considerations to be made. You probably don't want to do that if it will allow you to get up to 3 fealty on your turn. But the reason for it, Michael, is you're almost assuredly running Savor Bloodshed in this Fang deck. And if you can start the turn off with your opponent marked, 2 dagger swings will be threatening that on hit draw a card. For Tyler, though, it's just going to be Rage Spectre and also Transcend for the first time this game. Gaining 1 life with Homage to Ancestors up to 39 and generating a Spectral Shield token, swinging in for 2.
As good of a start as it was for Jesse, getting that Chi into the deck for Tyler is exactly his game plan as well. Now he's online for the first Miragai when he sees it. So this is a little bit scary. Oh, look at that. I love the Chi counting token on the pile there. I've never seen that before.
Valiant Dynamo is devoted to the block here. 1 blocks 2. 1 damage gets through. Both players at 39 here. The follow-up, though, is Rage Spectre from Tyler Goodridge. 6 power on this because it's got Ward 6, because it's Tyler's turn.
And we saw Pablo Pintor win a game off the back of this card. As scary as the Miragai is, this Rage Spectre coming in for 6 is no slouch as Jesse decides to commit the defense reaction to shore up some of that damage.
Sink Below ain't no slouch either, but 2 damage is going to get through. 37 plays 39 in the favor of Enigma, passing back over to Jesse, who's got 3 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal.
It's good to keep as many cards on offense as you can as well.
That tongue is getting tired, huh, Michael?
Yep. I got stuck there.
Vigor token pops at the start of Jesse's turn, and it's sunk directly into an Obsidian Firevein. And at this point, we need to talk about just how good Grains of Bloodspill is in this Fang deck. The reason being is that even the decks that run blues are still going to run very few, probably a max of like 9 or 12. The amazing thing about Grains of Bloodspill is that because you're only paying 2 resources every turn to swing both of your daggers, you can usually sink 1 in to create a Vigor token, which means that you only need to find a pitch card every other turn. At that point, a red card will go the distance as a yellow and swing both of those daggers. So Grains of Bloodspill showing its stripes here, giving Jesse a free dagger swing. That being said, he has found another blue, and it goes into the pitch zone, swinging in with the second Obsidian Firevein for 4 this time, thanks to Tooth of the Dragon.
Yeah, Tooth of the Dragon just got so much value, as I think Tyler was thinking that he would pump it up and then he could commit the Sink Below, not wanting to do that, instead eating the Rage Spectre and the Spectral Shield token and conferring +3 to that dagger. Really, really efficient on the side of Jesse.
Long Whisker Loyalty devoted here. One of the modes is buff. We don't know the second, but we'll find out based on the way this connection goes. Tyler, however, has 2 defense reactions, so no on-hit here. If Jesse chose the mode on-hit mark, he's going to be a little bit disappointed here. It seems to be the case, so no additional swing of that Obsidian Firevein and a little bit of value lost. Jesse did have the opportunity to activate Grains of Bloodspill with that blue that he had in hand, but neglected to do so. So no Vigor token conferred for next turn, and that blue card is kind of going a little bit to waste.
Well, Tyler didn't connect with either of those swings as there was Ward 2 on the board for the first swing.
My mistake, folks.
But Tyler is now able to swing in. This is one of the
Spectral Prowler, my friend. And Tyler is creating a Spectral Shield at instant speed to give this Spectral Prowler Go Again. So 2 Go Again, one of those cards that is just really good at turning on the transcend ability of those inner Chi cards.
Yeah, with Phantasm, it can be a little bit risky to play into some decks, but Fang does not really run any 7 or 6 power attacks. So it will just be the Valiant Dynamo committed to blocks as he takes 1 damage. And the Spectral Shield swings.
Spectral Shield comes in, 2 Go Again. Thank you so much to everybody that are joining us a little bit late. We know that you flesh and blood junkies just can't get enough, and you're here after the Pro Tour has wrapped up for more high-octane flesh and blood action, and we've got it right here at AGE New England. Dissolve Reality is the follow-up after that Spectral Shield swing, and Jesse's kind of got a good answer here. It's Pledge Fealty out of the arsenal, and so he's going to get a free Ponder token from that card. How about that?
That was a really nice play. You know, Fang is a pretty face-up deck to play. You don't have the same kinds of tricks as Assassin, but right there showing the use case of the instance in the arsenal, it can be so powerful to dodge some of these effects like Command and Conquer, and here a little bit less seen of the Dissolve reality.
Okay, Jesse Bowman comes out swinging with an Obsidian Firevein. Even though he wasn't able to generate a bigger token last turn, he has found his third blue of the game. So it's 1 on the combat chain, but a promise for more.
Tyler wanting to see those defense reactions. It's really, really important for him to prevent the fealty generation for as long as possible, but we see another pledge fealty being played. Jesse Bowman going up to 2 already without the need to connect.
And if Tyler was holding on to a defense reaction here, he's going to be a little bit disappointed because right now, this dagger is threatening to kill the ward board, that 1 spectral shield, and also leak in by 1. Jesse says that's not enough for me. I'd rather throw out a jagged edge on top of this, get up to 5 go again, and make it so you don't get any sort of ward protection here.
I do like the commitment of the Jagged Edge here. Of course, you'd much rather kill a Mirage with it, but due to the Ponder token, Jesse needs to play his whole hand out in order to get that extra value, and you might as well play it on a dagger that you've already played a Draconic Link on to just gain that full benefit of the Obsidian text.
Okay, it's 5 go again here. Tyler Goodridge is in the tank, wondering if he wants to utilize any reactions, already checking the graveyard for Jesse Bowman. And Jesse is also, not only is he getting pretty lucky with variance in terms of his pledged fealties coming up really early in this game, he also hasn't seen any Hunt's Ends, which is really important to see kind of mid to late game after you're already online. You hate to have to pitch them or block with them. So honestly, deck variance really showing up in the favor of Jesse here.
And Tyler Goodridge does not commit any more block, and therefore Jesse gets that damage through, and the third fealty comes online already. It's what, like turn 2, turn 3 for the Fang?
And this is usually what you want to be seeing as Fang. You do have to jump through a little bit of hoops in order to get to that all-powerful free dagger swing. But the fact that you've done it already and you're still at life parity with your Enigma opponent is really good for you here.
Yeah, the only downside is committing that Jagged Edge. But as you said, talked about the Hunt's End, here it comes through, pushing that last dagger up to 6, using that hand beautifully with the Ponder token still on the board.
And this is one of the most exhilarating plays I think you can make as Fang when you go into a turn with a Hunt's End in hand and you haven't gotten online yet. When you're able to unlock that third fealty and then still play a Hunt's End, it's stuff of dreams, Michael.
Tyler Goodridge does have the reaction and the ward to prevent all of the damage coming through, but of course it doesn't stop the fealties. And now he's going into his turn with just a Tunic counter and a couple of cards, needing to build up that board state if he wants to keep this game and keep his tournament life from going down the tubes.
But Jesse is digging ever closer to yet another Jagged Edge. We have to imagine there's more than one in the deck. Sorry, my pause there was because there was no pitch card in the pitch zone for Tyler Goodridge. This is the best case scenario for Jesse. A cheat card being played just to confer go again in this case, and Tyler is able to draw a card because he now has 1 blue card in the pitch zone. It was Fiendal Spring Tunic that paid for the attack itself.
Yeah, Jesse Bowman probably pretty happy to see this come through. It just means that the board isn't being built up. It's just vanilla damage. Of course, 1 Spectral Shield being created is some ward on the back end, but it certainly is no Mirage.
So 4 go again into 2 go again. What is going to be the follow-up for Tyler here? Oh, that all you got out of the hand of Jesse Bowman is exactly what he wants to see here. Some people tend to side these out versus Enigma, but I really like them because of this exact situation. You can almost depend on Enigma sending Spectral Shields with +1 counters on them at you, and that all you got just is immense value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta say, having watched Colin Erickson pilot Casai into Enigma, I see him block more than I think any other warrior. And I always thought that the warrior needed to play really aggressive. You can't afford to run your D-Reacts, but I think playing a value game is valid, especially when you're running something like Valiant Dynamos.
Early on in Fang's tenure, a lot of people were trying to build him as an aggro deck, kind of hearkening back to Redline, Phi, Dromai, this and that. But in this case, I think Jesse is executing the exact game plan that Fang needs. You want to accelerate to 3 fealty, and then you become the best value deck in the game. Get there fast and then play numbers.
And speaking of value, Hunt's End coming out, going 3 over the top of this block, taking out the Spectral Shield and pushing another 2 damage to the life total of Tyler.
It's Blaze Headlong, another amazing card against Enigma. Usually when you're pressuring a ward board, in this case, we're happy to do the life total as well. 4 go again here for Jesse Bowman.
And so we're seeing not only efficient blocks, but extremely efficient attacks as Jesse has got his foot on the gas. 6 into 4 with 3 cards still in hand.
Tyler says, I'm not committing here, down to 28. And Jesse's still got 3 cards with which to work, Michael. 1 on this Obsidian Fire Vein. You have to hope that he found a Long Whisker loyalty so he can just keep continuing this chain.
Ooh, Long Whisker would be really gross here.
For now, it's just 1 power. Tyler takes stock. It is a Long Whisker loyalty out of the hand of Jesse Bowman. All modes active here, folks. So one of these daggers is going to be able to swing again, and one of them is also going to confer a mark on hit. We'll have to see which one Jesse chooses here. But right now, Tyler is taking yet another 4, down to 24. Even though he's holding on to these cards with dear life, he hasn't committed the Traverse the Universe at this point. So it makes me wonder, can this hand be good enough to take all of this damage?
Well, he certainly thinks so as this last dagger swing comes through with Jesse sitting on 2 cards, potentially both going onto the chain or just saving 1 for the arsenal.
Looks like the mark was conferred by the previous dagger, so this dagger is only swinging for 1, but threatening the on-hit of yet another fealty token. It is kind of a tell for Tyler that Jesse didn't close the chain and use that the resource generated at the beginning of the turn for Brave Forge Bracers. He might still need all of his Draconic chain links in order to get the desired effect that he wants.
Another Long Whisker would be pretty disgusting.
Levels of Enlightenment comes down to block. What's Jesse got? He passes.
Ooh.
It's possible that all those cards drawn, even on the That All You Got, were just bricks.
Yeah, and that's the downside of the defense reactions, right? Which is very likely that that's what he has in hand.
Which does make me wonder there, why wouldn't we close the chain for Brave Forge Bracers? Perhaps intuiting that he was going to force 1 more card out of Tyler Goodridge.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he got the same amount of value. I think Tyler putting that card down is really, if you can feign that reaction, it may even make it more likely for Tyler to block.
This is another situation where you are absolutely value gaming as the warrior player, as long as your Enigma opponent isn't representing a pummel, which can be lurking around there here and there. In this case, Tyler does not have an online tunic, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But Jesse is in a situation where he can stick 1 3-block, plus Brave Forge Bracers, plus Valiant Dynamos, block out a CNC with 1 card.
But if those were, in fact, 2 defense reactions, Jesse's looking at another bit of a bricky hand on the back end of this, since he cannot play those into Command and Conquer's Chainlink.
And based on the apprehensive posture, you might have sniffed out exactly what lies in wait in the hand of Jesse Bowman.
Yeah, so maybe Tyler just getting a little bit of breathing room here, something that he desperately needs as he has not gotten a board to stick. But Jesse just blocking 1 and saying, hey, I don't need 2 defense reactions while I'm on defense. I will use the life total as a resource, clear out that arsenal so that I don't have to keep bricking on it.
And there you go, Jesse doing his best in sync impression and saying bye, bye, bye to that sink below, going into the graveyard. Am I old? Yes. Obsidian Fire Vein gets pushed out onto the combat chain. 1 power here, a measly 1, but for free because Jesse has reached the anointed status in the eyes of his Emperor. 3 fealty tokens, which means that this dagger can come in for free.
And Tyler still has a lot of life to work with, so just the 3 cards that Jesse is presenting here, although it will be good value, as it always is once those fealties are online, I'm a little bit worried the moment Tyler gets a really strong hand to work with, he's got the life total to just sort of take the damage and pivot into a really scary board.
Which then the onus will be on Jesse to take so much damage from the pivot just to stop that mirror guy that will probably be developed. This is the dance of Fang versus Enigma.
And that's why that CNC was so powerful that last turn, because Jesse took the damage, and 26 life to 24 before this dagger hit was like they're at parity.
Following up with yet another Obsidian Firevein for 1 is Jesse Bowman after activating Blistering Blade on the previous chain. 26 plays 26 life in the favor of Fang Drakai of Blades, but, you know, Tyler is just waiting for the moment that he can pivot, and 20 life, as you said, Michael, is plenty with which to work. Ooh, it's Fire and Brimstone out of the hand. A very handsome caster spoiled that card for the masses. It was me, ladies and gentlemen. I spoiled Fire and Brimstone. And I love this card so much. I have never been a Warrior player, Michael, but I think like the Cosmos were talking to me when I spoiled this card, and then I went on Fight Night with 3 floating and played Fang. I have been a Fang truther ever since.
Yeah.
And the fact that Jesse is able to resolve it here is more power to him. 3 damage comes across. Tyler Goodridge descends on down to 17, and Jesse is got the go-ahead to do the flaming lava Beyblade thing, sending each of these daggers 1 additional time this turn.
Assuming for a moment that the last card in his hand is a D-React, since he had to IP himself last turn, it's unlikely that Jesse will be able to play that last Obsidian Firevein, losing a little bit of value on the Fire and Brimstone, but of course, a 3 value reaction is plenty of value on the side of Fang. So hopefully for Jesse, he has at least 1 more reaction to back up this Obsidian Firevein. Otherwise, it could be another IP, and
he's activating a fealty token. Unfortunately, it's a Glint the Quicksilver that has to confer go again here. It is going to pump that Obsidian Firevein by 1, so it's not what you want to see, but it does allow you to take maximum value from your Fire and Brimstone. He really wishes he bought a card out of Tyler there, but Tyler is really gripping them strong. He's white-knuckling that hand, maybe because it doesn't block all that well. I do see at least 1 no block in the form of Passover, but I tend to think that Tyler's got some offensive capability in this hand.
Yeah, it's time for Tyler to build a board, and here you see him playing out those instants, getting that chi ready, and getting a little bit of value of a drop in the ocean, -1 being placed on that dagger as he keeps a 5-card hand going into offense.
And 2 chi to boot. Also a little bit of defensive capability there. Drop in the ocean will reduce this Obsidian Firevein down to a measly 1, back from whence it came, even though a Fire and Brimstone has been played previously this turn. Still thinking about that 1 damage is Tyler Goodridge. Currently a massive life lead in the favor of Fang. 26 plays 13 now as the damage comes across from that last dagger swing.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Tyler to build up his wall. 13 life is not a lot to work with, but here we see the... it's actually not a specialization, but it might as well be. It's the Mystic Illusionist Legendary, bringing out 2 Spectral Shields, Sacred Art, Immortal Lunar Shrine. And here's the board that I was talking about. It's not super beefy, but it is something, as Tyler is beginning to claw his way back into this game.
Maybe I'm missing something here, but Sacred Art, Immortal Lunar Shrine went directly to the graveyard, so only 1 mode should have been chosen there. And I'm looking at 2 Spectral Shields with +1 counters on them. That is curious. Anyway, we're going to assume that all of this is above board. Our players are paying attention. We also have a great judge on staff here at Great Stories. CNC is the follow-up off of that Spectral Shield, which bought the block of the Kabuto of Imperial Authority, which is definitely a big hump that Tyler had to get over. In this case, it seems that he has really done some good poker face play of his own, telling this warrior that he's not the only one that can get the job done. Spectral Shield buys the Kabuto, and then Command and Conquer punishes it.
Jesse looking at his arsenal, I believe it's another defense reaction, so he's going to have to make the choice. Do you commit a little bit of armor block here to stop that and save the defense reaction, or do you allow 2 Command and Conquers to get so much value in the form of destroying that arsenal back to back?
It all depends on how he can convert the rest of the hand. And this is why I think I tend to side those Sink Belows out in this matchup. I would much prefer to have, for example, like Sigil of Solace in the hand or in the arsenal, because one of the most disruptive things that Enigma can do to you is fight for that arsenal. If you, for instance, did a little bit of Pledge Fealty cosplay from earlier on in this turn, you can just play out that Sigil, get your value that way, and deny your opponent some extra value that they thought they were going to get. But anyway, Jesse is holding on to that Sink Below for now. Valiant Dynamos plus Brave Forge Bracers plus Oath of Loyalty from hand means a blocked out CNC. And here we go, swinging with another Obsidian Firevein is Jesse Bowman.
We see Tyler has a defense reaction in his hand, so may be able to keep these spectral shields around for another turn if he can block efficiently enough to stuff this turn. So this is the turning point. It might take a couple of turns for the tides to shift in Tyler's favor, but right now things are looking up for him as Jesse just doesn't quite have the cards needed to punch through as Tyler sits on those reactions.
Jesse, however, punching through perhaps with a jagged edge, the second one we've seen this game, made draconic by the popping of the fealty, is coming in with 5 over the top of this Fate Foreseen that Tyler surely thought would block out whatever came with this Obsidian Fire Vein. Right now, if this 1 damage leaks through, Jesse is going to blaze right through those 2 spectral shields for the life total of Tyler Goodridge. Looks like it happens. Both the spectral shields get no defensive value, and Tyler descends on down to 12. Jesse, however, is fealty deficient at this point. He's got to pay for these daggers the old-fashioned way, but he's found himself a blue. So Obsidian Fire Vein is going to be coming in again after this, after, of course, generating a Vigor token from Grains of Blood spell.
Ooh, but first we've got a Blaze Headlong coming through for 4. I'm sitting here wondering if Tyler missed a really good opportunity to use those quick dodge flexors.
It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, 2 spectral shields is not really what you want to be committing your equipment to defending, but at the current life totals, I have to wonder how long Tyler has to get that value while his board just keeps getting destroyed.
He's got to find a manifestation of Miragai and make that pivot turn. He's sitting with Chi in the deck, waiting to use that Traverse the Universe. And I think the main reason he hasn't committed Quick Dodge Flexors here is because Quick Dodge they're the main reason that a lot of Miragais survive the pivot turn, the clap back from your opponent nowadays in Flesh and Blood.
So Tyler just waiting, holding out for the better payoff. 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. So he's got a lot to work with, and you've got to believe he is going to be building up a bit of another board here.
Okay, and as you say, Michael, Waxing Spectre with a blue in the pitch, so a +1 counter conferred there to this Ward Aura. Waxing Spectre will now come in for 4 go again. It's got a +1 counter and Ward 3. So a little bit of defense, a little bit of offense. A lot of people point to this card as one of the bigger issues in Enigma, even over Manifestations of Miragai, because on its face, even if you just play it like this and pass back and lose it to the offensive capability of your opponent, it's a 2-card 7. But the ceiling can get through the roof if it sticks around for even 1 more turn beyond that.
Absolutely. And we see Jesse just using the boots, doesn't even commit the Sink Below despite it being such a tasty looking breakpoint.
Obsidian Fire Vein for 1. This one is kind of sort of free because of that Vigor token generated last turn. That being said, Jesse is going to have to find himself a resource card. The fact that we didn't see any blocks on that Waxing Spectre might mean that he's got exactly what he needs. Spectral Prowler blocks 3 on 1. Searing Gaze is going to get over the top by 1 unless Tyler has anything to say about it. Also a Blade Flurry on top. So this measly Obsidian Fire Vein for 1 is not for 1, it's for 6. And a Sink Below comes out of the hand of Tyler Goodridge to shore up the rest of that damage. I think Jesse's going to be happy to see that, though, because usually the scarier on hits come in Chainlink 2 or greater for Fang.
Now we see another Blaze Headlong, such an efficient card for just spreading that damage out across the chain, but Tyler has another defense reaction. This is exactly what he needs to keep that Waxing Spectre on the board, just like you said.
Oh, and Jesse is in a bad way. He's only on 2 fealty. He cashed him in to use a maximum power Jagged Edge on the last turn, but in this case, Michael, he's got to pitch the last red card in his hand to send that Obsidian Fire Vein. This dagger, however, should be for 3. I hope Jesse catches it because there was a Blade Flurry played earlier in this turn. Currently, he's only representing 1, but it should be for a little bit more.
Yeah, and what we know, too, is that he has that defense reaction in Arsenal. Actually, we don't know it for sure. I think that it's a safe assumption.
There we go. Okay, we've caught it, folks. Obsidian Fire Vein comes in for 3, which may not change the math for Tyler too much. He was already considering throwing a card in front of this Obsidian Fire Vein to protect the Waxing Spectre, but no, he cleans it up, and Jesse says, A-okay, I will refresh my dynamos and pass on back to you with no ward board to speak of, and no inner chi in hand, thanks to no block on Traverse the Universe.
So Jesse's scraping by, once again denying that extra value of the extra swing of the Waxing Spectre. But Tyler Ooh, this is also a very high value play. One resource in the form of a counter, and Miraging Metamorph coming through 7 damage. And Jesse, very unlikely to have any poppers in this deck, means he'll have to deal with it the old-fashioned way.
This is one of the bread and butter plays of the finely tuned Enigma lists that have come out of the woodwork and are just like, there's only like 2-3 cards I feel like that separate Enigma lists nowadays, even at the Pro Tour level. I mean, Miraging Metamorph, Phantasmaclasm, you always have these super high value attacks, and you've also, like, the place they play is in the ward board and in the blues and here and there, but like it's firing on all cylinders, it's clean, and it's Enigma Ledger of Ancestry.
Yeah, but Jesse just going ahead and putting 1 block in front of it, the Valiant Dynamos, if it is a defense reaction in his arsenal, not deploying it, as he now sends that Obsidian Firevein 4-2, thanks to the Tooth of the Dragon. No blocks committed means Tyler didn't fall for that bait, and 2's going through.
17 plays 9. The life totals are dwindling here. The time for Tyler to use that Traverse the Universe is coming to a close. But on this next Obsidian Firevein, it's going to be coming in for 4, allowing Tyler to cash in the value up front and ensure that he will get at least 2 points of defensive value from that piece if he decides to devote it here. No, it's just 2 cards out of the hand, Weakest Link and Dissolve Reality, which means that 6 blocks 4 here. Jesse's still got 2 cards in hand. And yes, it's an Endear Devotion out of the hand, telegraphed by the fact that he didn't cash one of those resources in for Grains of Bloodspill on the previous combat chain link. And wow, he's coming up even higher. 11 power Obsidian Firevein thanks to the Endear Devotion and the red scar tissue that are now on the combat chain. Jesse is going to be back online. He should be back online right now thanks to Endear Devotion.
Yeah, he'll go up to 3 fealties and 11 damage over 6. That's 5 damage coming through to Tyler's 9 life. So over half of his current life total being threatened. Looks like he's thinking about some kind of reaction, but hasn't committed anything yet. Sink below, well-timed.
1 damage is still going to leak through here. Tyler descends on down to 7, and Jesse's got his opponent marked, and he hasn't seen a single save or bloodshed yet. The time is getting really, really on Jesse's side here, because even though Tyler still has one of the most powerful headpieces in the game at his disposal, it's going to be tough to use it to full effect on this next turn, because Jesse is going to continue to be swinging. He's back online once again.
But you got to think that Tyler is going to see one of those Miragai very soon. His deck is very thin at this point, and there are still 3 of them in it. So surely soon he will start to see those show up. And when he does, that will be the final mountain that Jesse has to climb if he wants to win this game. You got to get through the Miragai.
But if Jesse is able to mount enough pressure on this next turn, it's entirely possible that Tyler just doesn't get a good window to use that Traverse the Universe. I mean, you need a life cushion in order to pivot.
Yeah, and Jesse committing 6 block here, likely has an instant, is what that tells me. Otherwise, who cares about the Weakest Link? Although maybe he just wants to keep the information in his hand to himself.
Yeah, you definitely don't want a crafty hero like Enigma Ledger of Ancestry to know what is coming their way, because the options become so much narrower if you can hide a little bit of information. One of the things that Jesse still has in his back pocket is 1 more copy of Hunt's End, and that could spell absolute doom for our Enigma player here. Right now, it's an Obsidian Firevein for 1, now free once again thanks to those 3 fealty, and Ripple Away goes down to block. It's the 3rd copy of Pledge Fealty, up to 4 fealty, and kind of doing a little bit of sidestep here is Jesse Bowman.
Yeah, and I still don't see a Miragai in Tyler's hand, so he'll have to weather the storm once again before he can play that oh-so-valuable tool to victory.
Obsidian Firevein for 1 here. I can't help but notice that Jesse is keeping these Obsidian Fireveins closer to the left side of his mat than he has been previously. That makes me think there's going to be a 3rd chain link here.
He did block with an attack action, which also suggests that there may be some redundancy if he didn't block with that.
Tyler having a look here, taking stock of everything that he's been able to see thus far. 17 plays 7. This is a tense moment. This is a win and in situation for Tyler Goodridge. Can he get there in the end, though? He's got to get through the burning Blade Master that is Fang.
And I love this point in the game where the players slow things down and start to think so deliberately about the plays. This is Tyler's tournament life on the line, and he decides he needs to commit 2 cards to this block, cannot afford to taking too much damage here, as we now see the Burning Blade, and there's the attack action, just like you said.
So Blistering Blade is covered up by 2 cards from hand from Tyler Goodridge, but the follow-up is also painful for the Drakai, which means that Jesse is got a surplus of fealty tokens, up to 5 at this point. 1 damage is going to leak through to Tyler Goodridge's life total. 17 plays 6, and Jesse is going to have all the tempo in the world. 5-card hand and no waiting.
Chip, 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 down to 6. And as you said, Jesse with all the tempo. This is the point in the game where Tyler, he needs to build a board, but he needs to use his life as a resource to do so. And if he doesn't have the life to take hits to make that pivot, even if he draws the Miragai, he might not have the resources to play it.
This is the situation. This is like the game state that Fang always wants to play toward, where you're in a value grind with your opponent. They just don't have the life to take everything that you can throw at them, and your numbers are just always going to be better because you're not paying for daggers. All of your reactions can be used as sidesteps, and they're also just going to chip 1 damage here, 1 damage there. And if your opponent does decide to block up front, you just save that Hunt's End for the end of the chain rather than the first one.
Yeah, and we see it here again, 4 on 3. Tyler probably going to take another damage as his life dips down once again to 5.
Affirm Loyalty gives go again there. Pitching a sink below is Jesse Bowman to get a Vigor token there. Just a bit of red redundancy there. A little bit of a saving grace for Tyler Goodridge here. Obsidian Firevein. Number 2 is the follow-up. I believe there are still Long Whisker loyalties left in this deck. Looks like this pivot is happening now or never. Tyler Goodridge commits a Traverse the Universe and a Rage Spectre to this block. 5 blocks 1 at this time. What is the follow-up from Jesse? Can he put on enough pressure to make it so Tyler can't actually use that Inner Chi for its full value?
Does Tyler even have the Miragai in hand?
He might not. Honestly, this Inner Chi might just be devoted to the quick dodge flexors if he smells more chain links to come.
This is a tough spot for Tyler.
Affirm Loyalty is the reaction for Jesse Bowman, which means that no damage is going to get through here unless, of course, he's got another reaction. It's Scar Tissue in the hand, so another fealty token generated for our Blade Master, and also 1 damage and a mark getting through on Enigma. Listen, Tyler is not dead. There's a chance that he still is able to do some pivoting here.
Yeah, he can take this hit and survive. I think he has 3 cards in hand thanks to the Traverse.
Down to 4 is Tyler Goodridge. 3 cards in hand. What can he do with it? One of those is an Inner Chi.
Is it the Miragai? He has the Tunic resource to swing with if it is.
Show us. It's a Phantasmaclasm coming Jesse Bowman's way. This is not the pivot turn that Tyler wants to be seeing here. That being said, Phantasmaclasm is going to allow Tyler to see what is coming his way next turn, and it's 2 Savor Bloodsheds in the hand, Michael. One of them is going to go to the bottom, which might honestly be a bit of a mistake on Tyler's side of the board. There was only 1 Draconic attack reaction in the hand of Jesse Bowman, so it's entirely possible that the game plan for Fang would have been stuffed.
Yeah. It depends on what that arsenal is, and if it was a reaction, it would not have been stuffed. So Tyler, without perfect information, goes for what he believes to be the highest value card, and Jesse, 1 block on 9. Oh, he does have a reaction in the arsenal and wants to clear it out, so goes ahead and puts 4 in front of this 9, saving a little bit of that life, but I think he really is just trying to utilize that life total as a resource and keep as many cards for offense as he can in this position.
Jesse is feeling amazing here. Traverse the Universe has been cashed in and no ward board to see. Jesse is going to be able to send daggers all day, and with 2 Savor Bloodsheds at the front here, curious that, oh, no, 1 went to the bottom, so 1 card is probably going to be drawn on this turn, and that is A-OK for Fang.
Yeah, I think your call on stripping that reaction was correct, as it would have left Jesse without any form of go again without any reactions to give this dagger go again, even with a fealty being popped. So Tyler now needing to face down the follow-up from this dagger, either in the form of that 4-power attack or another dagger.
It is good for Tyler here because he does know about the reaction. He knows about at least one reaction in the hand, and he knows no others can come. So Long Whisker Loyalty can do a bit of a sidestep on its own, but you better believe at this stage in the game, Jesse would rather be pushing damage. He wants to be getting closer to the goal of destroying his opponent. So Tyler does have a lot of information, and it's all going to come down to how he uses it here.
Yeah, he like you said, he has all the information, and it also looks like he finally found a copy. Is that Miragai?
It is.
Is it too little, too late? That's the question.
Oh, and my line is totally moot at this point because a Tooth of the Dragon was the card drawn for Tyler Goodrich, or excuse me, for Jesse Bowman off of the Phantasmaclasm Sync. And Tyler is finally utilizing the quick dodge flexors, using the tunic counter here, which is curious, perhaps expecting more than 3 chain links here. So quick dodge flexors plus shelter from the storm means a blocked out Obsidian Firevein. The next one, though, 4 power and a Long Whisker Loyalty in hand for Jesse Bowman. Means that Tyler's got to block 7 here in order to prevent that Savor Bloodshed on hit.
Yeah. No, the Long Whisker Loyalty, absolutely brutal in a spot where you can choose 2 modes.
4 is the offer for Tyler Goodrich. His run at Arcane Games and Events Open in New England is on the line here.
He's just looking for an out.
A top 8 qualification hangs in the balance. 12 plays 4 here. 8 life separates these 2 heroes, and a value train on the side of your Fang player. Looks like no blocks are declared, and as we suspected, Long Whisker Loyalty comes out to play. Obsidian Firevein is up to 7 here, threatening a card draw on hit, but more importantly, the death of our Illusionist player. It's Waxing Spectre that comes out, pitching that all-important first Manifestations of Miragai. Waxing Spectre is just going to cover 3 right now. The last resource is probably going to be devoted to those quick dodge flexors.
We're just thinking about how to handle this. You got to think the quick dodge move over to this chain. Does he have another defense reaction?
Players just clarifying how quick dodge flexors were used previously.
He does have it.
It's a that all you got out of the hand, plus a Restless Coalescence. So 3, 2 plus 3, that's 5 plus 3 is 8. Also activating the Calming Gesture to get yet another Spectral Shield token. A little overblocked here, but that's okay because there absolutely will be a follow-up from Jesse Bowman.
1 resource still floating for those quick dodge to move over.
The +1 counter did move over to Restless Coalescence from Waxing Spectre.
And it looks like Jesse is choosing to commit the last dagger and arsenal his last card rather than pushing 4 extra damage.
That is curious in this position because I would have to think that you'd want to pressure more of that board if possible, just so your opponent doesn't carry it over into your next offensive turn.
Yeah, but Jesse just playing measured flesh and blood, rather work with the 5-card hand and continue to pressure Tyler to the point where he isn't allowed to keep any cards.
And this is one of the strengths of Fang. Even in a situation like this where your opponent is at the dregs of their life total, you don't have to overcommit. Your numbers are just going to be better in the end. So you can always just say, listen, I'll take a back seat. I'll pocket this card in Arsenal. Surely I'm going to get there in the end because my opponent is giving me all the tempo in the world. You can have this one. Block it out. I guarantee you that what is left in my deck is going to get me there.
I think Tyler needs to pray for Jesse to just draw a brick of defense reactions, but that is not at all what we see as the Blade Flurry comes down and the fealty is committed, pumping that Obsidian Firevein up to 4 with an additional 2 on the back end. And here we see the Manifestations of Miragai being played as a defense reaction. The Chi being pitched, putting it up to enough ward to stop the full hit, but that's a really inefficient block.
Yeah, Manifestations of Marigai is such a good card, but not if you're having to 2-card 4 block with it. The follow-up here is Obsidian Firevein for 3. The reaction, Searing Gaze. No blocks have been declared, which means that this attack is up to 6, plus a Scar Tissue up to 9. Is there any way that Tyler can stop this onslaught in the reaction step? We see a card coming down, but is it going to be good enough? It's that all you got, plus Restless Coalescence. That's only 5, which means that 4 points are going to get through, and Jesse Bowman is the Fang that could, taking down Enigma Ledger of Ancestry. The deck that just won the Pro Tour is taken down by the top of B tier.
Let's go, Fang Gang.
Excellent showing from Jesse Bowman. Absolute masterclass of how to pilot Fang Drakai of Blades into one of his more difficult matchups, mind you.
Yeah, definitely the cards fell in his favor as we saw the Enigma struggled to manifest any Miragais that game, only using them on defense, not how you want to be doing it. So couldn't find them soon enough, and by the time they came around, the life total was not high enough to be able to afford to hold them back and play them the way that you want to. That being said, the Fang player had such an onslaught that the entire game pretty much, he had the tempo and just slamming attack reactions and going wide with those Blaze Headlong 4-power attacks. Really, really hard for Enigma to survive. As much as we think of her as a defensive deck, so many those cards in that deck are pearls. They don't block. So she can't just sit there and defend like an Oldhim. She needs to do something. She needs to build a board. And here we saw what happens when you don't get that board built, you fall.
Jesse showing the power of gratitude journaling as he was able to manifest some serious fealty generation early on in that game.
Yeah, those pledge fealties early on were so sick. That's how you play Fang. You got to get those fealties online early.
But not only that, Jesse also showcased the way to properly pilot Fang when you are fealty deficient. You're pitching blues here and there. Every now and then you have to make a measured decision where you reduce yourself back down below 3 fealty, and you can still make that deck work even when you're not there. That is the power of the blues in the Fang deck, and also the block 3 clause that usually comes at the bottom right of all those cards.
Yeah, it is so scary to drop back down to 2 because the chance that you just brick for 3 more turns and don't get back online is there. It's real. So very, very calculated decision making, and it paid off for the Fang player.
Absolutely stellar stuff coming out of New England, but we suspect no less because they have been putting on a show all year long for you folks, and we will be back with more of it in our top 8 cut in just a little bit. Before we go, let's serve a reminder to what is on the line for all of these players. It's $1,000 in cash, USD, that is on offer for all the players that attend any AGE Open, whether you're in New England or Los Angeles. That's $400 to first place, $200 to second place, third through fourth gets $100, fifth through eighth, $50. Everybody below that top 8 cut is not going to go home with any cash, but that's not all that's on offer at AGE. There are also AGE points, which will qualify you for the Players' Championship, which comes at the end of each and every season. We've got 8 opens that all lead to a top 16 cut and an invite-only tournament where the cash pool is doubled. That's right, $2,000 USD, a gold cold foil, and a PTI are going to be on the line for the lucky 16 players that are at the top of this leaderboard right in front of you at the end of the season. This is currently where our top 16 cut is sitting, but a lot of these players are not in attendance. They're either at Pro Tour London or, snowed in because of a recent snowstorm that hit the eastern seaboard, or just had something better to do on this Sunday. And so we're giving an opportunity for some of these brand new players that are joining AGE every single month in New England, a new territory for us, I might add, to claw their way into the top 16 and make it a real race to the finish.
Looking forward to that race and the finish.
Well, finish we will, but not until we've made our top 8 cut and also had a little bit of a break. I know I'm a little bit calorie deficient. I'm going to shove a little bit of food in my gullet, and then we'll be back with more flesh and blood, more spinning fiery Beyblades, and more awesome action after this.
Looking forward to it.
Baby, the Warriors have come out to play in New England. We have our top 8 bracket for you folks. That's right, we are back at Arcane Games and Events in New England. It's the April Open, one of the many stops on the road to the Players' Championship. My name is Bryce Platts, and I am here with Michael Swinger of Hammers Murray. Shall we take a look at the top 8 bracket, Michael?
I'd love to.
Let's go ahead and hit that. Okay, we've got Quinn Wong Q. I said the Warriors were out to play, and he is case in point. An undefeated Casai of the Golden Sand going 5-0 in Swiss and taking down our Arachnne slip through the cracks player, Kachchan, who is currently sitting at the 6th seed. He did that on stream, and he continued to do it throughout the tournament. We've also got Fang, Jerkai of Blades, a hero that is very close, near and dear to my heart and also yours, Michael, making its way into the top 8 at the 4th seed. And then a plethora of Aurora.
Yeah. We got a mirror match down there, the 2 versus 8, and of course, one slotted into the top 2. The only non-Aurora match here in the top 8 is Florian making it through as the 3 seed and Kachchan on Arachnne slipped through the cracks.
Well, folks, we've got several interesting matches to bring you, but it does look like there's a lot of Lightning Runeblade that is going to be crackling through this top 8 bracket. You better believe that you are going to need Aurora Chops in order to take pretty much any event in Flesh and Blood down.
Yeah, absolutely. And here is why.
So sound off, chat. Let us know what you want to see for the first of these 3 matches. We got 1 quarterfinal match coming your way, 1 semifinal, and of course, the finals where it all boils down to $1,000 USD and a whole host of AGE points. I'm seeing Fang. I'm seeing Slippy in chat. I'm seeing Florian. Hit us on the hip, guys. We will be back in just a moment to bring you the first of our top 8 matches in AGE Open New England after this. Ready when you are. Sorry, folks. Justin is having way too much fun in the production booth. It's been a little while since he's sat behind the switcher, so he's playing with timers. He's calling out the wrong heroes this way and that. But we don't hold that against him, do we, Michael?
No. It
is sweltering in this Los Angeles garage, but the players in New England are staving off the cold from a unexpected snowstorm, not with space heaters, but instead with searing hot games of flesh and blood. And we have got another one locked and loaded for you. In this, the top 8 of Arcane Games and Events Open in New England. Yeah, it's the April Open, the third stop on the way to the Players' Championship, and we are moving ever closer to that top finish, and we're going to see it here. My name is Bryce Platts. I'm here with Michael Swinger of Hammers Murphy. Let's go ahead and take a look once again at that top 8 bracket. The game we are bringing you is number 2. It's the 4th seed versus the 5th seed, Jesse Bowman on Fang Dracaya Blades versus Feno Black on Aurora Shooting Star.
Looking forward to it, man. Aurora, the boogeyman of this format, and Fang Gang, the hero. Can't wait to see how this one plays out.
There's a lot to look forward to in this top 8. If you are a warrior enjoyer, we got something for you. If you like rune blades, we got 2 flavors. And the assassins have even slipped their way, shall I say, into this top 8 bracket. Before we head on down to the match area, we do want to take a quick moment to shout out the folks that have been ever so helpful to us. It takes a village to put on one of these productions, and our production staff is no exception. It's also important to say that there's not a whole lot of money in it, so they are doing it out of the goodness of their hearts. I want to mention first and foremost Jesse Harper, who is our on-the-ground representative in AGE New England. He's normally a purveyor of the Flesh and Blood competition, but in this case, he has graciously decided to hang up his deck box for the time being and help us out with some production stuff. Also, friend of Jesse Harper and also of the AGE show, Julian Helgeson, who we saw early on as our other Fang Dracaya of Blades in the room. He was also instrumental in helping us with our remote setup yesterday and also in helping Jesse build up the rig this morning. So thank you so much, guys, for you and also for you, Michael, for helping bring such high-quality casting and games to the interwebs and for helping us share this game that we all love so much. Thank you.
It has been a real blast casting today, and I can't wait to get into the last 3 games of the day as we figure out who the winner of today's AGE New England will be.
Well, Michael, if you insist, we'll stop talking about it and we'll be about it. Shall we transport ourselves back over to the eastern seaboard where it is nice and chilly? Probably a saving grace for you and I. But we'll go to the match area and we will take a look at how this top 8 is going to shake out. It's Feno Black on Aurora Shooting Star on the left side of your screen, 5th seed versus Jesse Bowman, Fang Dracaya of Blades on the right.
And the first question, since Jesse is the higher seed, is will he choose first or second as the fist bump goes out? The players get ready to rumble.
I also got to shout out my friends in Brazil. I see you in chat. Bordas Brancas for life. Ladies and gentlemen, I am my heart is sold to a team in Brazil. And they're represented in chat here. One of these days, we'll get ourselves on down to Brazil for an AGE event of your own. But in the meantime, you're just going to have to enjoy these East Coasters, the members of New England, after we saw a Pro Tour champion crowned in ye old England.
Enough chat. It looks like the players are gearing up for the start as Jesse flicks his way through his starting 4, looking like he may have chosen to go first.
The fever pitch of tension is reaching a high point, as is the vocal cords of my co-caster. Looks like Feno Black is going first, probably going to try to establish a bit of a board state here against Fang Dracaya of Blades. He's just got to hope that Jesse hasn't ripped the fabled 3 pledge fealty on the first turn of the game and become online sooner rather than later. Well, I do want to point out, Michael, what do you see in the equipment suite of Fang?
I see null rune headpiece. That's so important in a match when the Aurora can be threatening arcane damage, especially drawing a card off of it with the Channel Lightning Valley. So seeing that is a breath of relief on my end because I think that Fang needs that tool in order to stand a chance.
And I think the decision becomes a lot easier when Jesse is sporting a whole host of blue cards in his Fang deck. It's a much harder proposition for a red line Fang, or heck, even a yellow line, Fang, in order to utilize those Arcane Barrier pieces to their fullest.
And as you predicted, Feno just setting up, creating that embodiment of lightning and the rune chant and passing it over to Jesse, who is now swinging that Obsidian Fire Vein.
Looks like no fealty generation at instant speed at the end of Feno Black's turn, unfortunately, for Jesse. He's also a little bit bricked up with the boys in terms of his resources. It's a red card that goes into the pitch, but a Searing Gaze is going to confer +3 and go again to this Obsidian Fire Vein. So 4 is the ask. Looks like there is a Sigil of Suffering in the arsenal of Feno Black. It's been played out. Jesse has the option to pitch to this AB, but because there's a red in the pitch zone, I don't think he's going to be paying for it here.
Yeah, he really would have liked to start the turn with a resource card, but thanks to Feno not giving any attacks, Jesse did not have the option to filter and needing to use the 4 reds he was given at the start of the game.
So even though Feno hasn't found Channel Lightning Valley to pair with that Sigil of Suffering, he is getting a 1-card 5, which is exactly what you need to do in order to beat the value master that is Fang. Jesse, the follow-up is just a For the Drakai. Unfortunately, not doing everything that it could be doing because Feno is not marked. And I know that Jesse is in his blue suite using Tip-Off, that draft chaff from the Hunted, which has been making its way into a lot of Fang decks. You better believe he would have utilized the discard ability on that card before swinging the For the Drakai if he could.
Yeah, and at least Jesse is able to get away with only pitching 1 card, which is a nice sort of consolation prize. Not too low value needing to pitch the double red, but here we see Feno Black now swinging back and using that Skizix that he pulled on turn 0.
Feno is swinging back in black. 3 go again here. It's going to have go again no matter what. So Jesse is probably not super enticed to block that rune chant token and rob second strike of its go again clause. It's just not going to be an option here. Right now, that rune chant still sits menacingly on the combat chain, just awaiting to confer +1 to second strike. Jesse in the tank with blocks. He hasn't been able to generate a fealty token or a mark on his opponent thus far. And that's exactly what you need to be doing against Aurora's Shooting Star.
Yeah, in the defensive matchups, usually the tough thing is getting over the blocks to generate them. In the aggressive matchups, sometimes it's just you need to find it soon enough. And here we see Jesse deciding to commit that yellow to pitch towards the Arcane Barrier, giving up a card to prevent that 1 damage.
Was that all you got?
Yeah.
That is an interesting choice here, especially given that all you got is such a good defensive piece against Aurora. Honestly, it's the main reason that it's making its way into so many decks here. But in this case, it is blocking 2 damage here, both on the rune chant and that second strike. Already has go again, and here's a bit of a punish. It's Starfall coming in for 2 go again. A lightning card has been played previously on this chain. Looks like it's just Valiant Dynamos devoted to the block here, which means that 1 more damage is going to sneak through. 36 plays 35. Feno takes a very small lead here early in this game.
Looks like he's got 1 more card queued up at least. Waiting for the resolution.
Looks like there are still 3 cards in the hand of Jesse and 1 in the arsenal. Can he get the mark effects off when he needs and establish that all-important 3 fealty? Ravenous Rabble is coming in after revealing a red on top, so 4 go again here for Aurora.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start from Jesse Bowman. Would have loved to get some fealty, some marks online, and now using that resource card on defense. Hopefully for him, he has another resource card to play with. Otherwise, those Obsidian Fire Veins are going to be horribly inefficient on the follow-up turn.
I spy with my little eye an Endear Devotion in the hand of Jesse Bowman. So as long as he can go 2 chain links wide, which I think he is telegraphing that he has the ability to by blocking with the Valiant Dynamos, he is going to be able to get his first fealty token online. The question is, can he do it cleanly? He'd love to see an Oath of Loyalty here to accelerate himself directly to that Draconic Chain Link 2 or greater, but we'll have to see what's in the hand.
Yeah, a blue and another 0-cost reaction would be enough. We'll have to wait and see what he's got.
A couple defense reactions already been played here. Jesse is going to be leaning on them heavily, especially for those turns where Feno resolves a Burn-Up Shock or a Channel Lightning Valley. Thus far, those power cards have not made it into the hand of Aurora. but one was pocketed into the arsenal after an action point was still available to Feno, so I wonder if it's one of those power cards. Obsidian Firevein for 1 here.
Jesse, really, for his sake, I'm hoping he has that 0-cost reaction. Otherwise, this could just be a fealty generator being committed just for the go again.
Never what you want to see this early on with Fang. Always want to be taking damage in order to get to that second Draconic Chain Link and establish the fealty tokens. I think Jesse is well aware that this is the default game plan for Fang. He piloted it to absolute mastery against an Enigma, Ledger of Ancestry, gatekeeping them from the top 8 just last round.
Feno is coming up on that Tunic counter next turn with a 5-card hand. That could be a whole lot of power coming out, depending on how Feno decides to block or not block on these attacks.
Still 1 power sitting on the combat chain. Feno Black remains in the tank. And this is one of the situations I love to be in as the Fang player, because there are no decision points for you to make at this point, unless, of course, your opponent like way overblocks or something like that. You know what is actually available to you, and unfortunately, it is the Endear Devotion devoted to the first chain link, so no fealty generated on this card.
Yeah, you hate to see that, which makes me think it's likely that the follow-up is just a Obsidian Firevein for 1.
It is entirely possible. No resources left floating here. Obsidian Firevein for 1. Feno Black sitting at a 4 life deficit here as the life totals swing back in the favor of our lava-laced Flinger of Blades.
You got to think Feno just thinking his lines through, but does not want to block here if he can help it.
It is possible that Jesse found himself with like redundant sources of fealty generation.
That would be best case scenario.
Looks like 1 damage taken, no reactions here. That last card is going into the arsenal for Jesse. Still, after 2 turns, unable to generate a single fealty token. When we saw him on stream just last round, he was already online by this point.
Yeah, he had the double pledge fealty into a mark connecting. And here he has very little to show.
But listen, he was X1 in Swiss, and I think the real tell of whether you are a strong Fang player or not is how you weather the storm when you don't get that super easy fealty generation online very early in the game. Because he's still not out. You can still play the value game until you can get online, especially against a deck like Aurora that is reluctant to block you. It's all going to depend on how Jesse navigates these early turns, and that is going to spell the conclusion of this quarterfinal.
And we see here the Hunt's End and the Valiant Dynamo being committed to blocks. So Hunt's End coming up a little too soon, Jesse needing to commit it on defense rather than for that sweet +4 that it could have otherwise come if he was online.
And it was indeed a power card in the arsenal of Feno Black. Arc Lightning comes out to play. And Feno sequencing this really well because he had an embodiment of lightning token. He wanted to make sure he got full value out of it. Probably indicates that he's got a couple more attacks in hand without go again. So he eats up the embodiment of lightning with the Gone in a Flash, then deploys the Arc Lightning so that the next attack in his hand can get go again as well.
Yeah, and can you clarify, do you know if Arc Lightning affects the weapon attack, or is he not eating the go again up here?
He is not eating up the go again here because Starfall is not an action card.
Yep, so very well sequenced, saving that Arc Lightning ability and just using the resource on the Tunic to send the Starfall for 2 and 1. Really efficient.
Looks like it bought yet another block from Jesse. Searing Gaze, a very important card in Fang. He's seen 2 of them already, neither of which have conferred a mark. It's Snatch, 4 physical power, and it's got go again thanks to the sequencing of that Arc Lightning. 1 Arcane on the back end.
Yeah, the thing Jesse would really hate to see here is a Lightning Press.
It's buying more blocks from Jesse, and I like this play from him because the like silver lining of not generating any fealty tokens is you don't have to reach that clause where you have to play a Draconic card or generate a fealty token in order to keep them around. So you have the agency to kind of just block out these really rough turns from Aurora where the cards are not really lining up in your favor.
Yeah, and looking at this chain, that's 2 reactions that have the potential to mark being committed. So while he isn't necessarily taking a whole lot of damage here, it looks like he's giving up a lot of pieces that could have been used to build fealties. So Jesse playing the slow game, deciding to commit those cards here, and now instead of trying to race and take that damage to the face.
I can't fault him here because it does seem like his hand was entirely redlocked, and we see that now thanks to the Blaze Headlong that hit the combat chain. So this was the most efficient use he could make of this turn.
Yeah. 1 card 4, not bad. Little Titan's Fist in Draconic flavor.
And you have got to take the damage when you can actually generate something for it in Fang. The trick is that you are sitting on a lot of 2 blocks, a lot of no blocks for a warrior. One of the other things that we'll have to keep an eye out for is how many of those that Jesse sided out for this particular matchup. I personally like to go into Aurora matchups with very few non-blocks. I even side out those Sigil of Solaces that I think just absolutely crack this deck wide open.
Yeah. Now Feno committing 1 card to block, so 3-card hand on the backswing. Simple Lightning Surge for 4. And I didn't see if that came from Arsenal.
I believe it was from Arsenal, so this will be 4 go again. Either that, or it is a very early commitment of the Snapdragon Scalers from Feno Black.
It's possible.
Jesse is lining up a 1-card block, it looks like. Very pensive still, though. Only 2 life separates these 2 heroes. Feno has seen a power turn, but this is hardly all that Aurora can offer.
I can't tell if he's tanking about using a 4 block to cleanly block a defense reaction, or if maybe he has a power turn that he wants to hold back and take a little bit of damage in exchange.
29 plays 27. This is a very tense moment, folks. This is the first quarterfinal. The only one on stream, but one of 4 going on at Great Stories Comics and Gaming in Whitensville, Massachusetts.
Oath of Loyalty being committed to the block. 1 damage getting over. Jesse choosing the 3 value on the blocking side rather than the 4 value on the attack side.
Jesse also, it bears mentioning, is not your average Fang enjoyer. This deck is blinged out to the 9s. Not only do we have the Marvel Fang and Cold Foil Obsidian Fireveins to boot, he's also got extended arts of Oath of Loyalty, of Endear Devotion. He's been cracking gem packs like a maniac, I'm sure, to get all of those.
Yeah, gotta love the bling.
Starfall into Arcanic Shockwave is the follow-up for this Aurora turn. It was indeed fused, though I missed the card, so 1 arcane damage is going to come through towards Jesse Bowman. He hasn't been blocking at all besides that first attack. Makes me wonder if he's got yet another Oath of Loyalty lined up.
Could be, or it could just be not a lot of Draconic cards in hand, so he wants to prevent bricking on that. We see another block possibly being lined up. Jesse's really tanking a lot on this turn. Maybe not thrilled with his hand nor the prospect of blocking.
They don't seem to have been lining up quite as well as they did in his last streamed match. But he takes all of that damage. It's back over to Jesse, and even though these players were just about at life parity at the beginning of Feno's turn, now there's a 10 life deficit in the favor of the Aurora player. What can Jesse do here? He's got to make something happen and get himself set up so he can play this really high value game plan.
Yeah. Starting off with the blue is a good sign. So at least he's got his resources covered for the turn and will likely refresh those Valiant Dynamos, getting a little bit more value back.
It's important to draw your attention to the Face Purgatory in the equipment suite of Feno Black here. Face Purgatory is a very powerful piece of equipment that has been added to the Runeblade arsenal since Rosetta, but it does extra work in Fang. Usually, especially once you're online, Fang is often enticed to block with 3 cards in hand and keep 1 in order to just keep that value train going. Extend the game so you can have more turns where you're getting more value off of free daggers. Face Purgatory makes you have to think twice about that game plan, because if you, for instance, hold back a Tooth of the Dragon or any other Draconic attack reaction in hand, all Aurora has to do is throw an attack, a non-attack, and Face Purgatory in front of your Obsidian Firevein, and you are going to lose all of your fealties that you have so painstakingly generated.
Ironically, Tooth of the Dragon is the only card that's immune to that besides Pledge Fealty, but I get what you're saying.
I was testing you, my color commentator.
Speaking of, it looks like we have a Pledge Fealty.
So at long last, one of those all-important aura tokens generated for Fang. So the follow-up is Obsidian Firevein for 1.
Starting to get online. That's a good sign, but it's a bit of a low-value attack, and Feno committing a card to block, so at least Jesse gets that. Stripping a card from hand is always useful against an aggressive slanted deck like Aurora, but Jesse needs some really good follow-up from here on out to claw his way back if he wants to take this and move on.
He did not utilize... Oh, never mind. He didn't hit, so he couldn't have used Grains of Blood Spill. I was hoping for our Fang player that meant he had an Endear Devotion in hand, but we'll see if that comes to fruition or not.
And it looks like Jesse's looking at his options here. Maybe Feno declared no blocks.
I think the onus is still on Feno to declare blocks.
Okay, still tanking. These players are thinking long and hard, and I don't blame them. A lot's on the line when you're in the top 8.
It's important to mention that our top 8 matches are no longer timed. We want these players to take as much time as they need. Looks like the tip-off comes out of the hand for Jesse Bowman, discarded at instant speed to confer a mark to Aurora, which also means that this dagger is going to connect and 2 fealty tokens are online for our Fang player. So not the most efficient in terms of damage, but sometimes it is okay to kind of take a back seat for the numbers, at least early on, to get to that second phase of the game. Shift into 5th gear, and then it's value, value, value from then on.
Yeah. The plus side, of course, refreshing those dynamos is nice, but as you said, using 2 cards to basically do 1 damage, the 2 fealties is nice, but it's not 3, so Jesse still has a little bit of that ladder to climb before he is ready to fully commit and take that tempo.
Back over to Feno, 28 plays 19. Gone in a Flash is the first attack on this combat chain. Give and go again by the Embodiment of Lightning token. The question is, has Feno finally found a Channel Lightning Valley?
Jesse playing the Sink Blow. Feno has a chance to use an instant, but does not choose to do so.
There is a lightning card in the pitch at this point for the Starfall. That kind of implies that there is a Channel Lightning Valley lurking in the hand of Feno, but it's only 1 block. And no Channel Lightning Valley to be found, so Jesse not getting baited out by that auspicious pitch of a lightning card. Scar for a Scar is going to finish up this combat chain for physical power. No go again, because Feno has a very healthy life lead here.
And a nice, gentle turn from Feno means Jesse has an opportunity to take very little damage here and have some cards left over to swing back.
He has found quite a few defense reactions, 2 in the hand. Usually you'd want to see those on a turn that you must stuff, like a burn-up turn or one where Channel Lightning Valley has been resolved. In this case, we're hoping that Jesse hasn't been bricked up with the boys of all of those defense reactions. He's got to generate a fealty token here. This deficit is still recoverable if he can start cashing in on the immense value of free daggers.
Yeah, he needs to get that 3rd fealty, I think, this turn.
Currently 1 power Obsidian Firevein on the combat chain, as Feno is back in the blocking seat. I am seeing an Enlightened Strike. I feel like a Lightning Surge, a Current Funnel, and a Snatch in the hand of Feno Black.
Pretty strong hand.
A little bit go again deficient, though. And yes, it's the Pledge Fealty out of the hand. They're coming up exactly when Jesse needs them.
Really nice pairing that with the Vigor. It was as if he started the turn online, and here he can finally swing that last Obsidian Firevein without paying for it.
This is a pivotal moment for the Fang deck in general and Jesse Bowman on the right side of your screen. All these daggers are going to be free. From this point forward, he is free to just play the Warrior Value game. He's closing the chain here for a Savor Bloodshed and then swinging that right Obsidian Firevein. So right now it is 5 power on this knife. And the next time Jesse hits a marked hero with a dagger this turn, he'll be able to draw a card. It makes me wonder, Michael, if there is a a Long Whisker loyalty in the hand.
I don't think he gets marked in time for the draw effect.
No.
but
especially because he had to close the chain for that Savor Bloodshed.
right.
This might just be a 0 for 4. And hey, that is still not a bad rate.
Yeah, we take those. 5 coming in is a nice number with Feno sitting at 26. If he takes all this damage, the life will start to even out. But of course, you got to worry about what he's going to come back with. You mentioned a possible go again deficiency, but I'm also looking at Snapdragon Scalers, and the option to draw a card off of that Enlightened Strike is just so efficient.
But Face Purgatory comes out to play. Kind of a good moment for Jesse if that is the case. Endear Devotion goes into the graveyard. He would have been really unfortunately punished if that was like, say, a defense reaction that he was trying to pocket for Arsenal. But in this case, now that he is online and has plenty of fealty to boot, I think that's the best case scenario for that Face Purgatory.
Yeah,
for Jesse.
Jesse's really happy to see that right now. The one cost once you're online is not a very easy number to hit. So getting that out of the hand in exchange for the headpiece, that super powerful Face Purgatory, I take that exchange any day if I'm Jesse.
So now Jesse no longer has to worry about that mini game of keeping 2 cards instead of 1 just to deal with that really powerful piece of equipment. He has got full authority to block out, for example, this burn up shock turn with everything in his hand save for 1 card. And that's all he needs in order to keep this fealty token around and often to refresh those Valiant Dynamos.
And this is actually the moment as Fang where I'm really happy that I brought Arcane Barrier, because those blues that become completely worthless once you're online are now these block 3 arcane damage cards. So they stop being so inefficient when you play into a deck like Aurora, who has the ability to do this arcane. We see Jesse committing the block, using his Grains of Blood spill to prevent the on-hit, that so devastating burn-up side of the burn-up shock.
Enlightened Strike is the follow-up to this Starfall Chosen mode.
I think it was +2.
It might be that or Go Again, because Feno still has a Snatch in the hand.
Okay.
And listen, 5 is a difficult breakpoint to cover. Looks like it's going to be...
I think he
Oh,
did
no, it
+2.
must be buff power.
Yeah.
So because the Valiant Dynamos have been committed here, there's a chance that Feno opts for the Snapdragon Scalers into Snatch, but Jesse still has some armor available to him. Those Braveforge Bracers are going to allow him to shore up that breakpoint and keep a card in hand in order to keep his fealty around next turn.
If Feno chooses to go again with the Snapdragon Scalers here and then commit the Snatch, and Jesse has enough to block that out completely and still do the dagger reaction dagger play, that's a huge, huge boon for Jesse.
The question is, what remains in the hand for both of these players? Feno decides to cut his losses, arsenal that Snatch, and pass back over to Jesse. Jesse is so happy to see that right here. And because he's blocking with an Oath of Loyalty and a Blade Flurry, I kind of think he's set up well here.
Yeah, that was very measured play from Feno. And depending on if Jesse could have stopped that or not, I think was a good call.
It's a Blaze Headlong coming out of the hand of Jesse. This could either be a 1-card play here, or it could also be a cheeky little Pledge Fealty out of the hand in order to give that Go Again and also swing that Obsidian Fire Vein. Time will tell.
But I do think that one of the things I really like about Blaze Headlong is it allows you to do that thing where you block out with your whole hand and you don't have to commit and give up all of your fealties to do so. So a nice, efficient way to keep the fealties online. Just send 4 back and arsenal that last card is what I'm expecting.
Feno's got kind of an interesting hand here. It's Flicker Wisp, Written in the Stars, Channel Lightning Valley, and a card I can't quite make out. Might be an attack there, but honestly, a bit of a Runeblade hand in terms of what is on offer damage-wise. He will be able to draw off of that Channel Lightning Valley because he's going to be able to fuse that Flicker Wisp, and there's probably no way that Jesse can prevent 2 arcane damage instead of 1.
Good way to get the draw, but of course the draw does need to do something. Otherwise, it's kind of just cycling for nothing. As we see Feno queuing up his big turn.
It is a Snatch in the arsenal here, folks, and Snapdragon Scalers is still at the disposal of our Aurora player. Resolving Channel Lightning Valley at action speed is Feno Black. Next up is going to be Flicker Wisp. Will we see the fuse, though? He's got lightning cards to boot. Yes. Written in the Stars is revealed. A lightning card has also been played, so besides this 2 arcane damage, it's almost a foregone conclusion that Starfall is going to come in for 2 Go Again after this.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is like a Shelter from the Storm blue pitch which would be really good timing from Jesse because you have to assume there's a few more pings coming in, but I don't know if he has that.
Jesse has got to be worried about the potential arc lightning that could come off the back of this Flicker Wisp. You really don't want to see that, but we know that Feno doesn't have it in hand currently. It's entirely possible that he draws it off the Channel Lightning Valley. He's only seen one thus far this game.
It looks like Jesse is considering pitching to prevent some of that Arcane, but 2 is not 1, and that means Feno will very likely get to draw.
Not what you want to see if you are a fan of Fang. Looks like both players are reaching for their life pads. Jesse should be descending, yes, down to 15 life. Feno gets to draw a card here. I want to apologize to our viewership. We do not have access to player or hand cams on this particular broadcast because of a shorting issue with the other 2 cameras. We'll get those back online for the next event, but for now, we are going to live in oblivion. No information for us that Jesse Bowman doesn't have.
Yeah, and so whatever Feno drew could be a meaningful pivot point. If it's a brick, that's what Jesse's hoping for. Feno needs to keep pushing the tempo.
Starfall coming off the back of that Written in the Stars, which is in the pitch zone to go again here. No more Channel Lightning Valley to worry about here, though, for Jesse Bowman.
And I'm sure Jesse is breathing a sigh of relief that it wasn't followed up with an Arc Lightning.
Looks like Scar Tissue devoted to the block here. Blocking 2. I don't believe there are any more sources of arcane damage in Feno's hand. And Flicker Wisp requires arcane damage to come from an action card, so you can't simply activate Grasp of the Arknight and get 2 more arcane damage that way. Nevertheless, Feno is going to activate that really powerful glove slot, generating 1 Runechant token and closing the combat chain.
Wow.
No more should be left in the pitch for the player on our left side of the screen. There is a Snatch in Arsenal. He's thinking about deploying it here. Yes, it is Snatch with a Runechant token. That might mean that those Snapdragon Scalers are coming out to play. Could it be that he drew a Lightning Press?
That would be the scariest. Oh, and Jesse just snapped no blocks.
That was for the
Runechant.
Excuse me.
Oh, because it was for 2. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw it go more than 1. So
it should
wait
not
a minute.
be for 2.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, sitting at 13 on screen, we'll see if the players understand. As Jesse reaches for his equipment and a 2 block, giving the rest of his fridge up to prevent the on hit of the Snatch from coming through, as Feno reaches for the Snapdragon Scalers, gives that Snatch go again.
Okay, go again on that Snatch, plus an Electromagnetic Somersault,
and the lightning
plus a Lightning Press, which means that this is getting through unless Jesse Bowman has found himself a defense reaction.
Doesn't look like it.
He's thumbing those cards and reaching for the life pad. Down to 10 is Jesse Bowman. And another card for Feno Black, plus the Snatch that was on the combat chain going back to the hand. Starfall has already swung this turn, folks. Waiting on life total adjustments here. Jesse should be at 10. Really, he should be at 11 because that Runechant token should have only done 1 damage, not 2.
And another Snatch coming through with no more equipment on the field to speak of. So if Jesse wants to prevent the draw, he has to commit 2 cards. That being said, there isn't any go again shown. So with Feno having a 1 card left in hand, the draw isn't nearly as threatening as it would be if he had 0.
4 damage on the combat chain, threatening to draw a card. But really, Jesse is only punished if Feno has yet another Lightning Press in hand. It doesn't look like that is the case, though. So that card draw is going to be a little bit of a moot point here. Flow counter going on to Channel Lightning Valley, as Written in the Stars pays for that. Even though we said that was going to be kind of a lackluster turn for Feno, he is proving us wrong there. The draw from Channel Lightning Valley was absolutely instrumental there.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, I think Jesse's only hope is for a huge brick to come out on the side of Feno Black as he swings in this Obsidian Fire Vein for 1 damage, 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal.
He can continue to play the value game here. Why is his Grains of Blood... Oh, no. He blocked with it on the last turn. Okay. 1 power Obsidian Fire Vein against the monstrous deficit. He's got 6, plays 22 in the favor of Aurora Shooting Star. Looks like Affirm Loyalty is going to get this dagger up to 4 go again. Not generating a fealty token because this is only the first Draconic Chain Link thus far. There still seems to be a card remaining in the hand of Jesse as Obsidian Firevein number 2 comes out to play. 1 power here. No blocks, says Feno Black, and Blistering Blade comes out as the second Draconic attack reaction here, and I like this a lot because Jesse needs to push damage over more fealty generation.
Yeah, no, that was a good choice. You don't need that 4th nearly as bad as you need that 1 damage in a spot like this as he refreshes his Dynamo and draws back up. For his sake, I'm really hoping that he can find some defensive cards. He needs to slow the game down and start to gain value out of that Valiant Dynamo. The more turns he gets, the more +1 he gets out of those boots.
So Feno should be sitting at 13 life here, waiting on life total adjustments here. So 13 plays 6. And it's an Arc Lightning out of the hand. This could be doom for Jesse Bowman. Has he found himself a blue?
Yeah, the Channel Lightning Valley also very threatening, but he does have the blue, so getting to prevent that arcane damage, really crucial in this spot, preventing the damage and the draw. But he has a lot of cards to work through to prevent that draw for this turn.
Feno's got himself a Ravenous Rabble, a Flittering Charge, and a Lightning Press. Which means that it could be really, really difficult to stop the Channel Lightning Valley draw on this turn. For now, it's Flittering Charge with Go again, thanks to that Arc Lightning played previously. Represented here is 4 physical and 1 arcane on the back from Feno Black. I see a defense reaction in the hand of Jesse Bowman. This could be instrumental in blocking out this turn. Sink Below comes out to play immediately, but Feno is holding on to a lightning press. Does he want to deploy it here? Jesse is thinking about the sink.
This is a tough call on the part of Jesse. I was kind of hoping he would just put 3 in front of it and predict the lightning press, but that is a tough ask. There are so many other instances that could be, and it's not the lightning press. At least
that was
not
in
yet.
The arsenal. Electromagnetic Somersault was in the arsenal. So back to the hand is Flittering Charge, given double go again, thanks to Arc Lightning and the instant played on that chain link. So it looks like 3 breakpoints are going to have to be covered up by Jesse. I think it is pretty certain that this Channel Lightning Valley is going to draw the second strike that has just been revealed by playing the Ravenous Rabble on Feno's side of the board. 4 go again, yet again, with 1 arcane on the back. Jesse is delaying this draw as long as he possibly can. Long Whisker Loyalty plus Valiant Dynamos is going to shore up that damage. And now for Feno, it's just Flittering Charge plus Lightning Press. And then, of course, the second strike that is almost assuredly going to be drawn off the top. Here we go. Flittering Charge. 4 without Go again right now, but Lightning Press is going to make sure that it regenerates its action point.
And this is that spot as Fang where you're holding the last card in your hand, feeling like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. You can't afford to have no cards to play, no Draconic cards, that is, or else all of your hard work, all of your fealties will disappear at the start of your next turn. But sometimes when you have that life total, you just have to make that sacrifice. It's a very, very tough decision for any Fang player to choose to block with their last Draconic card in hand.
Especially with a 2-block like Blaze Headlong, this Lightning Press is currently getting over the top by a hefty bit, threatening to send Jesse down to 1 life. And then now that Go again has been conferred by that Lightning Press, it's going to also send 1 arcane damage Jesse's way, and the fist bump goes out. Feno Black has ascended past the first quarterfinal of this top 8 bracket.
Aurora showing her true colors. Blue beats red once again. Congratulations to Feno Black.
You've seen it once on stream today, folks. You've seen it twice now. Aurora Shooting Star is one heck of a deck to contend with, and Fang is having issues there. And it has to be mentioned that the Fang deck was a little bit bricked up. It took a very, very long time for him to get online, probably 2 turns longer than you would have expected in any average Fang deck, especially one that is sporting 3 pledge fealties like Jesse's is.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the main reasons that Fang is sort of considered mid-tier instead of top tier, because it really, really needs to draw correctly quickly, because these aggro decks, they don't stumble very much. They just come out the gate swinging, and if you can't match that, you're in trouble.
And I would say that by and large, Feno's deck did kind of clump up a little bit. He wasn't drawing like the absolute gas hands that Aurora can draw. There were a couple points where he needed to, cash in the Snapdragon Scalers when you otherwise wouldn't, or, sacrifice one arcane damage on that Arc Lightning in order to get go again another way. It wasn't like the headlong bash that you can kind of sometimes expect from Aurora.
Yeah.
You only saw one
I didn't
CLB,
see a 40
one
damage
burn-up
turn.
shot. Exactly. And so that's just a testament to the fact that you have to have game plans into Aurora if you're going to stand the test of time.
Yeah. So we'll go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, because we got 2 more games of Flesh and Blood after this.
At this AGE Open in April in New England, every single quarterfinal of our top 8 was a Rune Blade matchup, any way you slice it. But only one class was able to overcome the Forsaken Swinger of Swords, and that, of course, was our assassin man, Kachchan. And he's going to be our feature matchup. In this next round, he's going to be facing off with one of the 3 Auroras that are still in this top 8. And boy, howdy, have the Auroras done well today, Michael. There were 5 in the room at the start of the day, and 4 of them climbed to the top 8 bracket.
That's right. 4 Auroras, 3 now in our semifinals. Only Kachchan remains as the non-Aurora player. And I am so excited to see how this deck stands up against the premier aggro deck. Something that I love about Assassin is how disruptive they are while still dishing out damage. So Aurora won't have a lot of time to deal with that disruption, nor do they have the blocking tools to do so. That being said, Aurora has a ton of damage to dish out. So this should be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, for my money, as a Ranger sympathizer, it reminds me very much of the way that Azalea can usually tackle aggro-heavy metas. But that being said, Aurora has been really, really difficult for Azalea to deal with. She has kind of fallen off the front of the pack in terms of answers to this Lightning Runeblade, but I think Slippy might be in a better position. He can dish out damage, he can dish out disruption, and maybe he can go the distance here.
Yeah, I mean, the Red in the Ledger card for Azalea is the reason she's so powerful, and because Aurora leans so much into those instants, sometimes she just doesn't really get disrupted by it, but you can't do much when your entire hand is being discarded, so that's what we're going to be looking out for in this matchup. Can Slippy weave together those webs and keep Aurora off of the 3-card hand, get as many cards stripped as you possibly can, and that's going to be the road to victory.
And there's only one person who has the answer to that. It's Mr. Kachchan. So let's go ahead and take a look at what he's cooking with, folks. Let's get back over to New England and show you our semifinal here at Arcane Games and Events in April. Ka is on the left side of your screen. On the, I actually don't know what card that is depicted on that, Matt. The peace pipe,
that's
perhaps?
A great question. I don't know.
It is a judge promo, so
maybe
that's
a
probably
Rudy
why
card
it's
or
not
something.
in my caster brain.
Sure.
But bottom line, it's Arachnne slipped through the cracks on the left side of your screen with 2 Hunter's Claves, a Mask of Perdition, and a Widow. Oh shoot, I'm dying here.
The boots?
Yeah, Widow something.
Don't know what they're called, but they've
Widow
got
Web Crawler.
Arcane. There you go.
We got there, ladies and gentlemen.
Arcane Barrier and Spell Void. Really, really useful if you don't have the resources or if it's the end of the game and you just need to stop that 1 extra damage. Not needing to pay for it one time can be a lifesaver. These new cards in for Assassin are so useful against arcane damage.
The Widow Suite is absolutely awesome because not only can you block Arcane Barrier with it, you can also just wait for that moment that Aurora is trying to coax you into, where you have nothing left in the pitch, and they are holding on to a Sigil of Suffering with a Channel Lightning Valley on board.
But enough of that. We are off to the races with Bonds of Agony being the first card thrown Daniel's way. This card is such an annoying thing to block out. On turn 1, you're happy to give your cards for blocking, but you can just sidestep or go so tall with this one. So Daniel already in the tank on turn 0.
Ka is just asking the question, though. Do you want to flirt with disaster here, or are you willing to, or are you just going to throw some cards in front of this? Looks
Just
like
one
it's
card?
1 card block from Daniel. Does Ka have the answer in his hand? No, unfortunately, it's just a Hunter's Clave coming out after that Bonds of Agony. Daniel was able to sniff that out well enough, and it would be a pretty interesting thing, a very unlikely thing, if Ka was able to come out with the fully buffed Bonds of Agony on turn 0.
Yeah, unlikely and didn't happen this time as Daniel blocks everything out, clears that hand, and takes no damage as it's passed back to him.
So a little bit of filtering done for our Aurora player, and that is not ideal for Ka, but a couple powerful cards do come out of the hand of Daniel Cole in order to not take damage. Oh my goodness, it's
Whoa.
2 Arc Lightning straight away at the start of this turn for Daniel. Skyward Serenade is the follow-up here.
Ooh.
And
Ka?
Ka is left with 2 arcane blocking cards, 2 blues in the pitch, in order to deal with this Arc Lightning combo.
Yeah, and with the Channel Lightning Valley on the board, this is going to be a tough hand to block out. Another source of go again here.
Skyward Serenade fetches a Skizzik and creates an embodiment of Lightning token. So this Skizzik will have 4 go again, the exact thing that Aurora wants to say time and time again.
Wow, but Ka had the 3. Oh, no, that is a red.
It is a red, so he has completely blocked out at this point in terms of his hand. And then Daniel is going to be able to send that Starfall to go again and still draw that card. So I kind of wonder about the devotion of the red to the pitch zone in order to shore up all of that Arc Lightning value. Ka is trying to disrupt this powerful turn from Daniel as much as possible, but I think with 2 Arc Lightnings on the board, it's even with 2 blues in hand, it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to stop the card draw.
Yeah, and so Ka lets the last bit of damage come through, and Daniel gets to draw the card. See if it goes to the arsenal or the board.
And right now, there is no lightning card in the pitch. So unless that is a blue and Daniel's able to generate an embodiment of lightning token, that Channel Lightning Valley is just going to replace itself, which might be the value proposition that Ka is thinking of. Just eliminate as many options for my opponent as possible. Perhaps it's entirely possible that those 2 blues pitched early were what prevented Daniel from getting a lightning card in the pitch and carrying that Channel Lightning Valley over to the next turn.
Yeah. I guess the silver lining, Ka just got through a ton of power cards on the side of Aurora, so maybe he can get lucky and get a bit of a brick on Daniel's side as the follow-up will come 5-card hand.
And yes, it looks like Channel Lightning Valley should be going to the bin, and there it goes. Daniel Cole catching that at the bottom left side of his mat. Ka forced to just draw up, tunic up, and pass.
No, it is a Codex of Frailty, so not too sad about blocking out with the whole hand as he goes and grabs that Leave No Witness and gets the Ponder token. Super, super good card when it's the only one you have for the turn.
So remember when I said I was concerned about pitching that red for AB? In this case, I'm totally fine with it because Ka is able to not only send Leave No Witnesses, sneaking in a little bit of damage, but he's also going to pop his Mask of Perdition to boot, which I absolutely love because of how heavily red-lined these Aurora decks are. It's entirely possible that he's going to generate 2 silver off of this because he's contracted to banish his opponent's red cards and then just get the Mask of Perdition back on the next turn.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel putting that Arsenal card on the bottom, drawing a card because of the commitment of the Crown of Providence. Nice use of that, but now that is no longer a tool. So getting rid of that super early is Kachchan, and that is a very, very good card to get rid of because now all of your future Leave No Witnesses and Command and Conquers can threaten that arsenal without any worry of bottoming it.
It remains to be seen what is on the top of the deck for the banishes of the Mask of Perdition and Leave No Witnesses, but Daniel is very redlined in the hand, at least. There is no embodiment of lightning here to confer go again to any of these attacks, none of which have natural go again, save for the Enlightened Strike.
That is the exact kind of brick that Kachchan dreamed of when he blocked out with his whole hand.
And it's entirely possible that Daniel was not only blocking with that Crown of Providence to defend whatever was in the, or like save whatever was in the arsenal, but also to de-brick this hand.
Yeah, he still has the Snapdragons on the board, so can do a little bit of debricking, but it looks like that still won't get him all the way there as he banishes. Wait.
He's confused. He was thinking that it was a banish from hand. Instead, it is 2 off the top of the deck.
Yeah.
So Cod clearing that up. Looks like it is a yellow and a red, so only 1 silver bought for Cause Trouble. He's not going to be able to get that Mask of Perdition back. We saw him make this gamble against Florian earlier on in the day, but this is a situation where you can almost guarantee that you're going to hit reds on the Aurora deck, but alas, he comes up short.
That being said, the yellows in Aurora are there because of their power level, and you know, even though you don't get the silver, getting a power card is good enough, I think.
It's back over to Daniel, who has 5 cards in hand thanks to the block of Crown of Providence last turn. 38 plays 34. It's anybody's game at this, the semifinals of the New England AGE April Open.
We see that Enlightened Strike coming out first. It's got to be go again here.
Card goes to the bottom to pay for the extra cost of Enlightened Strike. Looks like draw a card is the mode chosen, which means... Snapdragon Scalers have to be committed here.
And I think it was a scar for a scar?
If it was, Daniel is going to be immensely punished here. He could always use the electromagnetic somersault to get the Enlightened Strike back, just to convert the entirety of the hand. Looks like that is exactly the play he's going for here as Ka descends on down to 29. 38 plays 29. There's a massive life lead on the side of Daniel Cole here.
Yeah, just showing how many ways Aurora has to unbrick a brick. But of course, utilizing the tools on the board means that they won't be there for the rest of the game. So Daniel really needs to dodge another clunker if he wants to continue to keep on the pressure.
Unfortunately, the one ways that Auroras haven't decided to unbrick is knick-knack, bric-a-brac. Try to say that 6 times fast.
No, thank you.
Okay, very well. Electrostatic Discharge is played out before whatever attack comes next. The question is, what is Daniel going to deploy? He seems to be posturing this way and that. He was hovering the Enlightened Strike over the combat chain, but what will the choice be? There's a Lightning Surge in the hand, so I would have to imagine that he is trying to get that one into the arsenal.
Yeah, I think Enlightened Strike for 7 is a pretty solid way to end this turn, utilizing all of the cards in his hand quite efficiently.
Looks like the Chosen mode is indeed buff power, so this Enlightened Strike is coming in for 10 power thanks to the Electrostatic Discharge. It buys 2 cards from Kachchan as he descends on down to 25 life. 13 separates these two players, and Ka has 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. What can he do with it? The Tunic is about to be on 3.
Yeah, this is the time Ka needs to string together some serious disruption or draw.
And here comes Art of Desire Body, another card that you really want to be using with that Mask of Perdition because it can trigger more draws and more life gain. For his money, though, looks like it's no blocks on the side of Daniel Coles, and a Ravenous Rabble goes from the top of the deck into the Banished Zone. So 1 card and 1 life gain for Kachchan. That is still a massive amount of value from 1 card.
Command and Conquer, really strong here. Saying, I think you may need to commit at least some more armor to stop this.
It will be demanding at least 1 card if Daniel would like to block this out. But it's entirely possible that an Aurora deck, especially given the way it typically blocks, will want to just accept this damage and confer all 9 value, really ultimately 10 value, to Ka when resolving this CNC.
And we know Daniel likes his arsenal. The Lightning Surge, very, very good when it comes with natural go again.
I do believe I see another Channel Lightning Valley in the hand of Daniel, in addition to an Arc Lightning, a Lightning Press, and an Arcanic Shockwave.
So not a lot of 3 blocks makes this kind of inefficient.
In fact, only 2 of the cards block at all.
Yeah.
You could throw Arc Lightning plus both pieces of equipment in front of this.
Mm-hmm.
Something that no Aurora player wants to do, especially when they've already resolved 2 Arc Lightnings in the game.
And this is where Arachnne really gets the value, just making it. And Daniel says no blocks.
Descending down to 29. Ka is putting out some offensive potential in his own right. This is exactly what we talked about. Slippy assassins generally don't have the numbers to compete with the aggro decks, but Ka really hasn't done all that much disruption, especially because of the Crown of Providence in Daniel's equipment suite. That being said, he's keeping life pretty close to parity here.
Yeah, and having gone through so many of those power cards already, I think Daniel might be just looking at a lot of 4 power attacks, nothing crazy for the rest of the game. It's always possible that he could string together that last Arc Lightning with some other crazy stuff, but right now it feels like Daniel's deck is a little bit thin on those massive turns.
Lining up the first action here is Daniel Cole. Looks like he's going straight for the Arcanic Shockwave. With Channel Lightning Valley, he's also going to resolve it to boot. He could be just delaying that Arc Lightning for the next turn, but how is he going to keep the Channel Lightning Valley around?
He'll probably pitch into the...
He's going to have to pitch it in order to make an embodiment, but I would have to think that he would rather save that Arc Lightning for a rainy day. Right now, the Lightning Press buffs up the Arcanic Shockwave.
Kachchan committing that Fiendal's Spring Tunic already.
Which is potentially okay. I wonder if he boards out the Spike with Blood Rots into this matchup.
That could be.
So yeah, Arc Lightning goes into the pitch zone, creates an embodiment of Lightning token, and keeps the Channel Lightning Valley around. Waiting on updates on these life totals here because Ka definitely took some damage on that last turn. And wow, he's pitching 2 reds to swing a Hunter's Clave here. Not exactly what you want to be seeing.
Ouch. Daniel's probably very happy to say no blocks here.
It happens pretty rarely to these Slippy decks, but it's entirely possible that they totally brick up. We also see a Tarantula Toxin on the top of the graveyard there. It's possible that Ka had 4 attack reactions in hand.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if overblocking was the right play. Surely you know that Daniel has the ability to play more cards. IP2 is a lot. So I feel like that was pretty telegraphed with the Lightning Press, but Ka swinging now just the dagger, then flicking the second.
Okay, so 1 Hunter's Clave flicked over to Daniel Cole, which means that 1 damage and a mark is conferred, and then we still have to deal with the 1 on the combat chain. So it looks like it's going to be yet another 1 because no blocks have been declared. Daniel Cole should descend on down to 26 and still have a mark.
That was rough.
Burn Up Shock is resolved as the first action on the Aurora side of the board. This could be the massive punish. Ka decides to go ahead and pitch a blue card in order to deal with the shock arcane damage, which is a curious decision, right? I mean, he's obviously doing it for the Channel Lightning Valley, but at this point we know that there are no more Arc Lightnings to speak of. So it's entirely possible that that blue card only blocked 1 on this entire turn.
And Ka is just, oh no, the 3rd Lightning Press. So Ka trying to make his way through this turn, hoping that he could block everything and prevent that draw, but does not look like that will be the case. As he goes down to 20, Daniel draws that card.
So 7 power, which means that 3 gets through, and then, of course, the burn up. Ka is able to convert one of those resources that is in the pitch to block some of the burn up, but it's still going to be 3 plus 3 here.
Yeah.
6 damage gets through, exactly what Daniel wants to be doing. He's also going to draw a card for his efforts, and looks like he's lining up that drawn card. It's a second strike, exactly what he wants to see here. Yet another 4 go again.
And Ka just snapped no blocks. I think he knows that he needs to start disrupting and can't afford to give up his whole hand anymore.
Ravenous Rabble is the follow-up after the damage is taken from second strike, reveals a Shelter from the Storm on top of the deck. Ka is going to have to be hyper aware of that when he moves into his turn. For now, it's just a that all you got, not blocking a Starfall like it would like to be doing, but instead blocking 3 on a 4-power attack. So it's back over to Kachchan, who has taken a beating up until this point. 12 plays 26, but he's got to leave no witnesses, and Daniel does have a card in Arsenal.
He also has 4 blocks sitting on the field, and the fact that he didn't utilize that earlier is showing how important it is to save your resources for when they most matter. Daniel looking at a 5-card hand that he can convert if he wants to, but of course we also know that he had the Shelter from the Storm and also a Sink Below.
So not only is Ka punished just from like a numbers standpoint for playing out that leave no witnesses instead of blocking with it, he also allowed Daniel to filter that Shelter from the Storm away and probably get some more offensive potential.
Yeah.
If Ka has 100% information and he knows that there's a Sink Below in Arsenal, there's no way he sends that leave no witnesses.
Mm-hmm. We see now Ravenous Rabble coming in for 4 go again. Ka with a Sink Below, this time on his side, getting to filter.
And despite all of that filtering Daniel was able to do, all things coming up the 9s for him, he's still got a Sink Below in hand.
Yeah, he's got cards to work with. He just needs to find a way to string together that disruption that's so, so important.
Our Aurora player has a Sink Below in hand.
Oh.
Scar for a Scar coming out as the next attack on this combat chain. Ka is being threatened with half of his remaining life total. No go again here, luckily enough, but Daniel does have a blue card in the hand. Has not played a Lightning, though, so he can't generate an embodiment of Lightning for the next turn. Looks like Aurora's a little bricked up with the boys as well. These decks are not drawing the way these players exactly want them to, but that is certainly going in the favor of our Lightning Runeblade rather than our Slippery Assassin.
Yeah, Ka getting some much-needed breathing room. Let's see if he can take enough advantage of it. I think he's working with 1 card in hand. Actually looks like 2 and 1 in Arsenal.
He would love to resolve a Bonds of Agony or a Mark of the Black Widow here. He's got to get some sort of disruption.
And is Daniel marked? I think that's
He
what that
is.
means over by the graveyard as an infect comes through.
Nevertheless, Infect does have stealth, so it'll gain Go again from the Slippy Hero ability, threatening 3 damage and a Bloodrot Pox token. This could be a situation where Ka simply didn't draw the disruption that he needed in order to stop Aurora in their tracks. Oh no, take up the mantle says otherwise, Michael. He's searching for a Bonds of Agony, exactly what he needs here, plus a Shred, plus a Razor's Edge from Arsenal. This is going to be a full-powered Bonds of Agony, and also going to do a little bit of subtraction on the side of the defenses here. It bought a card from Daniel Cole, which he is very reluctant to give, but it's an Infect is saying, you like 4 on your cards? I will give you 5 value if you block with this, and Ka has the punish.
Yeah, the natural 3 reactions. You don't get to line that up very often as Arachnne, and having given up all of his reactions in the equipment slots, really getting a nice setup here, the ability to play this out. Daniel, with his sink below, is that enough?
No,
Don't think so.
He's blocking 4 on 10 at this point. The good thing for Daniel is that he has no duplicates of cards in his hand. So while he is almost assuredly going to be disrupted this turn, he, oh my gosh, he did go for the sink. That was honestly pretty darn risky, Michael, because he could have drawn into a duplicate of one of those cards and had more of his hand stripped by this Bonds of Agony.
Or he could have drawn into a defense reaction and said, ha ha, I win.
But that still would have meant that Bonds of Agony would connect for 2 damage.
No, I think it was a risk, and Daniel was willing to take it, as we see Ka making a very important decision, banishing the rest of the flittering charges from the deck.
Which is, not ideal for Ka, because Daniel is still going to be able to follow, send 2 cards 7. That's probably the real reason for the sink. He wouldn't have been able to do that unless he filtered a card. So that risk is definitely rewarded in this instance.
Yeah, Daniel being able to send 7. 7 is not 8, though, and Ka will survive almost certainly for another turn.
But a 1 life is very uncomfortable against an Aurora deck that loves to send split arcane damage, especially one that can basically generate a Rune Chant token on demand with Grasp of the Arc Knight.
Yeah, I am expecting some blocks here from Ka.
He must block, but also find disruption yet again on the next turn. Looks like he's going to take 4 here after blocking with a Shred. Down to 4 is our Assassin player. 4 plays 21 as we pass back over to Kachchan.
And Ka needs to string together this disruption, starting things off with an Orbweaver Spinneret, getting that Graphene Calycera. That doesn't disrupt, so hopefully he's got some other follow-up.
Okay, the follow-up is Infiltrate, which might not exactly be disruption, but it could still be very instrumental in this game, especially if he's able to rip a defense reaction off the top of Daniel Cole's deck.
Yeah, that would be extremely useful. Infiltrate, allowing him to play the card until the end of his next turn, so a D-React would be stunning, but whatever it is very likely to be useful, as any type of card draw is very, very crucial.
And I got to say, I am so excited that Infiltrate has actually become a mainstay in the meta thanks to Slippy. This was one of those cards that came out during the Outsiders meta that saw very little play. It just didn't fit in any of the Assassins previously because they don't have easy sources of Go Again. That changes completely when you're able to have Go Again written on your hero ability. But it's getting the maximum respect from our Aurora player, so no damage conferred and no card banished off the top. And Daniel still has a massive life lead and 3 cards with which to work. I also see the last copy of Lightning Press in his hand, Michael.
Yeah, that Lightning Press is scary. And Kachchan has not had any defense reactions to respond to those so far in this game.
Can he find it here? Can Ka put the pieces together and claw his way back into this game? The onus is on him. Daniel lining up first attack of what could be the final turn of this game. It's gone in a flash.
Ka must block all 4 if he wants to survive, but I don't know if he knows that.
He certainly hopes that he's got a 3 block in hand, and he was able to plunk a 0 for 4 defense reaction in the arsenal last turn. He's definitely on the suite of Sink Belows. No blocks is declared. It's that all you got from the arsenal plus Sink Below. So not only is he going to block that out entirely, he's also going to do a little bit of filtering in his own right. So
that was a scary moment.
No life change here for Kachchan or Daniel Cole, but it's back over to our assassin player who's got a 3-card grip and something to say about this life deficit.
Coming in with the Kiss of Death, another power card for Sillapi.
No flick knives anymore because he was forced to block with it earlier.
Not all that powerful without the ability to flick it.
But 2 cards left in the hand. 3 go again. Could be 4 if Daniel allows it to connect.
Seems like a good time to say no blocks.
Yeah, if you were in the aggro seat, I think you'd be very tempted. I also think that I see a Sigil of Suffering and a Channel Lightning Valley. And the Widow Web Crawler is doing excellent work at tempting Daniel away from that play, especially if he really needs that Sigil to block out a breakpoint.
It looks like Daniel's playing very measured, thinking about blocking with the Enlightened Strike, and he does do that, cashing in the 4-value block there.
Plus the Electromagnetic Somersault means he's going to keep that Enlightened Strike for another day. Ka has no reactions to follow up here, and he's closing the chain for a Codex of Frailty. He leaves a card in hand, though, so he's going to have to discard it to this ability, and Daniel, sitting on an arsenal, is not going to be under the same duress. The card discarded is Command and Conquer. Unfortunately, Ka is having to discard some Arsenal Disruption in order to send some Arsenal Disruption, and this is much less menacing for Daniel, especially because he's got a 3-block in hand and also plenty of 1 blocks to shore up breakpoints in his equipment suite.
Yeah, Daniel, pretty happy that he was able to return that Enlightened Strike with the Electromagnetic Somersault and possibly use it again to block.
He is, however, sitting on that Sigil of Suffering.
Oh, true.
You got to know that he is tempted to play out Channel Lightning Valley plus Sigil of Suffering.
I think he's got to know better because those boots will just stop that in its tracks. I'm sure Ka wants to utilize that Spell Void to prevent not only the Arcane, but also the +2 block. And that would mean that the Leave No Witness connects.
But as long as Daniel also puts equipment out there, he still removes the 1 source of AB from his opponent. Yeah. And then it's basically like he's on a 4-turn clock at that point if Daniel just wants to use Grasp of the Arcane every single turn and swing.
That does feel like a good trade to me. Just saying, yeah, I'll take your boots, and then you've got nothing left.
The tricky bit for Daniel is that unless he's able to draw a card with Channel Lightning Valley on the next turn, he's not going to have any way to keep it around. And usually Channel Lightning Valley is not worth it if it's just replacing itself. It's definitely not worth it if it's not drawing a single card. That play would also mean that he's not able to utilize the Enlightened Strike that's in hand. So he's a little bricked up here.
Yeah, just really weighing out his options, and it looks like there it is, the equipment block along with
it is going to be Sigil of Suffering here. Not committing the Channel Lightning Valley here, though. Giving Ka the opportunity to use the Spell Void, but not forcing the issue. Instead, Ka says, I'm simply going to take 1 Arcane. You're not getting any extra value out of that defensive mode, and I'll pass on back to you.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. You do need the card in hand to play out the Enlightened Strike, and 7 damage is nothing to scoff at.
Especially when your opponent is at 3. Coming in for breakpoints is so important.
Also sidestepping the Frailty in a sense, just not using the Arsenal this turn.
Or the Starfall for that matter. Looks like Enlightened Strike is going to be the action here, but no, Go Again is the choice, implies that there's a 0 for 4 sitting in wait in Arsenal.
Yeah. The Frailty would bring it down to 3, so opting for the 8 damage instead of 7. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but Daniel has a lot of life to work with, so I think it's okay.
It's 2 cards to the block on Enlightened Strike, which is a little bit punishing here because only 1 card can be devoted to the snatch that comes after, which means... Oh, no. It only had to be 1 because of the Frailty token.
Yeah.
Cause up Big Mungus. I like this play here. Savor Bloodshed into Hunter's Clave with 1 floating in the pitch. Ka has access to a Graphene Calycera, which means that if Daniel wants to prevent him from drawing a card this turn, he is going to have to commit heavily to blocks.
Is Daniel marked?
Not yet, but once that Hunter's Clave connects, he will be marked, and then the Graphene Calycera will follow.
Mm-hmm. Ka doing a great job of just staying in this game. Life dwindling on his side, though he does not have very much left to work with.
He will be at the behest of whatever Aurora draws off the top here. It's entirely possible that Daniel just says, if he has the right combination of cards, I could care less if you draw one more.
Yeah.
Especially when I think all of the Codex of Frailties have been played at this point, and that's the biggest punishing follow-up for Ka in this instance.
Yeah, Daniel has been playing very defensively, which I feel like is giving Ka just a little bit of a window to possibly claw his way back into the game. But I mean, right now it is a steep hill to climb.
It is really hard to give the edge to Slippy in this situation just because the life is so in favor of our Aurora player. Second strike devoted to the block plus shelter from the storm, which means that no mark is conferred here by the Hunter's Clave, and Graphene Calycera is just coming in for 1.
Yeah, but that's 2 more cards committed, so Daniel is going to need to just simply use his 2-card hand. Unlikely to find lethal with this.
And listen, even though Aurora is an aggro deck, she's also a value deck.
Yeah.
Because as long as she is just sending cards that say 4 on them, she's generally speaking in the lead. And this is a great 2-card hand. Entwine Lightning fused with Gone in a Flash, so 4 go again into 4. And when your opponent is at 3, you can just keep doing this all game long, and you'll be happy. 2 more defense reactions are now out of the deck from Kachchan as he covers up that really high value turn from Aurora Shooting Star, but he's got to put together Disruption here.
Yeah. And Ka just covering it up, has the 4s in response. Now sending out that Hunter's Clave once again. See if Daniel keeps respecting these dagger hits or finally decides, I've got the life to take. I've got 4 cards. I don't think you can stop all of this. We'll see how he chooses.
This Graphene Calycera will have go again because of Slippy's ability. So no more go again to be gained for stealth attacks this turn, but Ka is okay with that because he is sitting on 2 resources in the pitch rather than 1 because he swung the Graphene Calycera instead of the Hunter's Clave, which means that he's able to find the Command and Conquer off of Codex of Frailty, which happens to be now the last one resolved this game. I was wrong about that previously.
And Daniel now needing to discard a card from his hand and put a card into that arsenal. Hopefully for him, he has the block to prevent this, or maybe he just says, now's the time to take the damage and take my licks so that I can finally close this game out.
He's got himself a Shelter from the Storm in hand, so I wonder if that will be the card discarded here.
Would make sense.
Would mean that whatever he puts into the arsenal might not be long for this world.
Yeah, he would need 2-3 blocks to really efficiently cover this up.
And with a Ravenous Rabble, I believe is that an Electromagnetic Somersault? That might be the answer here. Hard to tell exactly what is in the hand there, but no, he decides not to discard the Shelter from the Storm, which means that this CNC is coming in for 6, will connect. And Daniel descends on down to 13. Only 10 life separates these 2 players. Now, Ka doing an amazing job at staying in this game, but I think Daniel smells blood.
Yeah, here's the Arc Lightning.
It's the Arc Lightning. Has a blue been found? It has. Persuasive Prognosis goes into the pitch zone. Ka has the perfect answer here. 1 Arcane so far. Then it's Scar for a Scar, which is going to have... No, it's going to have go again because of the Arc Lightning.
Okay.
So yet another Arcane damage ping and an action point will remain after this is resolved. Looks like it buys 2 cards from Ka and 1 more in the pitch to cover up the Arcane. There's 1 card left for Daniel here. He's posturing like I can't believe he had the blue yet again.
Yeah. I heard these Slippy decks don't really run a lot of blues.
They really don't. Usually it's only about 6. In this case, I think Ka has showed us that he's on at least like 8 or 9 because we've seen the double troubles. But usually, by and large, at least, out of Chris Iali last month, there's only the 6. It's Bonds of Agonies and Persuasive Prognoses.
Yeah.
Infect go again here. 3 damage with the promise of more if Daniel chooses not to respect it.
Daniel, though, sitting on a 5-card hand. You got to ask the question, when do you just take the hit and send all of it back? There's no way Ka can stop a 5-card hand if it's juiced.
But does Daniel have the juice? It looks like he is lining up a block here. Still wants to respect the value of blocking this infect. He knows that Ka is missing a lot of really easy attack reactions. He had to pitch 2 Razor's Edges early on. He had to block with a Tarantula Toxin. He had the 3rd Razor's Edge in Arsenal that one time. So making a value call here, potentially, that defense, a defensive 5 is worth more than an offensive 4.
It's possible. Deep in the tank. This is a very important decision for Daniel. He cannot afford to let Ka claw his way back.
Ka doing his best to claw his way back into this game.
And looking at Daniel's hand, I'm not sure if he can convert all these cards. I think I see a snatch and maybe not enough go again. So it's tough because he's looking at blocking, but okay, he does have the 3 block.
Arcanic Shockwave shores up all of that damage unless there's an attack reaction. No, it's just a cleanup from Kachchan. Clean up and draw up, passing back over to Aurora with 3 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal. I've said it many times before, but this really could be the last turn of this game.
Can Ka do it again?
Skyward Serenade gives +1 and go again to this snatch. Looks like there's no more Skizzics to be had in the deck of Daniel Cole. Electromagnetic Somersault threatens to return Snatch back into the hand, and yes, it's covered up by the last 2 cards in Kachan's hand. He has no 1-card retort, so he simply draws back up and passes over to Daniel, who now has a 5-card hand and full steam ahead.
And a burn-up shock, too. This is scary.
Burn-up shock resolved, probably with both sides. The one saving grace for Ka here is that there's a Sigil of Suffering in the hand of Daniel Cole, but he can always just sink it right into the Starfall for 2 more go again.
Can also play the Enlightened Strike with go again and just put that on the bottom.
Enlightened Strike seems to be the follow-up here. Daniel has dropped it onto the board. A card goes into the bottom of the deck. I didn't see what it was.
It's got to be the D-React.
But the chosen mode is go again. Daniel's deck is looking rather thin, Michael. Could Ka be pivoting to a defensive strategy here? Just trying to fatigue the Aurora out?
Oh, and a snatch without go again. Does Ka... He has the D-React.
It's the 1-card block on the snatch. I think that might be one of the last D-Reacts at Ka's disposal here. I think there's only 1 card left in the deck of Daniel.
No way.
Leave No Witnesses comes out, threatens that arsenal, and also the last remaining card in Daniel's deck. 4 damage here, but it threatens so much more of that.
I can't believe where this game has gone.
There's a Channel Lightning Valley in the hand of Daniel. One of those power cards in Aurora, but it means nothing if you have nothing to draw from, Michael.
And Daniel reaches for his arsenal. Looks like a defense reaction, so he can cover up the damage. But if Ka can survive just 1 more turn, he's got this game sealed away.
Okay, Ka is drawing back up once again. 2 plays 13, but that is not the important part of this match, folks. There's only a couple more cards left to Daniel's disposal. One of them is a Sync Blow. One of them is a Channel Lightning Valley. He creates a Rune Chant token and just swings Starfall. 1 Arcane and 1 Physical. Ka is so smart for keeping out those Widow Web Crawlers exactly for this reason.
Does he have a blue or does he just commit them? This is tricky. Daniel's got a instant in his hand. It's not the Lightning Press, but it certainly will give this Starfall go again. And we see Ka choosing to pitch to block that Arcane.
He is 100% in a defensive posture here. He says, I don't care what the follow-up is. I'm throwing all 3 of these cards in front of it because I have more in my deck than you.
And we know that it is... He needs to block this Starfall too. This is scary.
1 Arcane and 1 Physical.
And he
the
does.
1 Arcane blocked out here, or Weaver Spinneret blocks out the Starfall, gets buffed up and give and go again by the electrostatic discharge. The follow-up is 7 from Gone in a Flash. Looks like 1 card. And
he has the
full
block.
The last Fate Foreseen in hand covers it all up. There might not be enough gas for Daniel to do anything here. He is deficient of cards in deck.
And
Only
2 of
3
them are
in hand, 2
D-reacts.
more D-reacts. Has Ka gone the distance? He has clawed his way back from a massive deficit in life. But Ka says, I don't need life points as long as I can do deck damage. Here comes Starfall. 2 in the pitch and only a defense reaction in hand.
Yeah. It looks like Ka's done it.
It's a foregone conclusion. A blue in the pitch. 1 card devoted to the block, Art of Desire Body, but it doesn't matter what it is here. All Daniel is going to be doing is that exact play pattern for the rest of the game, which means that Ka just has to sneak enough damage through here. Daniel takes 1 from this Hunter's Clave and becomes marked. No, he doesn't want any more of it. He extends the fist bump to Kachchan, who completely ran him out of cards when he was sub 10 life for like 7 turns of that game.
I did not see that ending coming.
So Ka determining that he doesn't just have to stick to the super aggro, slippy, disruptive game plan. He can also go the distance in fatigue.
I was talking about the different avenues that assassins have for victory, and I didn't even mention fatigue, but Ka shows us just how darn slippy this slippy deck is. He can play it on all 3 axes: offensive, disruption, and now fatigue. What a game.
Absolutely mesmerizing was the performance of Kachchan. And honestly, I didn't catch early enough how quickly the deck was dwindling.
Yeah, well, when you've got that top-down camera,
yeah.
you can't really judge it. But the moment he got to 1 card left, that was it.
And also, my eyes were simply glued to the life totals because Ka was sub 5 life for so long in that game. I thought for sure Aurora was at least going to be able to close it out in arcane damage, but no.
Yeah.
He kind of suffered from the -IO issue too, where, like, for example, if you are not careful and you're boosting through your deck, you might just end up with like 2 Cerebellum processors and a boom grenade in the last couple hands that you have left for offensive capability. In this case, it was 2 D-reacts and a Channel Lightning Valley. Not going to get you there.
He just kept sinking those D-reacts to the bottom, thinking like, oh, I don't need these. And then they came back up at the end.
They reared their ugly heads when he wanted to see them the least. Well, folks, it is not going to be an Aurora mirror in our final match. Let me hear you rejoice in chat because we will have a game on our hands. No matter what, Ka is going to be facing down yet another Aurora shooting star. But will he be able to find the offensive capability to slip through the life total of his opponent? Will he slip through the hands of his opponent and disrupt his way there? Or will he just block out and slip his way to the crown by fatiguing?
Wow. He plays Assassin very well, but he played that like a wizard. I am so excited to see these finals.
Ka, the first wizard/assassin class in this game of Flesh and Blood. Folks, we're going to have to take a breather after that one because that was an epic showdown between the highest meta contender and probably the top of A tier ultimately is Slippy, slip through the cracks. And we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood action, more fatiguey nonsense, more Ka keep you guessing Chan. And we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. fatigue mastermind is Kachchan, but can he do it twice, ladies and gentlemen? It's going to be another match of Aurora slinging lightning his way. Can the daggers get there, or will he succumb to the best deck in the format?
He'll be running it back-to-back against Feno Black. Aurora versus Slippy. Can't wait to see how this one falls.
It's Feno back in black versus Kachchan, who just clawed his way back from a massive life deficit in the previous match against Daniel Cole. But will this one be the same? Honestly, I think that Ka was a little bit bricked up in terms of his offensive potential. He had to take an entire turn off, essentially, to pitch 2 reds for a dagger. If he doesn't have to do that against Feno, we could see a very different game on our hands.
Yeah. No, he did get a little bit clunked up, but handled it masterfully, piloted his way through those bricks, and ended up the victor.
Before we proceed on down to the match floor, ladies and gentlemen, we want to give one more shout out to our sponsor, Great Stories Comics and Gaming. That is where these illustrious players now sit physically in the world. They are, of course, in Whitensville, Massachusetts, and that is the current home of AGE New England on the Eastern Seaboard. Also, one more massive shout out to our friends Jesse Harper and Julian Helgeson for all the help that they provided to the stream today. Also, shout out to James Ceruleus Silver, who is our judge on the floor today. And if I forgot you, every single person that helps us put this show on, we appreciate it so much. And it is so vital to the Flesh and Blood community that we're able to do this each and every month. And it doesn't happen without you, the viewer. Folks, there is more AGE on the horizon. In the West, we've got an open happening in May. On May 24th, that'll be at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. The format, of course, is Classic Constructed. And in the East, the very next day, the 25th of May, will be our open for that month. Also, Classic Constructed. So get your tickets now at www.age.events. Have I talked enough, Michael?
No. We've got another game to cast.
Oh, okay, great. I meant talked about non-current game-related things.
Well, you could talk about your horses.
My horses.
I don't know. I saw something about wild horses on your phone just a minute ago.
Oh, well, I'll leave the chat guessing about that. But let's go ahead and proceed on down to the feature match area where our players are lining up. Looks like they're all set and ready. Ka has got the exact same equipment suite at the ready for Feno Black. Feno Black sporting just about everything that our previous Aurora player did, with one exception. No Diadic Carapace here for Feno. He says, I saw you go the distance last game. I'm instead going to bring this Fiendel Spring Tunic because I think I'm going to get more value out of that.
Makes a lot of sense. And Ka starts the game off with that dagger attack coming in for 1.
Looks like Ka going first, which means that Feno Black forced that turn order on Ka because he is the higher seed here.
Yeah, Aurora loves going second.
Feno reading the shred that has made its way into the pitch zone of Kachchan. Lightning Surge is the block here. Ka getting an early lead on stripping cards out of his opponent's hand. Electromagnetic Somersault calls that Lightning Surge back to hand after blocking that Hunter's Clave. What will be the follow-up here for Ka? It's Mark of the Black Widow, I believe in the blue, currently with Go again. Does threaten the banish of a card from hand if Ka decides to flick a knife here, but I would have to imagine that would be a little bit of an overextension for turn 0.
It'd be really early to do that as Feno reaches for a card to block with. This does have Go again as well. Mark of the Black Widow being the first stealth attack being played this turn.
Even though Ka is not able to sneak damage in on turn 1, I kind of like the way he's playing this. Razor's Edge comes out to buff this attack by 3. 1 damage should be leaking over here into Feno Black's life total, but the more important point here, I think, is that Ka is getting a very early lead on deck damage. He's trying to leak as many cards out of Feno's hand as possible, even this early in the game.
Yeah, now knowing that that is a potential game plan for Ka, seeing all of those dagger attacks, those are not cards committed. So that is how you get ahead on deck damage, using those weapons.
1 damage makes its way to Feno's life total, which means that the deficit is still in his favor, but only by 1 life. Slippy, of course, starts at 38 life to Feno's 40. Ka saves a card for the arsenal, and Feno is going to get his chance at clapping back. He's able to develop an embodiment of lightning token to boot because he played that electromagnetic somersault earlier on in the turn. Really like that play. So 2 reds go into the pitch zone, and Feno has a mystery hand with which to work. One of those is an Enlightened Strike, though, and that's a pretty good leadoff when you've got an embodiment of lightning token.
Yeah, Enlightened Strike, go again, and draw a card is pretty sweet. 1 card 5, plus the Lightning Press. Looks like Feno has a really solid hand to start things out.
But what will be the choice here? Feno is in the tank. He knows that he's got to squeeze every last point of value out of these cards if he's going to survive the fatigue strategy that Ka can pivot to at any point in this game. Looks like it is going to be Enlightened Strike. The bottom card is not yet chosen, nor is the mode. The one we know it won't be is Go Again, because that's going to be given by the embodiment of Lightning Token.
Yeah.
What do you think, Michael?
I think it's got to be draw.
Who would you give the edge to after seeing Ka's performance in the last game?
I still think it's really close. Aurora, especially being piloted by Feno, is a very scary deck to face.
Has a bit of inevitability. We know that Feno is running the Flicker Wisps, at least in his 80. It'll be curious to see if he brought them in specifically against Slippy. I would have to imagine that if he's bringing them in against Fangs, then he thinks the game can go long enough for him to get value here.
Ka taking 2 off the back end of that, and Feno shows what he's about to do with Arcanic Shockwave fused with that Lightning Press.
Which is going to be less of a back-breaking move than all of the Lightning Presses that hit Kachchan during the last game.
Yeah, hitting those on like a snatch is brutal.
Yeah, I believe there was one resolved on a snatch. There was also one resolved on when a burn-up was active. So not only did the variants kind of not go Ka's way in terms of offensive potential and disruptive potential, he also just like didn't get the defenses when he needed. And no, Feno says it's not just 1 Lightning Press, it's 2. So 10 damage comes Ka's way, and he descends on down to 25. The fact that he kept 3 cards, though, makes me think he's going to be able to put the hurt on. And Ka, once again, is probably thanking his lucky stars that he has less Lightning Presses to deal with.
Yeah, 2 out of the deck already means he won't need to worry so much about those with meaningful on-hits.
Infect is the first attack here. 3 Go Again, thanks to the fact that that card has Stealth. It's offering a Bloodrot Pox token on hit, of course. 25 plays 39 in this, the finals of the April Open for Arcane Games and Events in New England. Current funnel, blocks here. Ka has an overstep, should I say. Razor's Edge pumps it by 3. 3 damage currently leaking through. Feno must take it on the chin. Doesn't have the defense reaction to shore it up. Looks like he'll descend on down to 36 and gain a Bloodrot Pox token. The Pox is on Feno, but what is the follow-up? It's Leave No Witnesses. Unfortunately, Feno does not have himself a card in Arsenal, so Ka is not going to get maximum value on this card here. That being said, he's going to get one into the graveyard early, which means that it's always at the ready for Codex of Frailty.
That is very helpful. Feno thinks about blocks. 4 vanilla damage. Does he care?
You know, it honestly depends on the number of cards that he presented, because ultimately, if Ka is able to establish 1 silver token early, he's probably going to be able to depend on the next Leave No Witnesses and the use of Mask of Perdition buying that headpiece back.
And he gets the defense reaction too.
It's a Sigil of Suffering that goes into the Banish Zone for Feno Black, a silver token gained by Kachchan. So even though it was not the most impactful Leave No Witnesses I've ever seen, it is a good start.
We see Feno playing, is that Arc Lightning or Skyward Serenade?
Almost assuredly fetching a Skizzik from the deck and creating an embodiment of Lightning token. Those are indeed the chosen modes, which means that this Skizzik is going to come in for 4 Go Again, 3 at its base, and it has +1 if it has Go Again.
Ka dodging a little bit of a combo here. Every time we've seen this, it's been paired with an Arc Lightning in the past, so not as threatening as that combination, but Ka just putting forward his Mask of Perdition and probably a card.
Perhaps that Codex of Frailty has made its way into the hand of Ka, and he's thinking he can get his 2nd silver token of the game earlier rather than later.
Yeah, that all you got being committed to the blocks as Feno comes in with his probably final card of the turn. Scar for a Scar.
And Scar for a Scar does not have Go Again because the life is still in favor of Feno Black. 7 life separates these 2 players. 32 plays 25. Ka having a quick look at the graveyard, confirming that he's got gas in there for what I think is going to be a Codex turn. He blocks with a Savor Bloodshed, takes 1 damage down to 24. Feno plunks a card in Arsenal, and it's passed back to Kachchan. Ka has to be happy about that Arsenal hitting Feno Black, or getting plunked there for Feno Black, because I think there's going to be yet another Leave No Witnesses here. First, though, it's Bonds of Agony.
Wow. And he has 2 reactions sitting there on the board in the form of that helmet and the glove slot. 2 cards in hand, well, 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal. Means this is very likely to be turned on.
This is absolutely nasty here. This is exactly what Slippy wants to be doing offensively against Aurora. We didn't get to see too much of it from Ka last game. The only Bonds of Agony he was able to throw, honestly, the only one that he had space to throw was on turn 0, and so it was rendered pretty ineffectual. This one, however, Feno has got to think about.
Yeah, Feno being tested in his knowledge and his guts. How much will he respect this Bonds of Agony? Do you put a bunch of cards in front of it and try to prevent it up front, or do you hedge into the go again? Follow up.
I generally think that the smarter play is somewhere in between. If, for example, you have duplicates of cards in your hand, or cards that you really need to close out the game later on, like Arc Lightning or Flicker Wisps, you just throw those down in front of the Bonds of Agony, like a 1-of copy here or there, and then you try to figure out what is your best -1 card hand from there.
Absolutely, but Feno with 30 life and Kachchan with 24, they're pretty neck and neck here. And getting cards stripped regardless is not great if you're trying to keep the pressure on.
Keeping the pressure on is exactly what Ka wants to do.
Feno
he's behind in the life lead, but right now he's got Feno in the tank, which is squarely where the assassin player wants you to be.
And seeing that defense reaction in the banish zone, I bet Feno wishes he had that in hand right now.
He is caressing that card in Arsenal, trying to get it to transform itself like a magic lamp into a defense reaction.
Did you see what card that was?
I didn't. For all I know, it is a defensive reaction.
And he says no blocks.
Okay, it's the Flick Knives. That's a reaction number 1. Reaction number 2, probably going to be that Mask of Perdition.
Yeah.
Yes, and here it goes. That's number 2. And then the coup de grace. It is take up the mantle, which is probably just going to leave Bonds of Agony as the exact card that it is. Yes, indeed. So it's 4 + 3, 7 here on this Bonds of Agony. Feno Black is going to go ahead and take a quick read of Take Up the Mantle because it has got quite a paragraph on it, but it's not going to matter here because Kachchan is almost assuredly going to leave this Bonds of Agony as the card that it is.
Wow, Take Up the Mantle is incredibly flexible. I've never seen it used to just pump for 3, but the Flick Knives marking before the use of the Take Up the Mantle is a really nice use to get that Bonds into a breakpoint. So Feno will need to have 2 reactions if he wants to stop this.
So the Mask of Perdition being committed here, though, means that it's going to be much harder for Ka to be able to get another silver later on down the line. He's going to have to rely on a Leave No Witnesses not only hitting, but also hitting a red card off the top or perhaps in the arsenal if Feno allows his arsenal to get banished off that card. But how can you argue with a essentially 1 card activated Bonds of Agony?
Feno back in the tank.
Can he do anything here? If for example, Feno was playing Enigma in this situation, Enigma has a lot of ways to respond on after damage and during resolution in order to clear their hand of targets for Bonds of Agony. Aurora does not have that same luxury.
No, all the instants really need to be played on the active chain link to get their value.
If Feno does have a Channel Lightning Valley in his hand, for example, he might be thinking about deploying it here just so it can't be banished by the Bonds of Agony. And Feno is just writing on a pad that there is a judge call, which we can see here. So we'll let those players get everything cleared up. I tend to think that Feno is asking the question about what does he have agency to do after damage has been resolved? Because a deck like Aurora has plenty of instants. And if there are some very critical instances like Channel Lightning Valley, you could let the damage go through and then play it before the Bonds of Agony trigger resolves on the stack. So that way, at least you can rely on 2 other Channel Lightning Valleys being in the deck for later use.
That's a tough spot to be in, though. Playing out a Channel Lightning Valley for nothing just to keep 2 more in your deck and then taking 7 damage and then whatever the follow-up is. If this is like a Codex or something after this play, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, Slippy is able to put on the hurt. He can also pump the brakes, as we saw during Kaw's game against Daniel Cole. In this case, it's all gas all the time for our slippery friend.
Yeah. Feno choosing not to block, maybe regretting that now.
Let's hear you sound off in chat, folks. Are you rooting for the slippery assassin in Ka claw his way back, Chan? Or are you hoping for the meta-defining Aurora shooting star in the hands of Feno Black to get there in the end? Let us hear you. Let us hear those voices as we wait on this little bit of a judge call, which will almost assuredly determine the way the rest of this game plays out.
Yeah. I'm very curious to know more about that judge call. Hopefully it is simply something along the lines of figuring out what the options are. I do hope it's not something that was misplayed on the side of Slippy, because that could be really problematic if for some reason this Bonds of Agony doesn't get to resolve. It seemed all above board, so we'll just have to wait and see about that judge call.
I do think it was certainly above board. That doesn't mean it feels very good.
That's true. It does feel like Assassin cheats pretty much every time I sit in front of him.
Feno sitting across from the table saying, this can't possibly be right. They would never write this on a card.
I think this is a mistake by LSS.
Brian Gottlieb says, absolutely not.
They're getting James White on the phone right now just to make sure that card was printed the way that he thinks it was.
Yeah. No, that's right. That's right. We said our assassin is our favorite class.
Yeah, that word agony.
You haven't heard people saying
agony?
this on Twitter, that all we care about is assassin? It's true.
Yeah. Well, Feno's in agony right now as he loses a ton of damage, or a ton of life, rather, and cards from his hand.
Feno bonded by agony black.
That's right.
Still waiting on the judge call here, folks. Don't worry, our producer is keeping an eye on the action, or the lack thereof, and we will be back to the game before you know it. In the meantime, you have got to be stoked about the way this has boiled down in this top 8. I mean, honestly, no shots shot, I guess, at Aurora Shooting Star, but the last thing I want to see in the finals of any tournament is an Aurora mirror matchup.
Yeah, that's true. I don't like mirror matches in general. There are a few little exceptions. Some can be really interesting.
I know an exception
but
for you, my friend.
The wizard mirror.
Yeah,
the Kano mirror is sick. But besides that, it's a little bit too even. I mean, a game that has so many diverse heroes to pick from, it's just so exciting to see that mismatch kind of, what's the term? Asymmetric gameplay that we all know and love. I mean, if we wanted to see symmetry, we'd be sitting here watching chess, but we're not. We're watching flesh and blood.
Especially in a metagame where this hero, Arachnne, slipped through the cracks. I have that Freudian slip all the time. Arachnne slipped through the cracks. It's fatigue of the tongue, not a slip of the mind, folks, I promise you. But in this meta where Arachnne slipped through the cracks, has made a lot of headway, has won a lot of tournaments, kind of out from under people, but still doesn't seem to be getting the respect that he rightfully deserves. And Ka is showing us once again that Slippy is here to stay. We've seen it in AGE-LA. We saw it now here, AGE New England. We also saw it in the ProQuest Plus in Milwaukee. Need I say more?
This has to be the definition of a dark horse, because I haven't seen a lot of people talking about it, but it just keeps kind of creeping up. Chris Ioli played it to great effect in our West AGE last month, and now we're seeing it here again in the finals. Such an interesting deck to watch people pilot, especially someone as masterful as Kachchan.
It also tempted the likes of our first world champion, Michael Hamilton. That's exactly what he took to Pro Tour London. It does seem that we are still handling this judge call. Our players are saying a quick hello to chat. Respond them, let them know how you like them.
Yeah. And who's in the lead after this resolves, do you think?
I mean, in life and also disruption, I have to give credence to Ka here, because 7 damage is going to come through. Feno is going to go down to 22 and also have his next turn completely disrupted. I mean, like, Aurora has a lot of high value turns, but they often rely on one card in the hand to kind of pull it all together, which is exactly what we see when those hands get bricked up. For example, like, you could have a hand full of 0-for-4s, which is exactly what she wants, but if you don't have one with go again, it means absolutely nothing.
So we can imagine Kachchan will be trying to snipe that go again source if possible. If there's only one, that could be massive.
Both players are still just sitting in the tank, Judge conversations are going on. Looks like the notebook is being pulled away here, which means that the action may very well be underway once again. Perhaps not. Let's go ahead and give one more shout out to the prizes that are on the line, folks. This is a $200 match between these two players because whichever one loses will still go home with $200, but it's plus 200 if you're able to take down the win, and also an extra 5 AGE points to boot. Now, Feno Black is sitting healthily in 5th spot in the Players' Championship standings. He didn't do so well last month, but that didn't quite matter because he placed incredibly well at our first ever AGE Open, which of course was HNT Draft. The fact that he has made it to the finals here means that no matter what, he is going to be locked for remaining in the top 16 and also jumping a couple spots to boot.
Yeah, and I don't see Kachchan on this, so if he takes this all down, he might shoot all the way up to a healthy 4th-ish place.
I am a good 90% sure that this is Kachchan's first ever AGE Open, which means that no matter what, his performance has been stellar enough for him to rocket into the top 16 straight out of the gate.
And look at that, folks. Feno Black sitting now at 22 as the turn resolves, or the bonds resolves.
All right, Bonds has been resolved. The hand is finally revealed for all to see. It's Lightning Press, Snatch, Current Funnel, and Entwine Lightning. What is going to be the choice here?
Entwine has that go again like we talked about, but Snatch, Lightning Press is really annoying to deal with, especially with Snapdragon Scalers still on the board.
So, yeah, it's a really tough choice here, honestly. Really, Ka is hoping for perhaps anything else with like a non-threatening on-hit in the Snatch slot so that he can simply take the Source of Go again and accept whatever damage comes his way. But because there's a Lightning Press there, if he doesn't have a defense reaction in the arsenal, he is going to be very tempted to take that or the Snatch, which can confer a very meaningful on-hit away.
I'm also seeing another judge call, a Mark of the Black Widow sitting there. I'm not sure why, but that was pulled out, maybe just for discussion's sake.
Entirely possible. Looks like Jimmy is going to be back in the fray here. We're sorting it out as Feno Black draws a little smiley face. We're going to hold right here for a second, folks. We're going to watch the doodling commence, and we'll be back to the action shortly. In the meantime, let's give one more shout out to our sponsor, Great Stories Comics and Gaming. Thank you so much for allowing us to put on this event, bringing the AGE circuit to the Eastern Seaboard. We are so happy to be there because the players and the staff of Great Stories, for that matter, have been nothing short of welcoming and very accommodating as well. We love to see all of the new relationships that we've developed. There are a couple that are not on display here. The main one that comes to mind, Michael, is good old No Block Jacques from the HNT Draft series, who is sitting comfortably in the race for the Players' Championship. Important to mention that we have yet another one of these events coming up on the 25th of May. That's next month. It'll be the day after the event in AGELA. We will unfortunately not be able to stream it because we simply can't get our camera equipment out with 1 day's notice. But nevertheless, the best of the best in New England are going to be competing for those illustrious AGE points and, of course, that cash money that comes along with it, Michael.
Love that prizing. Not that I've ever seen it before.
A quick reminder of how this day has shaken out. After the end of Swiss, this was your top 8 bracket, and all three of 4 of the Auroras that qualified for top 8, which is important to mention because that is 4 of 5 Auroras that were in the room at the start of the day, made their way all the way through the quarterfinal round, and then one, of course, sneaks their way to the finals.
80% conversion on Aurora. That is terrifying.
Yeah, the story of today is Aurora Shooting Star versus the world.
Yeah.
And the world is currently falling short, but Kachchan is going to have something to say about that, especially once we get back underway because of Bonds of Agony for 7 just connected with the life total of Feno, and Ka has his pick of the litter as of what card to remove from that hand. You know, thinking back, Michael, when I said that he might be tempted to take the Lightning Surge, I'm gonna recall that because Lightning Press. Because 2 Lightning Presses have already been played this game.
True.
So if you can, you not only want to disrupt the hand, but barring that, you also want to disrupt the deck. If you can take all of the rest of the snatches, for example, out of the deck, all the rest of the entwined lightnings out of the deck, that might be a more tempting choice.
Has he played either of those cards yet? I think we've seen one entwined lightning at least.
We might have seen a snatch
as well. Okay.
But also, like, the one thing that you never want to see at the end of a combat chain from Aurora, and the one thing you're like always saving your equipment pieces to block, is that snatch.
Yeah, getting rid of that would be so nice.
No card yet chosen here, it seems, for the banish. Otherwise, I think we would see it in the banish zone. Looks like we are still having a look here. I wonder if the judge call was about take up the mantle and about whether or not you can opt to not make a copy out of one of the cards in your graveyard. I am almost 100% sure that you can opt to just not copy a card in your graveyard, which might have been the confirmation that was required there.
Yeah, they're also pointing at that Mask of Perdition, maybe some confusion about the ordering of that. But Ka now has his pick of the litter. 4 cards shown: Snatch, Lightning Press, Entwine Lightning, and Current Funnel, and a quick snap choice on the Snatch, as Ka gets to snatch the rest of the copies from the deck.
Man, you beat me to it, Michael. And it looks like no snatches have been resolved because there were 2 in the deck. Ka is going to have a look through the deck. That is the side benefit of a Bonds of Agony hitting as well. You know exactly what kind of threats are coming your way from your opponent. You better believe that he was checking for Flicker Wisps, he was checking for Arc Lightnings, and all of those other power cards that Aurora has access to.
And boy, does that feel good. No more snatches to deal with for the rest of the game.
It seems like a lot of the assassin players I see on stream have this superpower of being able to like rifle through a graveyard super quick and get all of the information that they need. I feel like Ka just went through that deck at like lightning speed and probably cataloged every single card that he needed to be worried about and the number of copies left in the deck.
That's downloaded. And it looks like a yellow was banished. Not that it matters for this, but a Skyward Serenade, I think, which is a pretty good card. So Ka is probably happy to see that one go as well, as the power cards are being thinned before our very eyes from Feno Black's deck.
Looks like there was no follow-up there for Ka, which is a little bit unfortunate for the Slippy deck. He does have Go Again on the first stealth attack every turn, but you know, when you're pumping up a Bonds of Agony to 7 and doing some serious deck damage to your opponent, sometimes you just got to be okay with that.
You take those.
It begs the question, though, what remains in that arsenal? It has been sitting there for Ka for quite some time.
Could just be the defense reaction.
Feno going with the double fuse here because all information has been laid bare already. Entwine Lightning coming in for Super Go Again, Lightning Press, and Current Funnel revealed out of the hand.
You got to imagine Ka's just going to try to block as efficiently as possible, keep life parity, and keep disrupting.
He blocks 3 here on 4, which means that 1 damage goes through. Ka should be descending on down to 23. The tricky bit here, though, for Feno is that he hasn't played a lightning card, so he's probably going to have to pitch this blue just for the Starfall, or probably the Grasp of the Archnite into Starfall. But he's not going to be able to set up an embodiment of lightning token. Oh, J.K. Rafflemow, here comes a Flittering Charge out of the arsenal, and he's got the Lightning Press to give it Go Again as well. Feno is not exactly bricked up, despite the fact that he got disrupted handsomely last turn. Down to 19 is Kachchan after 4 damage leaks over that Tarantula Toxin devoted to the block. Next up, of course, is Starfall for 2 Go Again and 2 floating for Feno Black.
Yeah, so Feno's still having a very efficient turn off the back of that disruption.
Starfall still with 2 Go Again, and it's a that all you got out of the arsenal. Exactly why that card was sitting there for so long. It's paying dividends now, though. This is the exact use case for this defense reaction. While it is defending an attack with 2 or less power, when the combat chain closes, draw a card. And Ka is going to be able to block with 3 cards and maintain 3 moving into his next turn.
Yeah, really good. That's exactly where you want to use that card. And Feno now just has the choice with the last 2 resources of either a Rune Chant or an Embodiment of Lightning.
He also has no arsenal at the end of this turn, which means that if Ka is finally able to locate one of his 3 copies of Codex of Frailty, Feno is going to be really susceptible to it.
It looks like Feno goes with the embodiment of lightning here.
I think that is by and large the choice that you are going to make every day of the week, because you've got to just keep the go again pumping. If there's one thing that Aurora gets bricked up on, it's action points.
We see the Orb Weaver Spinneret coming out, clearing, or rather adding a dagger back to that empty slot.
Ooh, and an Art of Desire body. 6 go again now because of the Orb Weaver Spinneret buff on the front, and then go again from the Arachnne Slip Through the Cracks hero ability. 6 go again, and this is a card that is probably the main reason why Slippy can contend so well with Aurora.
Feno does have a good blocking hand. I think at least 3 of those cards block for 3. The question is, does Ka have a reaction? Because when you put 6 block down and then he still hits, it really feels bad. So Feno has to tank a bit on the block.
I'm sure Ka is hoping that it's a Codex of Frailty in the hand here, and he can really punish whatever Feno chooses here. Looks like 6 damage accepted here. Feno descends down to 16 to cause 20.
Banishing a red as well means he will heal, or rather gain a life. Really, really high value when you can get that extra life point out of the attack.
And draw a card. I do believe it's a Sink Below in hand for Ka. So it's going to be Hunter's Clave coming in for 1. If it is a Sink Below, it's going to be a pretty ineffectual turn, unfortunately. It's just going to be an Arsenal and pass, yes. So even though Ka is doing plenty of card drawing and value gaining in his own right, ultimately, sometimes those assassin hands don't break your way, and you're forced to send another dagger attack for a measly 1.
Starting things out, Burn Up Shock,
which is a very scary card in Aurora Shooting Star, but Ka has a defense reaction in Arsenal. He's still got a little bit of armor to work with, and so as long as he can shore up all of this damage, he's going to go into his next turn cycle feeling very, very good.
Starfall now, 2 damage, threatening 6, and he's got the that all you got. Once again, I was just thinking, man, how sick would it be if he had his second copy and it's right there on the table.
Claw that all you got, which means that another card is going to make its way into Ka's hand before the next turn begins. Feno is following up with an Arcanic Shockwave fused, of course, so 1 arcane damage, and also go again 4 power. There's a Lightning Surge left in the hand, so Ka can expect at least 1 more 4 to come his way. He accepts the arcane damage down to 18. Currently, 3 life deficit for our Aurora player, but he's still got 2 cards, and one of them is a 0 for 4. The other is an Enlightened Strike. I wonder if he's going to go for the kill shot that is Burn Up.
Yeah, the question here, are we going to see draw or +2? Feno thinking about it. Hasn't let go of the deck.
It's not an easy decision here, because if Ka has found another 0 for 4 defense reaction, blocking 2 cards here would be so easy, and Feno would be very remiss to not have another card going into the next turn.
There's also the consideration, we saw how quick Ka was to give up the Flick Knives, which was a surprise to me, but paid dividends in his last game. We'll see how he chooses, and Feno goes for the draw.
And 2 cards thrown so quickly out onto the combat chain from Ka. Go again. Used on Enlightened Strike to play out the card drawn, which is Enlightened Strike 4, threatening the burn up on hit. Ka has 1 more card in hand.
If it's a 3 block, he does have the option of either Tunic or Flick Knives that he could stop this burn up shock from connecting. See how much he values that, or even if he can.
Yeah, it's the last Command and Conquer in hand. It wasn't going to get played this turn, so he's just going to throw it onto the combat chain now. And Flick Knives essentially blocking 5 damage on this turn. That's pretty valuable for your arm slot.
Oh, yeah, it's really good. I'm wondering right now how badly Ka wishes he had that second silver so he could have committed the headpiece instead. Bought back the headpiece and blocked with it. He doesn't have the second silver, so he can't do that until that gets developed.
And he was able to draw a card off of that all you got because it did block a Starfall, so the arsenal is saved here. Ka really doing some defensive posturing here, but honestly, that's one of the more gross things you can do in Flesh and Blood is on defense rather than offense, especially when you're facing down Aurora.
Yeah, that was an incredible turn to walk away from without taking any meaningful damage. He took a few chip shots of Arcane,
And the hand from Feno Black is almost ineffectual. It's 2 Channel Lightning Valleys, an Arc Lightning, and an Electromagnetic Somersault.
Ooh.
What do you do with this hand?
You have to switch your hero to Acilio and try to cycle one of those instants out.
Unfortunately, my co-caster, that would be an illegal play and grounds for disqualification.
Oh, no.
Although it would be very heads up if you were able to do that. In this case, I tend to think that he has to pitch one of these Channel Lightning Valleys in order to swing Starfall.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to commit the Arc Lightning here, because if it doesn't connect, you've sent even more power cards your opponent's way for ultimately nothing.
This is the brick of all bricks for today's cast.
It is a Channel Lightning Valley resolved at action speed into Arc Lightning. So 1 arcane damage for Kachchan. The fact that Feno was in the tank for a lot of that moment makes me think that Ka, yes, is going to snap block this arcane damage, and it's a blue, too. Wow, Ka has the answers exactly when he needs them.
That was Feno's out for Ka to only have reds, and it looks like it did not fall that way, as Feno is now pitching his second copy of Channel Lightning Valley, presumably to swing his Starfall.
But no, it's definitely not going to get the draw in Channel Lightning Valley this turn, based on what we know about the context of Feno's hand. But it will allow him to carry that Channel Lightning Valley into the next turn, which is, granted, a small saving grace based on the draws on that last turn, but it is something. This is a completely different game than what we saw against Daniel Cole.
Oh, yeah. And it's just set up. He just goes and grabs that. And that was a 4-card hand, and he threatened, what, 2 damage?
Technically only 1.
1.
1 and a card draw.
Stripped a card. If Ka knew that, he probably would have just used the Tunic.
And Feno remains marked, which means that Ka can send some really disruptive attacks his way. What has he drawn up, though?
Yeah, he does need to have a strong turn here to keep the tempo, but an Infiltrate is just what he wants to see here,
that's
threatening
a good start.
The possibility of banishing and then using Feno's own cards against him.
I said before that Art of Desire Body is one of those attacks in the Slippy deck that allows them to contend with hyper aggro like Aurora. This is another one. Infiltrate essentially is essentially a 3-power snatch with Go Again, and it has the potential to rip some vital cards out of Aurora. It could, for example, be a defense reaction. It could be a 0 for 4, and that allows the Slippy deck to keep pace, not only with life total, but also defensive capability. In this case, though, it is an absolute dud. It is written in the stars, which, hey, could still confer an embodiment of Lightning Token for next turn, but this is not what you want to be seeing off of the Banish from Infiltrate.
Yeah, not all that useful for Slippy. Written in the stars would mark the end of his turn. Probably won't use it, but we will see. As Ka plays his next card.
Pitching a Codex of Frailty to send Hunter's Clave. Feno is no longer marked, but Ka threatens to turn that mark back on once again. 1 Go Again here, 1 card in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Looks like Feno has received the damage, descending on down to 11 and becoming remarked. Ka has a 7 life surplus here compared to his opponent, and Graphene Calycera comes in next. Has Go Again because it's attacking a marked hero. 1 Go Again. Feno takes that as well, becomes unmarked, down to 9.
Yeah, doing his best Aurora cosplay. 1 resource, 2 damage.
And it's a Leave No Witnesses to finish up. Ka has got all of the tools he needs here. Feno does have one of his own. He saved this Crown of Providence for exactly this moment.
Yeah.
No blocks this far, and now he's going to recycle that arsenal away from the threatening on-hit of Leave No Witnesses and see if he can get something else.
A slight glimmer of hope for Feno, but 8 to 18 is a really tough spot to be in as we now banish 1 more card and get that silver.
2 silver means that we can go to the wardrobe rack and buy ourselves a Mask of Perdition at the start of Ka's next turn. Another breakpoint can be covered up here.
That is a really big deal when everything in Aurora's deck says 4 on it.
Gone with a Flash is the first attack here for Feno Black. It's got Go Again, thanks to the embodiment of Lightning Token developed by the other Channel Lightning Valley last turn. Channel Lightning Valley is in the arena, always threatening card draw. Sink below from Kachchan. He doesn't have to worry about Lightning Presses anymore, folks. Every single one has been resolved for Feno.
Yeah, that breakpoint cover up from the sink below is so important here when the Channel Lightning Valley is out on the field. So I think we should expect Ka to just try to once again play very defensively. It's worked so well for him so far to just stuff these turns turn after turn.
Feno has got a lot of gas left in the tank, though. I spied, I think, 1, maybe 2 Ravenous Rabbles, which as long as he doesn't reveal a yellow on top, could just get him there to that fabled card draw from Channel Lightning Valley. 2 go again is the next ask from Starfall. Has Ka found the last? That all you got? It looks like he said no blocks and he's lining something up. Oh, no. Never mind. Sorry, folks. I was getting a little bit too excited there.
Yeah, the one thing I'm noticing here, Feno has a lightning card in the pitch, which leaves the possibility of a second one and keeping that Channel Lightning Valley around for another turn.
Yeah, 4 go again. Sigil of Suffering revealed on the top, which is very important information for Ka if Feno is able to get a second lightning card into that pitch and keep Channel Lightning Valley around for another turn. Right now, it's just Rune Chant plus Ravenous Rabble. Feno indicating that he's got to deal with that Rune Chant before he blocks this Ravenous Rabble.
Ooh, and that's going to almost certainly pull a card as Ka decides he does not want to give up the boots just yet.
But honestly, I don't know if Feno makes this play if he knows that the Sigil of Suffering is on top. Sure, he's going to be able to keep it for Arsenal, but like I think the fact that he's activating Grasp of the Arknight here means that he was really hoping to find more offensive potential on top of the deck.
Yeah, I do think, though, that using it as a pitch outlet, if he has another Lightning card in hand, I didn't notice that, but he would be able to keep that Channel Lightning Valley around for another turn simply by pitching into some other, like the hero ability.
So Ka previously was posturing like he wanted to line up a block on this Ravenous Rabble. Instead, now that the Rune Chant has connected and no longer is Channel Lightning Valley threatening a card draw, he says, ship the 4 damage, send it my way. I'll descend on down to 13. I still maintain a 7 life surplus in my favor and 3 cards in hand.
And 4 more coming. Oh, wait, sorry, that's the Banish Zone.
That is the Banished Zone. Ka just having a look at both the Graveyard and the Banished of Feno Black, making sure he has dotted all of his I's, crossed all of his T's. One thing I want to mention here, Michael, is that we have yet to see Ka resolve a Justinic. It's entirely possible he has decided to leave those at home.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't run enough 1-power cards, it's kind of just a clunker. And got to respect the deck decisions that these top players make when they put these masterpieces together.
4 go again. Yet another Ravenous Rabble out of the hand of Feno Black. The last card in hand is, of course, a Sigil of Suffering, which is almost assuredly destined for the Arsenal.
I think he has another card after this. Yeah, this is a brutal turn.
You are absolutely right, my friend. There's a lot of pain coming Ka's way, but he seems really tempted to hold on to these cards. I think the one that he thought about blocking the Ravenous Rabble with was Infiltrate. So perhaps going to try to go back in for another go at Feno's deck, trying to play his cards as well as his own.
And now that he sees what's on top, oh no, Feno will draw it. So that won't help him out with the Infiltrate. But regardless, now Ka's sitting at 9-8. And if he takes another 4, I'm not sure what Feno's thinking about sending, if he's just going to pitch. But whatever it is, Ka has his work cut out for him, as it is the last Skyward Serenade in the deck.
Okay, resolving Skyward Serenade is Feno Black, which means that this deck is going to get shuffled up nicely. That Channel Lightning Valley could make its way closer to the top of the deck. Already that deck is looking fairly thin for Feno, but life totals are very, very low once again, Michael.
Yeah, and it looks like Ka maybe just jumped ahead and took it, sitting at 5, unless that was a...
I think you're right. I think he simply took it, and Feno arsenals that Sigil of Suffering that we saw revealed from the Ravenous Rabble. But will Ka remember that it's there? He buys back the Mask of Partition, which could be the deciding factor in this game. 1 life is absolutely everything, Michael.
So Feno Black taking the life lead for the first time in a while, and Kachchan sending that Infiltrate that we knew about, trying to end this game here and now.
He is still allowed to play that Written in the Stars that he banished last turn. So if he finds himself with an extra action point at the end of this turn, he could always resolve that for an embodiment of lightning and then come in with, like, you know, go again, leave no witnesses or something on the next turn. Let's see if he remembers there. I don't see that being particularly pivotal for this game. What will be pivotal is whatever he banishes off the top of the deck if this particular infiltrate hits.
Yeah, and Feno really needs to think long and hard about what kind of reactions could come off the back of this. Kachchan has shown us that his deck, while it does run reactions, is not what it's all about, and it's very common for him to simply send an attack, followed up with another attack, as Feno now comes in with that Sigil of Suffering as a reaction.
Says, no blocks. Here's my reaction. Sigil of Suffering. Looks like Ka went ahead and took that damage, which means no reactions on top of that infiltrate. The follow-up is Kiss of Death, threatening to bring Feno down to half of his current life total. And parity, for that matter. If this connects, it'll be 4 plays 4. For now, 4 plays 8 in the favor of Aurora, Feno Black. He's got a burn-up shock in hand. Seems like he's tempted to hold on to every single one of these cards, but will Ka let him? Right now, Feno has to be very aware of an attack reaction here. I don't think there's one in the Slippy deck that can quite kill Feno.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. The highest I could see this doing is 7 if it's at +3. No Tunic counter means no Blood Rot shenanigans. And Feno's probably trying to think about whether or not he can just go for the kill. The burn-up shock would be lethal if anything connects. But that's the big question. Can something connect? He's got the Tunic resource as well coming up next turn, which means the Starfall will be easy to turn online and swing for an extra breakpoint for that burn-up shock. But it takes a lot of certainty, because if you play that card and it doesn't connect, it's just basically a wasted card.
We are careening towards yet another really hairy endgame scenario. You want to play Aurora into these newfangled assassin decks, you have got to be aware of everything that is in your deck. In this case, Feno says, I want to make sure that I get all of the value on my equipment.
Whoa.
And Ka finds the exact answer that is so good in Kiss of Death, Tarantula Toxin. So not only does he make it so that Feno blocks none right there, instead he also pushes an extra 3 over the top of Kiss of Death, which means that Feno is sitting at 1 life.
Do you think Ka misses his Flick Knives?
Yeah, just a little bit right now, Michael. That being said, burn-up shock resolved once again, and I do believe that Ka would be dead if he didn't block with Flick Knives earlier on in the game. But you are absolutely right, my friend. He would have loved to close out the game right then and there.
Ka taking the 1 from the shock. Let's see how Feno finishes the rest of this turn. Likely being a Starfall following up.
He's only got 4 cards, including that burn-up shock. Usually you want to resolve that card when you have 5 cards at your disposal, but at this point, 1 plays 3. Beggars cannot be choosers, and Feno, very lucky to have descended down to 1, because this Scar for a Scar will have Go Again. 4 Go Again, threatening death.
Kachchan with 2 equipments that block for 1 makes these breakpoints a lot less threatening than they would have otherwise be.
And what an incredible boon to be able to not worry about lightning presses.
Yeah. That feels good.
Starfall 2 Go Again, thanks to the Fiendal Spring Tunic, buys another card from Kachchan. The follow-up here is Second Strike, which does have +1 and Go Again, because that shock resolved with an arcane damage, and it's another 4. Feno gets over by 1, and Burn Up takes it from Slip Through the Cracks. Feno is your April AGE New England champion.
Wow. It all came down to that Flick Knives. If Ka had gotten that silver just a little bit earlier and been able to commit the helmet to that block instead of the Flick Knives, he takes that game.
Absolutely. It is absolutely insane the way this day ended. Ka, just a masterful navigator in terms of his Runeblade matchups. Not only Aurora, but also Florian. And ultimately, he succumbs to the power of the best deck in the format, as so many of us have done before.
And credit to Feno for navigating his way through what looked like an awful situation after getting hit with that Bonds of Agony, losing all the snatches out of his deck, no longer has any lightning presses to work with, ran through all of those. I didn't know how he was going to end the game, but right there we saw it. He was able to go just wide enough, that final point of damage on that last 4-power attack, just enough to close it out.
He snuck through the damage when he needed to. The fact that he resolved those lightning presses at a time where he wasn't going to be able to keep an arsenal is testament to the fact that he has probably played against assassins before. Sometimes it is best to just play without an arsenal, because the number one thing assassin wants to do is disrupt it.
Two masterful Flesh and Blood players going at it, and you just see how close these games get when you get the pros up against each other.
Okay, so what has Feno won for his troubles? It's $400 USD, 30 AGE open points. Koff for his troubles goes home with $200, 25 AGE open points, and the rest is on your screen right there. No matter way you slice it, both of these players are now major contenders for the Players' Championship in AGE New England. So this leaderboard that you see in front of you is going to be massively disrupted, not only by these players, but the other top 8 contenders that we saw earlier on in the day. I see plenty of names that have not been on this leaderboard as of yet.
Yeah, it's going to change a lot once these standings get updated. If you see your name on there, you got to keep showing up so you get a chance at that Players' Championship.
The AGE dream is alive and well for all who want to participate. If you are, of course, on the West Coast, we've got AGE LA, and never you mind, there's another event coming your way, May 24th. That's the second to last weekend in May, if I'm not mistaken, and that will be CC at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California.
Looking forward to that one.
And if you want to stay with us for the East Coast, this one will not be streamed, but there's another event coming your way on May 25th at Great Stories Comics and Gaming, the exact store that you saw on screen for all to see. There will be more Flesh and Blood action and more AGE points to be had, and no Pro Tour to get in the way this time.
Yay.
Well, folks, that is going to do it for us here at the AGE Caster Desk. Thank you so much for tuning in, for making AGE what it is, an amazing regional representation of the Flesh and Blood community and the AGE dream. We're going to be crowning more open champions next month, and be on the lookout for the top 8 deck lists, and also the updated player standings, which will be coming out shortly, just in the next day or two. Give us a moment, and we'll have it updated. We'll be posting it to Blue Sky, to Discord, which, by the way, join our Discord, folks. You better get in there and join in the discussion that happens daily with all of the members from the AGE Pro Team. That's discord.age.events. We also post all of the player profiles for the people that decide to fill them out for us. You can see your friends and all of the local competitors at AGE posted there. That'll be it, and we are going to sign off after another amazing day of Flesh and Blood action. We hope you'll join us next time, and we'll see you on the flip side.